Yeah, like you weren't disappointing when you were a newborn. So I feel we should all go a little easy on the Nintendo 3DS. Back when this launched in March of 2011 here in North America, yikes, things were miserable. Or at least I was told. I remember this launch lineup and system launch in general being labeled as one of the most just deflating things of all time. But I got in on the 3DS a couple months later when the price was slashed. So that should tell you how bad the launch lineup was if they had to slash the price in August of that year. Basically, it felt like Nintendo just assumed that everybody was going to eat up the 3DS because, oh my god, it's the sequel to the Nintendo DS. Oh my god, it's in 3D. Oh my god, I got nothing better to be excited about over my life. So they launched it when they did, and they launched it at the price they did. $250 for this? And it was very obviously not ready. The Nintendo eShop on the system wasn't available. That came later in a system update in June. So the only thing you could really do with your 3DS was fiddle around with what was already on the system and play the huge lineup of launch games. Yeah, so there wasn't anything to do with the system. So, as somebody who didn't experience the 3DS directly at launch, only a couple months later, I wanted to see exactly what the launch of the system was like as a Nintendo 3DS early adopter. So I picked up all of the launch titles for the North American launch here. Yikes. Don't be fooled, there is variety. But that's all this lineup is. This is one of the most deflating lineups of all time, but I not only bought all the games, I played them all, so I kind of want to go through each one and see, hey, maybe there might be some diamonds in the rough. So let's talk about the Ubisoft games first. Man, Ubisoft would do damn near anything back then. And not only damn near anything, damn near everything. So this is one of their 3DS launch titles, Asphalt 3D. Emphasis on ass, emphasis on fault. So I actually picked this game up around the time that I got my 3DS system because this was one of the cheapest titles you could buy. I remember, I had limited funds when I picked my 3DS up in August of that year, and I think a couple weeks later, all I did was I bought like an eShop card when I bought the system, so a couple weeks later I had the chance to pick up a couple of retail games. So I remember I got Pilotwings, and then I had like $20 left over, and pretty much all the other 3DS games were a little over that, but not Asphalt 3D. I wonder why. The Asphalt series is a mobile game series. It's like one of those incredibly generic Need for Speed-like games where it's like, oh my god, it's cars, and you got a nitro feature. That's pretty much all there is to these games. And Asphalt 3D is pretty much a 3DS version of one of the mobile games, either, Asphalt 4, 5, 6, and what, am I a fucking moron for not knowing which one? And back when I first got this game, I was around 14 or so when I first got the 3DS, and I didn't mind this game. This wasn't a go-to for me. It was kind of just if I was bored and kind of felt like a racing game and I wanted to play around with my 3DS. So I'd try out Asphalt 3D. And it was fine for what it is, but playing now through like a modern lens, I mean, like, the frame rate is god-awful. It's just a boring game. There's not much to it. I wouldn't say it's like horrible, but it's most certainly not good. I think its primary function during the 3DS launch was exactly why I bought it. It was like you go into a store, you see a car game, and you're like, yeah, sure, I'll buy that. But that wasn't it for Ubisoft, because we got 3 other titles by them. Christ. Combat of Giants Dinosaurs 3D. It's a really basic, you move forward, you get into fights with other dinosaurs. Go, fight, evade, fight, counter. I already kind of forget about playing this game. It's just so goddamn generic. It's just, yeah, it's a dinosaur game. You fight against dinosaurs with other dinosaurs. You can power your dinosaur up with all kinds of dinosaur attributes. I can't really dig into this game too much because I guess for what it is, it does its job. It's not like actively horrible at anything it does. I'm not the target demographic for this. I'm not a young child who is just awestruck by dinosaurs. I'm an older child who has other interests. Rayman 3D. So this was a bit of an interesting release, mainly because, oh, Rayman 3D. Oh, this is Rayman in 3D. Yes, it's also a 10-year-old game. This is just Rayman 2. on the 3DS. Nothing more. And it is a very cheap job converting that title to the 3DS. It works, it runs, it works fine on the 3DS, but you can tell this is like a really just like, oh, we want to get a Rayman title on the 3DS at launch, so let's just port Rayman 2. Who cares? It runs fine, it looks fine, it just feels very cheap. It feels like a real rush job. There's no real benefit to playing this game. The 3D effect isn't very great. And on the back, I guess this is supposed to represent how, like, oh man, look, Rayman's popping out of the 3DS. That's not even the 3D screen! And they have no mention on this box art that this is an old game. This is pretty much trying to play this off as like, oh man, Rayman is in a 3D world! Check it out! And it's just like, yeah, this is Rayman 2 again. Which they also did on the DS with Rayman DS. I don't like their stupid-ass marketing tactic with these games. Where just call it Rayman 2. Stop trying to play these off as brand new games. Oh man, Rayman 3D? No, this is Rayman 2. Rayman DS? No, motherfucker, it's Rayman 2. Which, to be fair, Rayman 2's had multiple releases throughout the years on different platforms. And Rayman DS, I believe, is more akin to the PlayStation 1 version, while Rayman 3D is more like the Dreamcast version of Rayman 2. So it's kind of cool that you can play these two different versions on the 3DS because, you know, the 3DS is backwards compatible with the DS. And, you know, I think that's kind of interesting. But it doesn't matter how interesting it is. The fact that this is the best game so far on the launch lineup, man, I am fucking miserable. Rayman 2 is a great game. This is a fine way to play it, but it just, it feels like a very cheap release, much like all of Ubisoft's other games here. Because that's the best way I can describe Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Shadow Wars. So yeah, Ubisoft was actually putting out Tom Clancy games on the 3DS. Actually, a little bit after launch, you got Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell 3D, which, similar to Rayman 3D, that wasn't like its own game. That was a remake of Chaos Theory. So seems like Ubisoft has a little bit of a problem going on there. But Ghost Recon Shadow Wars is a top-down tactical strategy game. It's very similar to something like Fire Emblem or Advance Wars. It's just not nearly as good. And once again, much like Ubisoft's other games, this just has like a very cheap feel to it. These don't really feel like they left the DS era. These all kind of feel like really cheap kind of DS games that you'd get for like 20 bucks. They just look a little nicer now. They just run at a higher resolution. But overall, I feel like Ubisoft's output on the 3DS was definitely more focused on quantity rather than quality. I wouldn't say any of their releases are necessarily like really bad. They're just painfully underwhelming. It feels like they started work on these like 6 months before the 3DS launched. Kind of like Bust-A-Move Universe. What the f***? Just what the f*** is this? This is like one of the most bare bones releases I've ever played on the 3DS. Bust-A-Move is a puzzle series starring the little bubble bobble critters, and it's pretty much just a match the color game. You know, you get colored orbs and they shoot them up to other colored orbs and you try to match them up to clear them. And that's it. And that's all you do in this game. There's really like only like 2 modes in it. And one of them is like, oh, just a single player campaign, which is just a string of levels. There's nothing else to it. And please, for the love of God, take me seriously when I say that. I'm using the term single player campaign because like there is a gun to my head right now. And I think the only other mode in this game is like a challenge mode, which is basically the same thing as a single player campaign, but just like served up a little differently. What this is pretty much just a way to play Bust-A-Move in a very bare bones form on the 3DS. It does have a 3D effect, and it's fine. So I guess that all my arguments are invalid. Good job, Bust-A-Move Universe. But here's to an even better job to Electronic Arts. These are their 2 3DS launch titles, and by proxy, they're only 2 3DS games ever, which isn't fair. They did a couple of FIFA titles after that, you know. Good job. But this is pretty much all they did right here, just 2 titles at launch. The Sims 3 and Madden NFL Football. Yeah, just like a completely separate version of Madden. Not a year, not anything like that. It's just Madden NFL Football. Now, why did they do that? Because it's a very just cut down version of Madden. There's not much to it. It's not as bare bones as like a Bust-A-Move Universe, but it's getting close there for people who actually give a damn about Madden games. There's not much to it, and what there isn't that high quality. It doesn't run the greatest, it doesn't work the greatest. It's not the best Madden could be on the 3DS. The 3D effect just isn't impressive in this game, and it just kind of feels like they just farted out a Madden for the 3DS, and they knew it wasn't that great, so they just called it Madden NFL Football. Or they just assume like, hey, we're not going to support the 3DS with Madden releases, so we're just going to call this its own thing. So that way, it just keeps selling throughout the 3DS's entire life. No. However, I would say the opposite for The Sims 3. This isn't actually that bad of a version of Sims 3. I think it controls fairly well, so you pretty much control it via the touchscreen, and you have this full-on top-down view on the bottom screen, and on the top screen you see more of like the kind of like a third-person cinematic view of the action. You can move the camera around, but you tell your sim where to go with the bottom touchscreen. It is a slimmed-down version of The Sims 3. It's not the full package you'd get on like Xbox 360, PS3, Wii, or even, dear God, the PC. But it's not really meant to be. This is mainly for the kid who wants to play The Sims 3, but all they have is a 3DS. And I remember wanting to play The Sims 3 back in the day, but hey, like, I didn't want to pay the full price for it, so I just bought like the mobile phone version, and that did the job for a bit. You don't really care about the intricacies of whether or not this version of The Sims 3 has everything it possibly could. You just want to play The Sims 3 when you're a kid, so I think this version did its job. There's damn near no reason to play it these days, but for a launch title, just to have The Sims 3 on the 3DS, I think it did a decent enough job at doing that. And of course, right after I just said that, I looked up a review of The Sims 3 3DS, my lord. But either way, I didn't have that bad of a time with it. Much like Super Monkey Ball 3D. When I originally played it a couple years ago, when I recently replayed it, holy f***. So I never thought this game was that bad, at least back in the day when I first played it. I was like, this is just a pretty quality Monkey Ball experience. But then I replayed it, and my lord, everybody, this is one of the most brain-dead Monkey Ball games of all time. It works, it functions well, but the level designs are just nothing. I didn't die once when I originally played this. And when I recently played it again, I think I only died like 2 times, and that was just because like I was zoning out. I just didn't care anymore. It's so boring. And like, hey, I understand Sega maybe wanting to make Monkey Ball a little more accessible because it's always been just this incredibly hard game series. So they probably wanted to see if they can make it just a little easier because, you know, these characters are super marketable and they appeal to kids. But it's just like the difficulty of Monkey Ball is what made it Monkey Ball. And you can make it a little easier, that's fine. But 3D goes way too far. There's always a bunch of guardrails or just like a slot for the ball to just stay in. So you just move forward. You have to actively try to fall off the ledge. And it just makes this, albeit like a quality experience, in terms of presentation, controls, all of that. It makes it an incredibly mind-numbing one. And you can get through the whole slew of single-player levels in like an hour and a half. Like, first time going through, hour and a half, 2 hours, you're done with the whole game. However, there are mini games. You have Monkey Kart and Monkey Fight. They are, dog shit. It's pretty much, Mario Kart clone and Smash Brothers clone. They ain't Mario Kart and Smash Brothers. I guess at the launch of the 3DS system, if you just wanted, like, goddamn something to do that was kind of like those two franchises, no, I'm not even gonna say that. I don't think they're worthy substitutes. I'm just always kind of like, why would you play that? Why would you do it? They're not worth your time. The core Monkey Ball mode is still like, the star of the show, and even that's very disappointing. However, like, I'll still say, like, this is definitely one of the more quality 3DS launch titles, and it's definitely a quality overall game from, like, a programming perspective, from an art style perspective, controls, all of that. But Monkey Ball kind of lives and dies by the level design, much like many other games. And this one just doesn't do it. It's not great. It's not a great time. If you look at it as a game overall, it's okay. There is content there. It's not like a completely just rush job, but man, is it nothing. But hey, let's bring things up a bit. Let's talk about some of the higher quality 3DS launch titles. Ridge Racer 3D. Remember when every console had to launch with a Ridge Racer game? Yeah, the 3DS got one, and it's good. It's pretty much just a much better quality Asphalt 3D, which Asphalt was always just kind of trying to be like a low quality version of Ridge Racer, so, you know, that makes sense. There's not much I can really say about this one, but it's just a quality arcade racer. Graphically, it looks good, it controls good, sounds good, all of that. I feel like it's kind of hard to get super passionate about this Ridge Racer in particular. However, for what it is, I think it does the job pretty well. It gives you a solid little arcade racing experience on the 3DS at launch that we all up as kids. Oh man, this was like the big one at launch. Super Street Fighter 4 3D Edition. Like, my god, this is a full-fledged Street Fighter 4 experience on the 3DS, which is incredible. Keep in mind, Street Fighter 4 was an Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 game. The fact they were able to get the 3DS version running as well as it does, and looking as good as it does, playing as great as it does, like, it's a miracle this happened at launch. I felt like Capcom was able to do some wizard-ass shit with the 3DS. You know, they put out Resident Evil Revelations on the platform, and like, that game looks unreal on the handheld. And same goes for Super Street Fighter 4. It's really unfortunate because Capcom didn't really do like a ton with the 3DS that wasn't Monster Hunter related after like that initial first year or so. I would have loved to see more stuff like Street Fighter 4 where it's so impressive. Like, all the modes are there, all the characters are there. It looks good. They have an exclusive like camera angle where it's like kind of behind the shoulder, so then you get more of a 3D effect. The funniest little thing that they had to do to get the game running well is like, in the backgrounds on stages, characters are just like, they don't move. I don't know, I think it's more so funny than like a deal breaker. But yeah, this was definitely at the top of the list when it came to 3DS launch titles. It's not for everybody because it's you know, it's Street Fighter. You know, you have to be into fighting games to get a lot out of this. But I think anybody can look at this and just appreciate just the effort that went into getting this game to work as well as it does on the handheld at launch, no less. I don't fucking know. PES 2011 3D by Konami. Yeah, so it's you know, it's Pro Evolution Soccer on the 3DS. I guess it works fine. This is at least far more fully featured than Madden NFL Football, so I'll give it that. And it did get this little holographic outer sleeve. It's not really a sleeve, it's more so like this came like with that little sticky tack thing on the front cover. So, you know, would make anybody want to buy this. Hey, this was still in the era that like sports games came to literally every single console. Now, like, you're lucky if the PS4 still gets them. But while sports games pretty much still just go to PS4, Xbox One, and, you know, Xbox Series X, S, and PS5, Lego games, those still go to everything, you know, thank God. Lego Star Wars 3, this is just like, it works, it does the job, but this does feel more similar to like a DS Lego game than a home console one, which, you know, it's fair. The DS Lego games were pretty high quality for what they were. They were all, you know, 3D, and, you know, they gave you a pretty decent experience for being just a really watered down version of a home console game. I don't know, I was kind of hoping that with the jump to 3DS, Lego Star Wars 3 would be a little higher quality than it ended up being. It's fine, it's just, it feels like just, you know, a watered down handheld version of a home console game. And, you know, I just personally feel like the 3DS is more than powerful enough to give you like, you know, more of a home console-like experience. Because in the end, this just kind of feels like one of the DS Lego games, but with higher quality 3D models and better 3D control. And I guess that's fine. If you were a kid and you wanted to play Lego Star Wars 3 on your 3DS, I don't think this is like, oh my god, how dare they do this? It's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. But to round out the third-party 3DS lineup, we have Samurai Warriors Chronicles, or Chronicles Samurai Warriors. It's Samurai Warriors Chronicles. Why does it look like that? This is a Warriors game. That's it. I just don't really give a damn about these games if they aren't like a fun little crossover game like what Hyrule Warriors started. And especially not on the 3DS, because At least now, you know, like playing something like Hyrule Warriors or Fire Emblem Warriors, Persona 5 Strikers, any of those, like the control and the gameplay is very fast-paced, it's very fluid. Yes, it still gets very repetitive after long play sessions, but it's at least fun enough to kind of keep you coming back. Samurai Warriors Chronicles on the 3DS is pretty slow, and it's pretty boring and barren. It's not as deep as future Warriors titles, and it just kind of makes me feel, you know, it's one of those games you play on the 3DS, you're just, why am I playing this? Now, at launch, I feel like this does a decent enough job to just give you something to do. Compared to the other 3DS titles, this has like a pretty decent amount of content, and you know, it gives you kind of like an easy little like, hey, I'm on the bus, I'm on the train, whatever, I'll pop open the 3DS and play a level in this. You know, hey, it does that. It does that pretty well. It's just the gameplay itself is not super interesting. However, I would say this is probably one of the better 3DS launch titles. That's really fucking sad. However, we got to the main event here. Nintendo's lineup on the 3DS. Man, what is this? Oh man, oh yeah. Sad. Man, what the hell were they thinking with this lineup? Well, let's go over all this because none of these games are bad, but it's pretty easy to see why the 3DS was not lighting the sales charts on fire for a couple months, because this is pretty much it. Not only was this launch lineup all you got at the launch of the system, but that's pretty much all that was on the system for a couple months. I think Nintendo's big release was Nintendogs plus Cats. They released 3 different versions of this. This is the Toy Poodle edition. And yeah, so, you know, I grew up with Nintendogs on the DS. That was such a fun part of my childhood. Playing it again today, I still get a lot of those warm fuzzies experiencing that game. But yeah, that game is not meant for long play sessions. It is really meant for, you play it for 30 minutes, train your dog, you know, maybe throw them into a competition, win some cash, and buy another dog or something. It's a pretty basic gameplay loop. Playing it these days, I do really wish there was more you could do with your dog. You know, you could maybe run like a doggy daycare or something, and you may not own some of those dogs, but you can play with other dogs that way, and you can get money that way, and you can do all kinds of things, whatever. I'm just rambling off things. I just kind of wish there was a little more to do other than pet your doggy for 30 minutes every day. And Nintendogs plus Cats is pretty much exactly that, but just a little upgraded. Visually, it looks great. It definitely got a huge upgrade in that department, but that feels like it's kind of about it. They didn't really do much of the gameplay. It is very much just Nintendogs again, with a couple little additions here and there. You know, cats. Nintendogs did super well, but I feel like the audience for Nintendogs didn't upgrade to the 3DS. The 3DS was kind of designed to be marketed as like this powerhouse 3D visuals. Oh man, this is like the next level. But everybody who owned a DS with Nintendogs, I think they were pretty content just continuing playing Nintendogs on their DS, or they got bored of Nintendogs and just moved on to something else. So when Nintendogs plus Cats is like your main launch title for the 3DS, and all it really is just Nintendogs with better graphics, like, yeah, it's not going to sell nearly as well, and it's not going to really sell 3DSs. And that's just the problem with it at the end of the day. I don't really think they do enough new with Nintendogs plus Cats. However, I do appreciate it as like, hey, this is an upgraded Nintendogs, and for what it is, it does that job pretty well. I just wish they introduced more features. I wish there was more stuff to do with your dog, because after the first 20-30 minutes of playing it, I was kind of like, all right, I just don't really have much else to do right now here. But this, not a bad time, pretty decent Nintendogs upgrade, but isn't really much more than that. It's just kind of like a Nintendogs with better graphics. That's where Steel Diver comes in. That ain't just Nintendogs with better graphics. It's a submarine simulation game. Why did nobody care? This game had an interesting history. It was originally like a DS tech demo back at like E3 2004, and never came out for the DS, but with the 3DS, they finally felt like, hey, we can make this its own full game. But like, Full? This is another example of like very minimal content in a 3DS launch title. There's very few levels. It's very much kind of like a, go through the levels and try to get a high score in each of the levels when you get through all the levels. That's pretty much all this game is. The concept and design is definitely pretty cool here, and it seems really complicated, but it's really not. It's pretty much like you have to control a submarine and just weasel your way through kind of a tight level. You have a bunch of abilities and you can go fast or slower, and you can ascend and descend and shoot missiles and all of that. However, since you are a submarine, all of these things are a little delayed. So that's where the strategy comes in. That's where you have to get really good. From like a game design perspective, I think, it's a really smart idea for a game. Maybe not a full game, because I feel like for a full game, you need kind of a little more to it. I feel like this is a good side mode or like an extra level in a platforming game, like I don't know, like a Donkey Kong game. I don't know why they'd have a submarine level in a Donkey Kong game, but like whatever. I don't think this is enough to stand on its own as a full game. While I appreciate the design, by God, it's boring. It's something where like when I fail in this game, everything's so slow, justifiably so. I mean, it's a damn submarine, but everything's so slow that like I don't want to retry after that. I'm just down to just be like, I'm done. I don't want to play this again for a little bit. I do like this in concept. This feels like classic Nintendo kind of taking an idea nobody else would want to turn into a full game, and they're like, yeah, f it, submarines. I feel like the core design is enough to like, warrant this being something. I don't think it's there enough to be like a full $40 game, which is what this was. Like, this is the full level lineup. Like what the heck? Why was this $40? Not bad, but not exciting. Not enough content. And I just feel like it shouldn't have been a full game. But man, the final 3DS launch title we have to discuss here. Man, I am conflicted on this. Pilotwings Resort. This title's a lot of different things, but mainly it's kind of like a crossover. Pilotwings and Wii Sports Resort. And like just the entire concept of this game is just a little strange because of that. So Pilotwings games are kind of like the unsung hero of Nintendo launches. Pilotwings on Super Nintendo launched with the Super Nintendo. Pilotwings 64 was the one of the only 2 launch titles on Nintendo 64, and Pilotwings Resort was here at the launch of 3DS. And what this is basically the island flyover mode in Wii Sports Resort on the 3DS. So in Wii Sports Resort, that was like one of the modes I kept coming back to. It was so fun. You would control a plane and you would just go all over the island, just discovering all the landmarks. And even if you weren't discovering the landmarks, it was just so peaceful to just fly around and just experience this nice tropical resort. I loved it. But something I didn't really like about it was how limited it was. You can only do it for like 2 minutes at a time. And after you find all the little locations, it's just pretty much at the end of the day, I just kind of like doing it because it was like, oh man, fun little plane. Brrr. So Pilotwings Resort could really expand upon that. You're flying in the exact same location as Wii Sports Resort, Woohoo Island, and you have all different kinds of flying vehicles now. You have like a jetpack, a hang glider. Like, this was genuinely really exciting for me because I love the Island Flyover game, and this just felt like it was going to expand upon it infinitely and also give me that experience on the go. And it did that, but that's all it kind of really did. It just kind of gave me Island Flyover with a couple extra little things to do in it on the go. And that was kind of it. Pilotwings Resort feels like it shouldn't be as lacking in content as it is because so much of its content is already pretty much recycled from Wii Sports Resort. So for it to have like just pretty much like, hey, complete these missions or just just fly around, just have a good time, and that's pretty much all there is to it, it just feels like that's a little unacceptable when this entire game is pretty much just like it's pretty much the damn thing from Wii Sports Resort. Just because you label it as Pilotwings doesn't make it its own thing. Like, stop lying to yourself. This is just the same damn mode from Wii Sports Resort. And yeah, they have extra things to do. They have extra vehicles, all of that. But it feels like they just don't have enough. Like, I think it would have been cool if they gave you another island to explore, or like a story mode or something like that. I don't know. So while this really appealed to me based on like the general pitch of like, hey, let's take that mode from Sports Resort and turn it into its own game, like, I was like, oh boy, but that's all they kind of did. Yeah, there's more things here, but for how much this is pretty much just a recycled concept, and recycled mode, recycled gameplay, recycled assets all over the damn place with this game. For how much of that it is, I just feel like this should have significantly more content to it. Because at the end of the day, you have a couple dozen missions, and that's kind of it. You can pretty much just blast through this entire game in just 3 to 4 hours. It doesn't really do enough to feel like a full game for like the Wii Sports Resort side of things. And it's not really enough to be Pilotwings. Like, yeah, I feel like the Miis are fine in Pilotwings, but Pilotwings, it kind of had its own little characters and own style to it, and it just kind of feels like it just kind of uses the Pilotwings name on a Wii Sports Resort game, and that's it. They just don't really have anything else that's Pilotwings about it, other than the fact that, yeah, you know, you're using planes and hang gliders and rocket jets. However, this game is still fun, relaxing, a good time. I just kind of have a problem with it, you know, like, it's just like, it shouldn't be that lacking in content. And in the end, that's kind of my problem with the 3DS launch lineup as a whole. There was a decent amount of games, but pretty much none of the games had like a substantial enough amount of content to really call them like anything more than just a fun little time waster on the 3DS at launch. Even the best games like Street Fighter IV, Pilotwings, like, I just feel like there still just wasn't enough to them to really keep players coming back after the first like week or so after the 3DS launch. There really wasn't enough like high quality single player games or even high quality multiplayer games outside of Street Fighter. And even then, Street Fighter is still kind of like, yeah, I mean, you gotta like fighting games. The 3 games by Nintendo, I mean, they were good quality games, but there just wasn't enough to them. And when looking at all of that, it is incredibly easy to see why the 3DS really struggled in those first couple months. There just wasn't enough high quality stuff to play. However, we know how this story went. After a couple months, Nintendo really pulled out the big guns with Super Mario 3D Land and Mario Kart 7, Ocarina of Time in June of 2011. You got Star Fox 64 3D, Kid Icarus Uprising, Capcom brought out Resident Evil Revelations, Square Enix brought out Kingdom Hearts 3D. The games all started coming and started firing at all cylinders. So that should be shown that, like, regardless of how piss poor your launch is, things can definitely turn around. And thank Christ it did. Oh, finally a 3DS for me! Somebody with massive hands, just the biggest hands, just, oh my god, look how big my fucking hands are. Back in 2012, when I was watching video reviews of the 3DS XL, that was all I would hear people say is, man, I love the 3DS, but like, I got big hands. And, you know, like, it gets a little small, so the 3DS XL is great for me. I just remember a lot of people saying, I got big hands, like, exactly like that. I got big hands, so I need a bigger 3DS. I'm like, what are you trying to say to me? That you need big gloves, too? The Nintendo 3DS XL. My God. It's still pretty shocking to me, like, how big this thing looks when you open it up. It almost looks like jumbo size because the screen is so big compared to, like, you know, the outside rim of it. You compare it to the original 3DS and, like, yeah, like, it just seems like so blown up. But that's a good thing because the 3DS XL was like one of the more necessary revisions in my opinion. I'm really happy that I picked this up to replace my original 3DS, but it didn't initially seem like that when this was first rumored to be coming out and it actually finally was formally announced. So back in 2012, like, I remember people were talking nonstop about how, oh my God, the 3DS needs a damn redesign. Why would you say that? You don't like layer cake? The original 3DS definitely has a lot of original DS energy to it. It's not bad, but yeah, this is just a funny looking dude. And then of course, there was the whole elephant in the room, the lack of a second stick. People were going nuts about that at the time. The fact that the PlayStation Vita had dual analog sticks, and the fact that Nintendo pretty much admitted defeat by announcing the Circle Pad Pro pretty much made it so then everybody was like, man, we need a 3DS with a second analog stick. Of course, you know, that brings up other problems. The fact that, like, okay, so one revision in, you immediately introduce a second analog stick. And that immediately, like, makes the user base a little weird here. So, like, okay, so some of your users have a second analog stick, others might not. So either way, you're gonna have to design your games around the concept that you may not have a second analog stick. So it's just like, either way, like, the 3DS was kind of f***ed in this regard. But I remember people were saying, like, I want, like, the DS Lite equivalent to a 3DS redesign, a Nintendo 3DS Lite. Something a little sleeker, something a little slimmer, something sexier, and white. People really like the white color of the Wii and DS Lite and the DSi in white and all of this junk. So Nintendo answered that request with the exact opposite. It's bigger and it's Jolly Rancher red. Live with it. The 3DS XL, I wasn't expecting at the time, which is strange because, you know, we already got the DSi XL. But the DSi XL felt more like, you know, a DSi for the elderly. Kind of just like a weird little experiment. However, if you actually listen to, like, people who bought a DSi XL, they will tell you, man, that thing was awesome. The bigger screens genuinely makes it way easier to enjoy all of your DS games. And even the fat-ass fountain pen stylus it came with, I mean, like, that was easier to use than, like, one of these little dingleberries. And especially with 3DS games being, like, more graphically intense, more cinematic than DS games, with technology kind of moving to bigger screens overall, like a lot of the smartphones in 2012 were moving towards bigger displays. A 3DS XL just made sense. Especially considering, like, me personally, I wasn't really bringing my 3DS a lot of places. It was more of a handheld console than, like, a portable on-the-go console, you know? Like, I'd play it when I was lounging around in bed or on the couch or whatever at home. But, yeah, I can probably name the amount of times I've left the house with my 3DS on, like, I don't know, like, yeah, all my fingers. So it being bigger really isn't much of a problem. But this was rumored and leaked in such a bizarre way. So right before E3 2012, the Japanese publication Nikkei leaked a report that a 3DS XL was coming alongside Wii U pricing info. And Nintendo pretty much responded to it and said, some of that info is inaccurate. Okay. For some reason, I took that as like, oh, it's bullshit. But like, no. Like 2 weeks later, they announced a 3DS XL. They announced it in like a Nintendo Direct after E3 2012, which was stupid to me because E3 2012 was like, this was like the make it or break it year for Nintendo. They really had to bring their big guns to this show. And it seemed like they were doing that. They had 3 separate presentations during E3. They had a pre-E3 2012 Nintendo Direct, and then they had a full-on press conference that mainly focused on Wii U, and then they had a Nintendo 3DS software showcase presentation, which was an entirely separate live press conference. None of it had adequate info during it. It was all just a giant waste of time. But then, 2 weeks after E3, Nintendo hosts a Nintendo Direct, and the first thing they announce is a brand new 3DS model. I'm just like, why? You could have made this E3 so magical. They also announced that Bandai Namco was developing Smash Brothers. They had all this stuff like, oh yeah, New Super Mario Bros. 2 is getting DLC, Fire Emblem Awakening, Professor Layton, Kirby's Dream Collection, Pikmin 2, all this random stuff that they could have just filled out their E3 lineup with, but no. Instead, they focused on fucking Batman Arkham City Armored Edition at their E3 2012 press conference. Why? But yeah, they announced the 3DS XL a couple weeks after it got leaked, and they kind of partially denied it. It was announced in red and blue colors and was coming out in August of 2012, right alongside New Super Mario Bros. 2 for a clean $200. Now, me personally, I had to wait until like maybe May or June of 2013. It's pretty crazy now that I think about it. I think I saved up like enough allowance at that time to afford a 3DS XL. And then I used all my birthday money and more savings like a month later to get a Wii U deluxe set. So in one fell swoop, I got a 3DS XL and a Wii U at the same time. To be honest, I don't really think I should have spent all my money on a 3DS XL because that was kind of pointless. I would consider this an upgrade, but it's also an unnecessary upgrade. You know, it does everything a regular 3DS does. There are a couple pros, but they're pretty minor overall. But honestly, I'd say there's a fair amount of cons. The 3DS XL feels a lot cheaper than an original 3DS.
as dumb as this thing looks, it at least feels fairly premium. With the 3DS XL, it just kind of feels like you can tell where they decided to cost cut, even somewhere as simple as the 3D slider. On the original 3DS, it had a light, whereas on the 3DS XL, it's like chiseled into the plastic, which also just kind of feels a little cheaper. I do prefer it though, because like it's not this glossy, just fingerprint magnet, just garbage. It's something where this is gonna look fine most of the time, you know? You're not gonna have to worry about getting any smudges on this thing. But yeah, it definitely felt like they wanted to cost cut with this one a lot more than the original 3DS. Even down to the unboxing experience. So they put this in a smaller box, which is good, but the original 3DS came with all different kinds of little trinkets. The box just feels a lot more premium here. You know, you open up the flap and you reveal all this huge, just massive, look at this. This is a goddamn novel. And all this stuff isn't in the package itself, but you know, you got the charging dock for the 3DS, which, you know, was unnecessary, but it's just like, all right, that's kind of cool. I mean, none of this stuff is necessary whatsoever, but you know, the 3DS just felt like a more premium product. Comparative to the 3DS XL, pretty much the way this was packaged was, you know, you open it up like this, and that's it. The AR cards is just in this little baggie. They have all the stuff there, and then the 3DS XL and the charger just kind of was stuck in this cardboard, and that was literally it. This is literally stuff that doesn't matter, but it makes my point that this definitely feels like they were cutting costs a bit more than with the original model. So then what are the pros of this thing outside of the bigger size? Well, it has a bigger battery. Yeah, no shit. The original 3DS had a notoriously pretty lame battery life, so the 3DS XL was advertised as having a larger battery. It lasted like 30 minutes longer. Came with a bigger SD card preloaded in here. 4 gigs instead of 2. Is bigger. Yeah, this is kind of like a revision, but it isn't. It's kind of like an alternate version of the 3DS to buy if you want a bigger 3DS, or you can get the original sized one, you know, make your choice. But I think a lot of the changes they made on this one are genuine improvements from the original 3DS. For one, the stylus placement. So on the original 3DS, it's up here. This was so lame. It just made me not want to use the stylus. I was just like, I'll just use my finger. Who cares? Like whenever I have to take the stylus out, it feels like I'm like, I don't know, taking out a pocket watch or something that's kind of in an awkward back pocket. I have to stop and kind of look around and grab it and unsheath it. And like, all right, there it is. Guess what? Because the original 3DS is like oddly premium for some reason, they make the stylus telescopic. So then it's just like, oh, what? Then I have to do that, and then I can use it. 3DS XL on the right side of the handheld. Oh, hot dog. Of course, if you're left-handed, you know, that kind of sucks. But at the very least, it's in a place that's like convenient for some people. I don't think the original 3DS's stylus placement was convenient for anybody. I think Nintendo mainly puts the stylus where it makes sense to, considering like the internals of the system, which is why like the 3DS XL is like the only 3DS model with it on the side like this. Like all the other models have it in like weird ass places. Then this one's a big boy. I mean, okay, so look at these 3 buttons here. Look at them there. On the original 3DS, it's like you're killing a bug underneath a tissue. On here, they are actual buttons, which is a huge upgrade in my opinion. Most of the other changes are pretty much just kind of moving things around and whatnot. Nothing too special, but just with these minor changes, I think it made the 3DS XL a worthy upgrade, even if it wasn't necessarily meant to be an upgrade, more so an alternate option. But I will tell you this, what was definitely upgraded with the 3DS XL were the special colors and special editions and all of that stuff. There was so much good stuff released with the 3DS XL. I mean, Pikachu Nipple Edition? My favorite will always be the Zelda 3DS XL, the one that released alongside A Link Between Worlds. Like, pure gold, like, it looks beautiful. The bottom of it has, like, the dark Triforce that represents Lorule from the game. Like, I absolutely love it. And at the time, you know, popping this open and transferring everything from the original 3DS to the 3DS XL, It made for a massive upgrade. Just playing through a game like Super Mario 3D Land again with these bigger screens, it just made the game feel so much more legitimate, so much more substantial. It's like the game actually fucking mattered now because, like, damn, like, whatever, these are actual screens. And while the 3DS XL isn't like the definitive 3DS model, I think that definitely goes to the new 3DS XL. This kind of represents like one of my favorite eras of the 3DS. You know, the 3DS XL was the definitive 3DS model during the 3DS's heyday, you know, 2012 to like 2014, 2015. By the time the new 3DS and new 3DS XL took over, the 3DS kind of entered like, you know, it's twilight years. You know, it still had a good amount of time left in it, but at the same time, like, the amount of quality software, the amount of games that were coming out for it that were like, oh my god, these are some heavy hitters, definitely kind of lowered. For the most part, we kind of got a lot of filler titles, a lot of spin-offs in like 2015, 2016 for the 3DS. I look back at 2013, and that was like the year of the 3DS. I mean, like, we got Fire Emblem Awakening, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, Lego City Undercover The Chase Begins, Animal Crossing New Leaf, Mario and Luigi Dream Team, Pokemon X and Y, Zelda Link Between Worlds, and of course, Mario Party Island Tour. And I already know I'm missing some things there. Like, this was an insane year for the handheld. And the 3DS XL was the definitive 3DS throughout that all. The 3DS XL was a great upgrade because, like, it just felt like you had room to breathe on this device. Even if you didn't have just the biggest fucking hands of all time, it just felt much more comfortable to hold this and play on this in comparison to an original 3DS. I do partially kind of regret buying it back in the day because it's like, Jesus, Scott, like, you only have so much money as a kid. Why the hell are you spending it on a superfluous 3DS upgrade? But to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure how much of the 3DS I would be playing in 2013 and 2014 if I didn't upgrade to the 3DS XL. This genuinely made things so much more comfortable for me. But you know what would make it even more comfortable? This was a joke. I love that, like, one of the main things about the 3DS XL that people question was the fact that, like, oh, it doesn't have a second stick. And Nintendo just announced, like, yeah, we're making a Circle Pad Pro for the 3DS as well. I remember the Circle Pad Pro for the original 3DS, that was only available at GameStop, whereas the Circle Pad Pro for the 3DS XL was only available on, like, Nintendo's online store, mainly because, like, who bought this? Another criticism I remember was the color choice. You know, the 3DS XL launched with red and blue, but I think in person, like, these are some really nice colors. I think at the time I remember hearing a lot of people wanting very, very basic colors. It was either like, hey, I want just basic black or I want basic white or something like that. Strangely enough, in North America, we never really got like a fully white original 3DS or 3DS XL. Like, we never got that, and I don't know why. I remember like a few months later, they launched a black 3DS XL, which looked fine, but you know, like, honestly, at this point in my life, I'm down for a little bit of color. Back in the day, I was like, no, I need monochrome. No, I'm just like, f it, man. I mean, like, let's get a nice, fun color. Let's get red. Let's get blue. But man, like I said, the special editions. This is where it's at. I love 3DS XL special editions. So, you know, some of these aren't necessarily my favorite. I'm looking at you, you little bastard. The retro NES 3DS XL. I mean, it's just kind of dumb. I think it's just like, I would have preferred if this console design was on the front instead of just a damn JPEG of an NES controller. I mean, I look back at the NES edition of like the Game Boy Advance SP and that thing looks incredible. This thing is just kind of stupid, but I do kind of like it. This launched alongside Ultimate NES Remix, and the Yoshi edition one, I actually picked this up at a used game store, you know, complete in box, and I just kind of felt like, damn, I need to get this. For the sole reason, and you know, alright, I've told this story before, but you know, you know me. Do I look like I'm gonna stop myself from telling the same story for the 11th time? Back in 2013, I dicked around and I wanted to make like a mock-up of a 3DS XL box, like special edition for Yoshi's New Island, and I posted that on like vgboxart.com, and that fan art got used for like listings of this 3DS XL, which was kind of funny. So just for my oddball 15 minutes of fame back in the day, I wanted to I wanted to pick this up as just a memento of that whole moment. I always kind of find that the 3DS XL special editions, they do these in weird ways where like, yeah, this is only gonna line up if the 3DS is closed, but then when you're actually holding the 3DS, you know, Yoshi's gonna be upside down. So it's just kind of strange. I'm kind of like, you know, I mean, whatever. I mean, it's still a nice little design, but yeah, I mean, I prefer this one right here because this works in any orientation. It's of course based on A Link Between Worlds, and I already talked about this one. Oh God, it's so freaky cool. I love this one. It's so gold, it's literally blinding. So that is the 3DS XL. Not a ton about this one, but I just have a lot of memories about it, considering like this is kind of the 3DS from my favorite era of that handheld's lifespan. It's very much a 3DS, but bigger. But they decided to change a few things that were never the greatest about the original 3DS. Very minor things, but it all made for a far better experience. And even though the new 3DS and new 3DS XL are definitely the definitive 3DSs, honestly, the 3DS XL, the original one, may be the one that I just look back at with the most fondness. And partially it's because of irony. Like, what the f am I looking at? I have good news. Everything's gonna be okay. Wii games on the Nintendo 3DS. This is an interesting topic because it happened more than once, twice, less than 10, I think. It wasn't a frequent thing, but it was frequent enough to kind of make you think, like, oh my God, I can play Wii games on this pile of shit. It was very interesting because generally, like when you look at the evolution of Nintendo handhelds and compare it to their home consoles, I mean, you could usually make some comparisons. So something like a Game Boy Advance, that's most similar to a Super Nintendo. And then you move up a generation to the Nintendo DS. Well, what's a generation above the Super Nintendo? The N64. And you saw a couple N64 games on the DS. So it's fair to say, like, okay, well then that's like a N64 on the go. Then we move over to the GameCube and the Nintendo 3DS. And I think like it's fair to say like the GameCube was probably the closest comparison to the 3DS. Now, of course, all of these are completely different pieces of hardware. The Game Boy Advance, as much as that was a Super Nintendo on the go, like it still couldn't do a lot of the things a Super Nintendo could do, but the Super Nintendo also couldn't do a lot of the things the Game Boy Advance could. It was always incredibly interesting to me how Nintendo decided to do their hardware like that, where they could have very easily, well, not very easily, but they could have made sure like, hey, this is gonna be one-to-one with like this home console or that home console or whatever. But it just shows to me how much they prioritize making each system kind of their own thing. And they would port games to them just kind of because like it made sense. You look at Sony with the PS Vita, oh, this is a PS3 to go, so we gotta put a lot of PS3 games on it. But it wasn't as powerful as a PS3, so, you know, a couple of these games just didn't work out the greatest on that handheld. There's the 3DS, they focused primarily on Nintendo 64 games on this handheld for a bit there, with stuff like Ocarina of Time, Star Fox 64 3D. And what I think is actually really interesting is that the 3DS can technically play like every era of Nintendo. So NES games, SNES games, Game Boy Color, those are all on the Virtual Console on the 3DS, or new 3DS with Super Nintendo. Game Boy Advance is playable on 3DS via like that silly ass little ass ambassador program they had. Nintendo DS, you can just flat out play the cartridges on here. N64, we have remakes, like I said. Then GameCube, barely anything. However, you know, we did get early on in the system's life Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell 3D, which was a remake of a GameCube game. And then we also finally got Luigi's Mansion like super late into the system's life, but it did happen, so we did get GameCube games on here in some form. And then we got a bunch of games, which we'll talk about in a bit. And then after that, we got Wii U games with stuff like Mario Maker, Yoshi's Woolly World. But then beyond that, we got Nintendo Switch games with stuff like Sushi Striker and Fire Emblem Warriors. This thing was truly a jack of all trades. Master of none, though, because how could you call anything that plays this a master? Well, let's start things up with Pilotwings Resort. So, some of the games I'm going to talk about here are technicalities I just kind of want to talk about because it's like, well, this is kind of like a Wii game on the 3DS. At least that's how I viewed it when I was younger. Mainly because when you look at half of the logo here, it is based on Wii Sports Resort, or at least Woohoo Island from Wii Sports Resort. And more specifically, the Island Flyover minigame in Wii Sports Resort. It's pretty much expanded in here as like a full-blown game, in quotes, because it's a bit much to consider this a full-blown game. I was really down for this when it came out. This was a launch title for the 3DS, and not only was it really cool to see like this full-blown like Woohoo Island that looked just right on par with Wii Sports Resort on the go. That was awesome, and it took like the best part of Wii Sports Resort, Island Flyover. Like that was the best part, but it's the best mini game in a collection of like 12 mini games. So when you put it on its own, the amount of content they added here just doesn't add up. It still feels like a mini game at the end of the day. Maybe a bit more than that, I'll give it that, but yeah, there's just not enough to really make this game feel like its own thing. It just feels like an excuse to put the Island Flyover game on the 3DS as its own thing and consider it a Pilotwings game. But at the very least, I found this to be a really awesome adaptation of one of my favorite experiences on Wii back then. It does what you want it to do. I will give it that. It is Island Flyover on the 3DS. Good for it. But see, we might want to talk a little more about something like a Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D instead, if you want more of a full-blown experience. I always hated this dumbass logo. Looks like something you'd find on sale on like Big Lots or something, I don't know. This was a shocker when it was revealed to me. This got revealed in like the Valentine's Day 2013 Nintendo Direct, where they mainly focused on the year of Luigi, and what better way to experience the year of Luigi than to play this game featuring 2 whole monkeys. Donkey Kong Country Returns is like one of the best Wii games. It's genuinely phenomenal. And I'm just gonna use this as an excuse to talk about Donkey Kong Country games because my lord, I love Donkey Kong Country Returns and Tropical Freeze, and the games on the Super Nintendo are pretty good too, but I feel like these ones are better. Like they're like these amazing evolutions of what Rare started on the Super Nintendo. But I usually notice like these definitely are harder for a lot of people to get into than obviously something like Mario, because it's Mario. But don't get it twisted. Play the Wii version or the 3DS one and just give it a try. Just give it a chance and don't think of goddamn Mario for like 20 seconds. Try it. You see a bunch of people consider these games to be balls hard, some of the hardest video games of all time. I would disagree. I think you need to learn Donkey Kong Country. Learn like, okay, what's the general vibe of these level designs? How do these characters feel? And then boom, you're golden. Because I'm able to get through the modern 2D Donkey Kong Country games pretty easily these days. I can definitely tell they're challenging. However, you gotta play them as they're Donkey Kong Country games, not new Super Mario Brothers titles. But the first way I originally played Donkey Kong Country Returns was on the 3DS. You know, in actuality, I think I bought this game on the Wii first. This was when I was first starting to get into game collecting and going to like retro game stores in my area. And I remember going to the one I would always go to. And, you know, every now and then they'd have some pretty rockin' stuff. Listen, let me tell you, Ohio, pretty good when it comes to game stores. We got some good ones around here. Me and my friend Jeff will every now and then kind of go on little Ohio excursions and just kind of be like, you know what? We're just gonna take a road trip today, drive down to like, I don't know, like Cincinnati, and just stop on game stores on the way, check out some record shops, whatever. And we got like a lot of them, whereas I see a lot of other people say how they just don't have a ton of game stores. Well, I do, and the one that I always went to during my teen years, you know, had pretty much all of the major Wii games you would ever ask for on sale at once. I believe the big three were Super Mario Galaxy 2, Zelda Twilight Princess, and Donkey Kong Country Returns. And interestingly enough, Twilight Princess not only had the Wii manual in there, but the GameCube one as well. So that was badass. Like, I feel like I could kick anybody's ass after that day. That was pretty awesome. But the game I mainly played after that was Mario Galaxy 2. I might have tried Donkey Kong Country Returns, but I definitely kind of waited until the 3DS game to just kind of sink my teeth into it. And this was just the game that I plowed through on my 3DS for like a month, just kind of chipping away at it. But then later down the line, I played through the game in its entirety on the Wii. And this is a phenomenal version of the game. Like, this is so uncompromised while also being slightly compromised, but still, like, at the end of the day, I feel like the pros and cons of each version make them both completely valid ways to play DKC Returns. The big downside of the 3DS one is that it doesn't look as nice, it doesn't run as nice. It runs at 30 frames per second compared to the Wii version running at 60. So the Wii version is just a smoother, nicer experience, but how nice can it be when I'm having a goddamn aneurysm? Yeah, there's mandatory motion controls in this game, and they stink. They're totally fine. Whatever, like, they don't ruin the experience, and you get used to them like that, you know? Like, it's not a big deal. You have to shake the Wii remote to make Donkey Kong roll or slam on the ground. Like, it works. It's just stupid. And for a game like this that is so focused on precision platforming, it's just the dumb. I hate it. It's so dumb. And like, the Wii remote has more than enough buttons for it. You don't need to shake it. I would have loved this game to have classic controller support or GameCube controller support, but it feels like Nintendo never wanted to do that for any game that wasn't like a big multiplayer game or a game that didn't really feel like a big Nintendo first-party game. The Kirby games, don't use it. Mario games, don't use it. But Mario Kart and Smash Brothers do. Xenoblade, because Xenoblade was just like, didn't feel like any of Nintendo's other Wii games, so yeah, sure, why not? That can support the classic controller, but not this one, not the one that needs it. Well, thankfully, on the 3DS, Returns 3D obviously doesn't have any motion control. Your slam attack, your roll, all replaced with a simple button press. It's glorious. They also have a 3D effect, which it works really well for this game because so many levels you go into the background and back into the foreground. It feels tailor-made for the effect. It's not necessary whatsoever, but it's definitely a really cool thing that it's on the 3DS because of that fact. We also have a new mode, which was definitely a big feature advertised in this game. Mainly because like it was a huge talking point how difficult Country Returns was. So here there is a new mode that gives you like an extra health point. You can buy some extra items in Cranky Kong's shop to make the game easier. You know, I'm all for that. I think a lot of games like this should have difficulty modes like that, like offered right from the get-go, which makes it really strange to me that Tropical Freeze didn't have that from the get-go. You had to wait until the Switch port, which is why I said, like, it's kind of a tradition with these games. You had to wait till the Switch port for a far more easier way to play the game. But in addition to all that, this version also has just a flat-out brand new world with multiple new levels in it. Yeah, I would say overall, this is the one to get. The Wii version looks and feels a lot better, but the controls, I feel, are far more questionable on this one. They aren't bad by any means, but the 3DS one, you know, it's 30 frames per second, but like, that's fine. Obviously, I would prefer it to be 60, but 30 FPS is more than fine for this game, especially the fact that it's a Wii game on the 3DS. And that excuse can only get us so far. Rayman Origins, what a lovely game this was. Originally launched on the Wii, 360, PS3, all that in the holiday season of 2011. And yeah, it was great to have Rayman back as the starring character, because this was the generation where the Rabbids fully took over. I mean, Rayman Raving Rabbids was originally supposed to be Rayman 4, and then that got totally thrown on its head. And ever since then, like, yeah, Rayman was kind of tossed to the side until this game right here, Rayman Origins, brought the series back to 2D platforming, which was only really a part of the first Rayman. I think Rayman was definitely way more well known for his 3D era, starting with Rayman 2. But no, they took Rayman and put him in a completely new 2D game with an amazing art style, phenomenal level design, great control. Playing this game, the levels make you feel like you just kind of want to just hold down that run button and just cruise right through it. And the way Rayman controls, you know, it's a lot more floaty than a new Super Mario Brothers game, but the way it all works makes it so then when you go through these levels, you feel like a goddamn ballerina. Like the way Rayman wall jumps and then glides and kicks in the air, it just all flows in such a unique way. You know, I would say something like a new Super Mario Brothers game, I always preferred how those controlled, but there's something so cool about the modern 2D Rayman games, you know? And that's all on 3DS. For better or for worse, this version got delayed into infinity. I remember, like, it just, like, news articles just kept coming out about, like, nobody knew what was going on with the 3DS version of Rayman Origins. I believe it was announced before, like, all the other versions came out. And then the PS Vita launched, and the game came out as the launch title for that system in early 2012. 3DS version still nowhere to be found. In fact, I think this coming out after the Vita version made this one a hell of a lot worse, because the Vita, you know, it's a very competent handheld. You were able to see all the characters on screen in such clarity. It was so beautiful. And then you go over to the 3DS, and I don't know what the hell I'm even looking at here. This version of the game is a way to play Rayman Origins if you only have a 3DS, and that's about it. It is just a blurry mess on this screen because it's basically a straight port of the game on, you know, Wii, 360, PS3, and the Wii version was already a bit too blurry because, you know, this game was made for HD consoles with its gorgeous 2D art, and because of that, it zooms out pretty far, so characters are very tiny on screen. Doesn't work on a handheld with the screen the size of a small mouse. Mice are already small, man. It plays fine. You don't have multiplayer anymore, which, you know, that's unfortunate, but, you know, were you really expecting that here? You know, the 3DS was finally at the point where you could get, like, the same game as what was releasing on 360, PS3, Wii, all of that. When a game like this, you know, let's say Rayman Origins came out on those platforms, and then this version released for the DS, yeah, you would expect a different kind of game, you know, like it might have had the same level designs or whatever, but they would have kind of rebuilt the game to work on the DS. The 3DS got up to that power level where it just made more sense to port it, but at the same time, it doesn't make that much sense because the game just doesn't work as well this way. That just kind of shows like handheld systems growing in power is kind of a double-edged sword, you know, you grow in power, that's great. But when it comes to multi-plats like this, you know, you're gonna go for the lazy port instead of crafting a brand new version of the game, you know? But, you know, it's whatever. It's still a good game, you know? This is still a great game on 3DS. It's just the worst way to play a great game, and it genuinely has, like, no point at this point. Like, there's no reason to play it on here at this point. God, I'm being an asshole, aren't I? Yeah, does this even count? Yeah, this is definitely just a case of like, yeah, they share the same title and they're kind of labeled as multi-platform games, but they're not the same, but even though they have like a lot of the same vibes. Yeah, Mario and Sonic at the London 2012 Olympic Games. This actually released a couple months later after this game. The Mario and Sonic release schedule is all sorts of so the original one, the Wii version, released first, and then the DS one came out a couple months later. Olympic Winter Games launched day and date on Wii and DS. Then this one, the 3DS one, came out a couple months after the Wii one. Then Winter Sochi 2014 on Wii U. That's it, just on Wii U, no 3DS version at all. And then Rio 2016, the 3DS version launched first, and then the Wii U version came out after. I don't understand the pattern here. And yeah, I gotta be honest, most of the Mario and Sonic games definitely blend in for me. This is not the same game as that. It's more of a 3DS adaptation of the general aura of this game, but they both kind of accomplish the same thing outside of Mario and Sonic just doesn't work as well on a 3DS or a handheld for that matter. The handheld games, like, have consistently been fine, much like how the Wii games have consistently been fine until they got dog-ass bad on Wii U. But this is pretty much a classic case of multi-platform game where the 3DS version is pretty much entirely different from the Wii one. But it's mostly in the form of, like, yeah, you're playing in different ways. But when I say they're completely different games, they're not completely different. They're just kind of like different timeline versions of Mario and Sonic at London 2012. Like you can see right here, over 50 exhilarating events, only 30. But this one does a dumbass thing where, like, okay, you have all these playable characters, but not all of them are playable in every event. Like, characters are in groups of 4 in terms of, like, which events they're in. Like Mario and Sonic and Luigi and Tails, well, they're all playable in these events. But then Peach and Amy and Daisy and Blaze, well, they're all playable in these events. It's very strange. I think maybe the reasoning for that is just so then they didn't have to create, like, animations for every single character for every single event. So, like, maybe that's the case because they did that multiple times. They did that in the Rio game as well on 3DS. So, I don't know. But either way, yep, check that one off the list. But don't put that list away because we're about to just rip into this one right here. Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn. What a dumbass title. So this was the last game Nintendo ever published on the 3DS, and there was some funny little build up to this one. I remember this was thought of to be a new 3DS exclusive for a bit there, like Nintendo's website labeled it as such, which was silly. And it was announced at a time where, like, 3DS tolerance was at an all-time low. This was like in fall of 2018. This was like the big September 2018 direct. This was when, like, Luigi's Mansion 3 was unveiled and Smash Brothers was still building up. Some exciting stuff, but as a Nintendo Switch owner, 2018 kind of felt like the lower end year. After the craziness of 2017, we got Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, and such incredible announcements like Metroid Prime 4 was coming out, and then moving into 2018, where we start off the year with Super Smash Bros. Ultimate being announced. Outside of that, though, it was a lot of Wii U ports and a lot of half-baked titles, stuff like Mario Tennis Aces. At the time when that released, it was like, woo-wee, stink-y. And then Super Mario Party, that just didn't have enough content at all, and the game board designs were really lame. They were both steps in the right directions. Mario Tennis Aces had good gameplay. Super Mario Party had a great format to it, and also, looked amazing, sounded great, but, Kirby Star Allies, anyone? And outside of that, like, it just kind of felt like Nintendo was repeating 2014 on the Wii U. Bayonetta 2 launched earlier that year, which was a 2014 Wii U game. And then we got Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, which was a 2014 Wii U game. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, again. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, once again, 2014. And then Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, which was heavily based on Smash Bros. Wii U. Obviously, it was a new game, but it was still built off of Smash Wii U, which was also a 2014 game. So, pretty interesting year overall. So for just some variety, for God's sake, I would have taken a port of 2010's Kirby's Epic Yarn. Nah, it came to the 3DS. It's not a horrible idea though. Kirby's Epic Yarn is a gorgeous game with its, felt and yarn aesthetic. However, it's not really like pushing graphical boundaries from a technical perspective, more so from like an art design perspective. So it seems like it would have been a fairly simple job taking this game and just putting it on 3DS. So that's what they did at a time where 3DS support was pretty much simply very low effort stuff. Remakes, ports, re-releases, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's pretty smart, that's the same thing we experienced with the Nintendo Switch in 2023 and 2024 as that system was winding down, which, yeah, like a lot of your system's library is old stuff, but at the same time, it's either that or absolutely nothing, which is what the Wii got and basically what the Wii U got. The last years in those systems' lives were fucking miserable. So yeah, to kind of maintain momentum, get some fan service out there, you know, give the fans some games that they really like, that'll be like some solid content on store shelves, all of that. Made sense what they did with the 3DS. Of course, that also meant Kirby got a ton of junk on this handheld in like the last few years of its life. You know, we had Planet Robobot a year before the Switch released in 2016, then Battle Royale in 2018, and then this one a year later in 2019. And here's the thing. This is still Kirby's Epic Yarn. It's good, you know, but this is not a great way to play the game. It's still all there, and you can definitely enjoy it this way. But it's definitely a pretty like messy port when it comes to like game design and all of that. Like, it's not a messy port in terms of functioning. It functions great. But Nintendo has a very specific quota they like to meet with a lot of these re-releases. They like to focus on like, oh, look what's new. You know, they always have to introduce like a new character or a new mode or whatever. And I'm just kind of like, listen, like I appreciate it, but at the same time, like, man, you ruin some of these re-releases that way, especially here. Devilish mode and Ravel abilities. So Ravel abilities are pretty much like adding copy abilities to Kirby's Epic Yarn, which, you know, those weren't really here. Kirby still transformed, which I think is something Nintendo was trying to push when Epic Yarn was introduced. You know, like he wasn't sucking enemies in. And, you know, at the end of the day, Kirby's Epic Yarn wasn't originally meant to be a Kirby game. It was supposed to be an original IP, but then they kind of put Kirby in it. And I think it still feels like a Kirby enough game. But yeah, that doesn't super have what makes Kirby Kirby to many. But, you know, he's still transformed into a saucer and a dolphin. And when he dashed, he turns into a car. You know, well, Kirby's still Kirby at the end of the day. Like, yeah, keep telling yourself that. Ravel abilities pretty much brings more traditional transformations, I guess, into Epic Yarn, which is cool, but it's like the game wasn't designed around them, so it's just like, it doesn't matter. It's like if in Mario 1, you re-release Super Mario Brothers, the original, but then you advertise, oh my god, the cape from Super Mario World is in this game. And it's just like, oh my god, that's awesome, I love the cape. But then, you know, you use the cape in Mario 1, and like none of the levels are designed around this thing, and it just breaks the game pretty much. You can just fly through the entire level, and at the same time, there's nothing like above the general level design that you're gonna see with the cape by flying. So it's just like, what's the point of this? Cool, this is here, that's kind of fun. But it's just, it's not designed around that. And that's what the Ravel abilities feel like in Epic Yarn. But we have Devilish mode. It's annoying. It's a half-assed attempt at a difficult mode in Kirby's Epic Yarn. But it's pretty much just that this fucking devil comes in and just annoys you. It just annoys you. That's all he does. And I'm like, just add a life system or something. Why couldn't you do that? You know, there's some new mini games, which is kind of cool. You know, Kirby's Epic Yarn didn't originally have mini games, and you know, that's another kind of staple of the Kirby franchise to have the sub games. So, you know, that's cool that those are there, and especially that they're starring King Dedede and Meta Knight. But you know, like I said, you know, going off of the Ravel abilities, the fact that the game wasn't really designed around that, and how this port just doesn't really work as well from a game design perspective. One of the most baffling things about this game is how they ported over the sections of the game where you had to point the Wii remote at the screen and draw like a track for Kirby as a train to go on. You would think the best way to do that on 3DS is to just use the touchscreen to draw that. No, you use a cursor with the circle pad. Why? I assume it's because like they didn't care. You know, I assume touchscreen support would have been harder to incorporate into the game. So it's just like they just did a thing where you move a cursor around with the circle pad. Why? It's just dumb. I mean, like, this is a fine version of the game. You're getting the Kirby's Epic Yarn experience, and it's a great game. You know, Epic Yarn is a very cozy, comfortable experience. I do like it. However, it is not the best version of the game, and I would just recommend the original Wii one. Oh, and they also gutted the two-player co-op from the Wii version. That's no longer here. Do you know somebody that want to play this with you? I'd say it all comes down to the most impressive Wii to 3DS port here, and that's Xenoblade Chronicles 3D on the new 3DS. What a technical marvel. If you've ever seen Xenoblade Chronicles, like, this is probably the most, like, graphically intensive Wii game out there, or at least like scope wise, it's the most graphically intensive. It's this giant open world RPG, and you're just gonna take that and put it on the 3DS. At the very least, new 3DS. So they couldn't do this on the regular one, but the new 3DS is like, come on, like, seriously? You were able to make this work, but like, why didn't you do other Wii games at that point? You know what's really weird is the fact that this port was developed by Monster Games, and you might know them as the developer of Excitebots. But also, they were the ones that ported Donkey Kong Country Returns to the 3DS. So pretty strange that they ended up becoming the Wii to 3DS port studio, at least for 2 games here. And the fact they went from Donkey Kong Country Returns, which, you know, I didn't really look at that and go like, how could they have possibly made that work on 3DS? I'm looking at this and going, how could they have possibly made this work on 3DS? Xenoblade 3D did a fair amount of things here. One, it made Xenoblade 1 far more accessible / relevant, I guess. I mean, the original Wii version just kind of, I mean, it had a pretty low print run overall, exclusive to GameStop here in North America. I mean, people had to fight to get this game over here in the States. It was low print run. GameStop kind of controlled it there. And by the time 3D came out, used copies were going for like 80, 90 bucks. So, re-releasing it on a handheld for like 40 bucks. You know, now it's a new release, it's available everywhere, and you have advertisements going out for it. People would rather play a new release rather than an old-ass game, even if the new release is of an old-ass game. So, that kind of helps Xenoblade out that way. But in addition, it showed what the new 3DS could do. It gave the new 3DS not only an exclusive game incentive to get the new version of the handheld, but it also showed, hey, we can get like the biggest Wii game imaginable running on this thing. And it works. I would not say this should be your default way of experiencing Xenoblade Chronicles. It runs fine, it works great, all of that, but it's like, at this point, obviously, we have Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition on Nintendo Switch. That is truly the definitive edition of the game. It's actually running in a state where it feels like it has some leg room, It doesn't feel like it's constantly about to blow up on the system you're running it on. And that's the thing. The original Wii version, as good as this game was, the game looked just fucking ugly. Not art design wise, but graphically. It's just like all the faces were just so blurry and just like, it just didn't belong on the original Wii. And you take that and you make it worse. You already take the game that deserved a remake, but an HD remake, and you give it a 3DS downgrade. Very impressive this runs. Very cool, and it works great on the 3DS. But when I say works great on the 3DS, I wouldn't say it works great on the whole. It's something where this is an amazing novelty at this point. Back in 2015, when this originally released, it was incredible. It was something that was like, wow, a better way to play Xenoblade for, a more affordable price, on the go. All of that was super cool. Don't play this. And yeah, those are kind of all the Wii games on 3DS of note. There's a fair amount of other ones. There is Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, which released on 3DS and Wii U, which is an updated version of Monster Hunter Tri on Wii. You also had the Bit Trip games. Bit Trip Saga released on 3DS. And then you have some funky ones where you could kind of consider it that. Mario Party the Top 100, WarioWare Gold, and Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix were kind of this interesting thing Nintendo was doing for a bit there, near the end of the 3DS life, where they were creating new games, but these new games would incorporate old, like, mini games or old levels, whatever, from past entries, including some new ones, aside from Mario Party the Top 100. I just want to mention Mario Party the Top 100, that game. But like WarioWare Gold was like a new game with reused like innards, I guess, where like all the micro games, most of the micro games were from previous WarioWares. Same goes with Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix. Most of the rhythm games in that were taken from previous games with some new ones thrown in there. And of course, many of the games were from the Wii entries in these series. And then of course, we also have like some more indie games. I already mentioned Bit Trip, but of course there was Cave Story, there was Retro City Rampage. There was a fair amount of stuff from the Wii you could play on 3DS. Not a ton, but enough to be like a kind of a cool subset of 3DS releases here. But for the most part, many of these games kind of felt like they were just done because they could do it rather than it was like, oh yeah, this is like the perfect idea. But I will never say it's not interesting. And whenever I'd see a Wii game come to 3DS, at least in those early years, with stuff like Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, it was exciting. It was really cool to see these games that were only home console games up until that point playable on the 3DS, which I still find more like impressive than like if like a home console game is playable on like the Nintendo Switch or something. Like 3DS games have their own funk to them. They look like 3DS games. They have that chunkiness, that resolution, all of that is just like, oh yeah, that's a 3DS game. Switch doesn't have that. So when you're actually playing like something like BioShock Infinite or the Batman Arkham games or whatever on the Switch for the first time, it's definitely cool. It's definitely like, wow, I'm finally playing this home console game on the go. That's a great experience. But the 3DS gave you like that experience, but with a little 3DS twist. It felt like a lot more than just a flat port. It felt like a port, but with some character to it. Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn on the 3DS doesn't look entirely like Kirby's Epic Yarn, and that's interesting, man. So because of that, I have a request, Nintendo. May your next system have dog shit specs, because I would love to play the original Luigi's Mansion and have it look like just weird as f***. Okay. Boy, do I have a story for everybody, and it involves this little tumor. This thing really brings me back to the launch year of the Nintendo 3DS, just kind of keeping up with what the hell was going on with this whole thing, because it was definitely kind of a weird time. Nintendo just announced the Wii U, and the 3DS just released in March of 2011. And yeah, it was a bit of a... I think Nintendo was kind of expecting the hype of both the launch of their new handheld and the announcement of their next new system to kind of carry them throughout the year. But yeah, there wasn't anything to do. The 3DS launched with a pretty average selection of games. There was definitely games to play, but most of those games were pretty, like, one and dones. You just play it for a little bit and then you're like, yep, that's Rayman 3D. I think Nintendo was expecting Nintendogs plus Cats to be the big system seller. The problem is it was just Nintendogs with Cats. Nintendogs worked really well the first time, but Nintendogs plus Cats, well, it was a better version of Nintendogs. That's all it really was. It was Nintendogs with better graphics, and that can only get you so far. So far meaning a couple months until you have to slash the price of your system. And around this time, people were talking about how the 3DS was just not cutting it in terms of controls, because Sony announced their next generation portable, which is exactly what it was called. The next generation portable, it was codenamed when it was originally announced in January or February, early 2011. NGP, it was called. People were just like, just call it the damn PSP2. And Sony was like, no, we'll call it this. PlayStation Vita. I still don't really think that was the greatest name for this, mainly because nobody knew what the hell this was. But everybody was ecstatic over it. Namely because, hey, 2 thumbsticks. Pretty dumb reason to get excited over a portable, but hey, that was like one of the biggest problems with the original PSP. Yes, it did have an analog stick, but when you wanted to do console quality games on a handheld like that, you kind of needed 2. So the Vita was announced having 2 analog sticks and pretty much having like PS3 quality looking games. Of course, now when we look at the games, we're like, all right, that's getting to PS3 quality, but it's not necessarily there. However, back in 2011, we didn't really see that. We were like, oh my god, that's Uncharted! So yeah, when Nintendo announced the 3DS and it launched in 2011, and as the PS Vita was getting all of its stuff announced, and it was launching at a price of $249, which was the exact same price as the 3DS, and the 3DS was definitely less powerful and only had 1 analog stick. People were going like,
there's a design flaw with this system. And yeah, you know, like the circle pad is great for portable play. I still think this is like a fantastic solution for an analog stick on a portable system like this. But I think everybody kind of looked at the system and said, there's a lot of space down here. It makes sense to put a second analog stick. And the 3DS was getting more and more console quality like games. You know, you got Ocarina of Time 3D a couple months after launch in June of 2011. And some of the big titles announced were Resident Evil games, an Assassin's Creed game, Kingdom Hearts, Metal Gear Solid 3. You know, games that would really benefit from a second analog stick for camera control. So that was a big talking point online, with a lot of gaming journalists talking about problems with the 3DS, or maybe even some developers. I can't recall any off the top of my head, but I'm sure developers kind of looked at the lack of a second analog stick and said, well, that's pretty damn dumb. So I remember this getting like randomly announced like in the middle of the night, because this accessory was announced like via a magazine article in Japan. And you know, it just boom, just happened in the middle of the night. There it was. Finally, everybody's prayers were answered. The 3DS is getting a second analog stick. You, Nintendo! Yeah, everybody pretty much almost instantly made fun of this thing. A lot of people were talking about, oh man, a Nintendo 3DS Lite. Like, the DS had the Nintendo DS Lite, which pretty much solved all the original DS's problems in terms of its ugliness. That system was fat and gross looking. The DS Lite was sleek, it was compact, it just looked good. And the 3DS definitely had kind of those growing pains in terms of its design. You know, you have the layer cake ass looking system here. It has like a glittery coat, which, you know, kind of looks cool, but it's also a little strange. I don't know. And then, you know, the buttons are, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the buttons on the original 3DS, though I will say this is probably the most quality feeling 3DS of the whole like line of systems they released of this, you know, handheld family tree. It just feels very premium, even if it can look a little tacky. The start, home, and select buttons make me feel like I'm squishing a bug under tissue paper. People were saying like, oh man, a Nintendo 3DS Lite should be totally redesigned and have a second analog stick. But the problem with that is like you instantly just kind of put a big old split in your user base where, oh man, some of your users have an analog stick, some of your users don't. And it's just something where it's like, that doesn't really solve the issue at hand here. Just giving like a redesign of the 3DS and analog stick doesn't really solve the problem, because most developers aren't going to be incentivized to design games around that analog stick. They're always going to have to design games around not having the analog stick just in case. And realistically, how many games are truly going to utilize a second analog stick on the 3DS? It was only kind of like a couple games that were announced that were like truly like, oh yeah, you're gonna need camera control for this. Most of the games that released on the 3DS were 2D platformers, so in the end it didn't even matter. People just look at games like, oh, Metal Gear Solid 3D is coming to the 3DS. That's gonna be huge! And it's like, no, it never was going to be. Metal Gear is a big series, but it's like a remake of the third game on a Nintendo handheld. Like, is that really warranting redesigning a handheld and also splitting your entire user base in half? No. So this was the only solution that really made sense. An add-on for this system that gave it a second stick, and also more shoulder buttons and whatnot. And people, you know, like Nintendo pretty much gave everybody exactly what they were asking for, a solution to give the 3DS a second stick. And then people were saying like, well, this is just impractical. I'm not gonna walk around the public with this thing. Yeah, like you were okay walking around in public with this thing. Well, now playing this is embarrassing. It's pretty much a soap dish that the 3DS sits in with the second analog stick and the triggers. It is an interesting design. It's obviously not a practical looking design, but it gets the job done. But strangely enough, it does require power. As you can see, there's a screwdriver there, and you can get at it with a coin. And yeah, opening it up, we can see it takes one AAA battery. Yeah, and this one battery alone literally lasts 480 hours. Makes you wonder why it even needs a battery to begin with that kind of battery life. I think a lot of people were kind of questioning like, oh, why doesn't it just draw power from the 3DS? Well, it's because this uses IR. You know, it communicates with the IR sensor at the top of the 3DS, and there it is, so that way, you know, it can read the signal. And that makes it incredibly easy to just bam, put it in and play, and then bam, take it out, because, you know, this accessory does make it impossible to use other accessories with the 3DS, like the charging cradle or something like that. So yeah, we just pop this in right there. Pop that open, and yeah, I have Resident Evil Revelations pulled up here, one of the CirclePad Pro compatible games, and it's a little hard to see because the game itself is so dark, but as you know, you'll probably be able to tell, the CirclePad Pro does work. If I go into the menus, it doesn't work across there. In fact, it doesn't even register when I hit the R button here to activate the camera. If I hit the R button on the actual system itself, you can maybe see it's saying, oh yeah, press L to activate the camera as well, because on here you have the R button right here as a part of the CirclePad Pro, then the L button is just on the 3DS itself. The R button on the actual 3DS is still exposed, so you can still use the R button, but this is for, you know, convenience sake, you know, for the CirclePad Pro users. So the 3DS itself isn't really designed to take advantage of the CirclePad Pro. The CirclePad Pro is kind of here as just like, if you really need it. But it does actually feel pretty nice in the hands, you know. Over time, when you play the 3DS, you start to notice like how uncomfortable it is to play the system. I was trying to play Metroid Samus Returns on this, and after playing Metroid Dread on the Nintendo Switch, you know, having access to all the shoulder buttons and all the face buttons all at once, and you have to kind of just always hold the system like this, and, you know, have your fingers available to every button known to man, it kind of gets a little crampy, especially compared to using just a regular controller like on the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. This doesn't feel great because the back is completely flat and you have to kind of hold your fingers up here like this to grab the shoulder buttons. But with the CirclePad Pro, you have some curves. It feels nice. I always found it to be a little strange how, you know, the second analog stick is directly to the right of the face buttons. You know, that's pretty interesting, but, you know, it does work. And having these extra triggers here is very nice. You know, it does feel much better than the standard 3DS. It does feel a little strange because the consistency of this CirclePad compared to the consistency of the CirclePad on the system itself is different. So it's kind of like, you know, you're using two different analog sticks. You know, they're both CirclePads at the end of the day, but, you know, the plastic and, you know, material used on the CirclePad Pro is different from, you know, the material used on the actual 3DS. So, you know, it can be a little off-putting, but the CirclePad Pro does its job. It puts the 3DS right next to the PS Vita and says, I can do that too. I just need some help. The thing is, in terms of how this was released and how many games supported it, I'm pretty sure Nintendo just released this as a way to shut people up. And here you go, use your second analog stick, now get the hell out of here. The CirclePad Pro was only made available in North America at GameStop. And a lot of people were very much questioning that decision. They were kind of going, it's just like, oh, you can't just do that, then nobody's gonna support the thing. I don't really think anybody was supporting the thing regardless. It was only like 20 bucks, but the only reason you'd buy it is if you have a game that you want to use it with. And there's only a select amount of games that worked with it, so why make it available widespread? You know, the only reason why you're gonna buy it is if you know directly, like it's just like, oh, I am a hardcore gamer that wants a second analog stick for this game, so I am gonna go to GameStop to buy this. Nobody's gonna walk in Walmart and go, oh, gee, that looks pretty neat, I'm gonna buy that. Because then they're gonna realize, like, wow, there's barely any games that support this thing, so, you know, it makes sense in hindsight. But at the time, I think many people were expecting this to be the savior of the 3DS, blah, 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 because at the time, for some reason, I think people were thinking like, oh man, hardcore gaming on handhelds, that's what's up. It was pretty much an exact repeat of the PSP versus the Nintendo DS. Everybody looked at the PSP and said, oh, well, that's gonna win. But then the DS won because it had better handheld games. And then when the 3DS went against the PS Vita, people were saying, oh, the PS Vita's gonna win, look at all the stuff it has. And, yep. I think this thing was mainly made for Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter was huge in Japan, and Nintendo secured Monster Hunter as basically exclusive to Nintendo systems at that moment. And yeah, for a game as big as that, well, it can work without a second analog stick. You know, it has a lot of core fans that would really benefit from one. And yeah, many of the only games that support the thing were Monster Hunter releases, so that makes sense. But, you know, we did get a couple other releases here. Resident Evil Revelations is one that definitely comes to mind. This is a game that, you know, it's cool to use the Circle Pad Pro with, but it's definitely not that necessary. It's something where, like, a game like Resident Evil 4, you know, that game was kind of designed with one analog stick in mind. Most of the Resident Evil games, you know, you just kind of, you know, use the analog stick just to control, you know, all your movement, because it is still kind of tank controls. So while the second analog stick is definitely beneficial in Revelations, it's not super necessary. Metal Gear Solid 3D is pretty much damn near required, because this is literally like a PS2 game on the 3DS. Yeah. Kingdom Hearts 3D also supported it, but the one game that really needed it did in fact support it. Kid Icarus Uprising. This is a game that's plagued by its control scheme, which, you know, makes sense. I'm not gonna be like, oh, what the hell is this control scheme? You pretty much hold your 3DS and, you know, you hold it like this and you use your stylus to aim around with the touchscreen. And yeah, it works. It just is very tiring. With how intense a game like this is, yeah, this is definitely, you know, this is definitely a game that you wish you just had two analog sticks. One to move and one to aim with. And Kid Icarus Uprising supports the Circle Pad Pro. Look at that, it brings a tear to my eye, literally. Yes, it supports the Circle Pad Pro, but pretty much only for left-handed users. So that way, you know, hold the 3DS like this, and then use your left hand to aim. That's what the Circle Pad Pro does in this game, and nothing else. I understand mainly because the game was designed around, you know, the touchscreen control scheme. So, you know, like, absolutely reworking that late in development, it just wasn't gonna fly. They instead bundled the game with an entire 3DS stand, just to make it more comfortable, you know, rather than going back in and kind of working in Circle Pad Pro support. But I don't really think Nintendo wanted to make that like the definitive way to play the game with the Circle Pad Pro. I think they preferred to, you know, just kind of do it like, you know, like, that works. Because this was never a priority to them. I don't think they ever wanted to make it required. But that doesn't mean they didn't support the fan base. Introducing the Circle Pad Pro XL. Yeah, same damn thing, just for the 3DS XL. And this was only available on Nintendo's online store. So yeah, that shows you how much Nintendo wanted people to know about these things. Pretty much both of these were exclusive, and this was even more exclusive to a retailer nobody gave a shit about. But it literally works in the exact same way. It's pretty much designed in the exact same way. It's just bigger. It's a little more like molded here, like it just has more of like a curve compared to this one, which is just more so flat. So, you know, this might be a little more comfortable, but to be honest, I didn't really do much gaming with the Circle Pad Pro XL. What kind of Nintendo fan am I? But I really lucked out with this one. I saw this at GameStop used. GameStop would have accessories for their systems kind of in those GameStop bags that were just kind of these you know, kind of Ziploc-esque bags that they would just put on their little pegboard, their little hook with a bunch of stuff, and you flip through all the accessories and, you know, you'd find something. And I found the 3DS XL Circle Pad Pro, which was interesting considering, like, I found it very surprising that GameStop would even have that in their system. I've heard stories that, like, they weren't able to accept certain video games because they never sold them in GameStops, you know, like some games were maybe Amazon.com exclusives, and because of that, GameStop didn't have them available in their system. They would scan the barcode and it wouldn't show up, so they were like, sorry, we can't accept this. So I find it very surprising that they accepted this, but probably because it's an accessory, like, probably, you know, same thing didn't apply. But I found this used at a GameStop, and I will always be proud of that. I said that out loud. But those are pretty much the only Circle Pad Pros ever made. You know, it was pretty cool that they did it again for the 3DS XL, but never the 2DS. I think they found it to be pretty pointless to make a Circle Pad Pro for this device, considering, you know, this is a budget device. This is baby's first 3DS. And considering the lack of amount of games that actually use the Circle Pad Pro and the amount of people that were buying a 2DS that would actually want to use a Circle Pad Pro with Circle Pad Pro compatible games, it was so small that I'm sure, yeah, I think anybody would tell a 2DS user that was like, damn,
I really want to play this 3DS game with a Circle Pad Pro. You know, most people would just say, just buy a 3DS or 3DS XL at that point. Or you can just tough it out and play a game without the Circle Pad Pro. No game requires it. So yeah, after a while, it just kind of seemed like that was it for 3DS games that used second sticks. But then the rebirth happened. The new 3DS line of systems, giving us a second analog stick. The new 3DS systems were pretty much just like a Game Boy Color-esque revision of the 3DS, which meant, yes, these are 3DSs, but you can have entirely new games made specifically just for it. You know, it had a faster processor, just better overall hardware with, you know, a better camera, better 3D effect, all that stuff. So they thought, hey, let's throw in a second analog stick. This is in like a way that I don't think anybody really expected. I think everybody just expected you just put a similarly sized analog stick or circle pad down here, you know, that made sense. No, they put literally a pencil eraser here that does not move. It's touch sensitive, so you know, you kind of use this basically exclusively for camera control. You pretty much just put your thumb over it and just kind of like move it around without moving the stick. You just kind of move your thumb around. It does work, and as you can see, they actually programmed it into the menu system here for the 3DS, unlike the Circle Pad Pro. I can move around, kinda. It's a little hard to get used to, but it's pretty much just kind of like, you know, putting pressure on one side or another of the little nub here, the little nipple. And you can see if I just kind of like rock my thumb around on it, you know, it kind of keeps going all around here. So yeah, it does work. It's not ideal. It's pretty much exclusively used for camera control. So then it's just like, oh, I gotta move the camera slightly that way. And, you know, it is nice just being that close to the button, so you know, use your face buttons and you just quickly go up there, you know, quickly go up there, you know, it works. And yeah, it's called the C-Stick, similar to the GameCube's C-Stick, which pretty much stood for this was the camera stick. And this was the only way you could use a C-Stick in Smash Brothers for 3DS, where, you know, on the console versions of Smash Brothers, you can use the second analog stick to quickly charge smash attacks. And you couldn't do that using the regular 3DS. It doesn't work with the Circle Pad Pro. And I think it's mainly because of processing power limitations. I don't know why. It's really strange. I think apparently, like, the Circle Pad Pro uses enough power where like Smash Brothers could not give up that kind of processing power to implement second analog stick functionality with the Circle Pad Pro. But because of the better processing power of the new 3DS and the C-Stick being built in, you can do smash attacks with it in on the new 3DS. So charging a smash attack in the boring way is holding the stick and you know, pressing the attack button at the same time and kind of charging that for a bit. So it's just like, I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna go up, so I'm gonna do boom, something like that. But you can use the C-Stick now. Look at that. It's just an easy boom, boom, boom. On the regular 3DS, you can only use the analog stick and the A button to perform those smash attacks. Circle Pad Pro, like I said, doesn't work. And the Circle Pad Pro in itself is just, you know, it's comfortable to use and it functions, but like, damn, it is not meant to stay on this system. The game card slot is covered. It's hard to access the volume. You can't even access the wireless switch, which you know, is on the side. I mean, usually why would you, but still. Can't access the SD card slot. It's just, it's not meant to be used all the time. Which is why for anybody who wants to use a second analog stick on 3DS games, yeah, just kind of go with a new 3DS. But the introduction of the new 3DS actually kind of brought in this new interest in putting second analog stick support in 3DS software. There were a ton more games after this revision was launched that actually supported not only the C-Stick on the new 3DS, but the Circle Pad Pro as well. And even from Nintendo themselves, Majora's Mask 3D launched right alongside the new 3DS XL here in North America. And yeah, on the back, compatible with the Circle Pad Pro. The precursor to the game, Ocarina of Time 3D, didn't even support the Circle Pad Pro. So this was a really welcome addition. And of course, obviously, it worked with the C-Stick, but hey, it was really cool that Nintendo said, hey, we're gonna put C-Stick support in this game, but also we're gonna support the Circle Pad Pro. And the same can be said for Codename Steam. Circle Pad Pro support, Metroid Prime Federation Force, Circle Pad Pro compatible, Luigi's Mansion remake on 3DS, Circle Pad Pro compatible. It's really cool that they actually started implementing this kind of support in 3DS games, but didn't make it just for the new 3DS. You could still use that old Circle Pad Pro accessory in your sock drawer. So in the end, I don't really think this is a necessary accessory at all, especially if you have a new 3DS lying around, but it is such an interesting part of the 3DS history. Something that I feel like most people kind of easily forget was like a big deal at the beginning of the system's lifespan. Just the fact that it didn't have a second analog stick. Oh my god, what are you gonna do without a second analog stick? And no matter what, Nintendo still pretty much answered those cries with a big joke. Yep. This little cheese wedge has caused a lot of controversy back in its day. It's really interesting to look back on because I don't really think anybody looks at this these days and goes like, oh man, wow, I hate this. What a stupid, stupid idea. I hate this and I hate you for telling me about it. Everybody just kind of looks at it like, yeah, it's the 2DS. Like, what about it? But back in 2013 when this was first announced, my god. A lot of stuff happened this fateful day that this thing got announced. This was around like August of 2013 and Nintendo officially announced, hey, yeah, we're cutting the Wii U's price. The Wii U Deluxe set went from $350 to just $300, and the basic set was kind of like, oh, the basic set was already at $300, and then after the deluxe set went down to $300, Nintendo was like, basic set? What basic set? They were kind of doing a big holiday push that day with press. They were kind of going like, it's just like, all right, Wii U price cut and Wind Waker HD bundle, and here's some dates, and here's our release schedule, all of that good stuff. And then, boom, Nintendo 2DS. The name sounds like a joke. Like people genuinely thought it was a joke. It sounded like something you'd see on like funnyordie.com or College Humor or Dorkly or whatever. It just felt like one of the most obvious jokes you could make when the Nintendo 3DS was announced. Oh, where's the Nintendo 4DS? The 5DS? No, here's the 2DS. Bit of a ballsy name, honestly, because the name of the Nintendo 3DS family of systems is still the Nintendo 3DS family of systems. So it's not Nintendo 3DS plus a letter or word or something like Nintendo 3DS Mini, Nintendo 3DS Lite, something like that. No, it's Nintendo 2DS. To be fair, what else are you gonna call it? Naming it Nintendo 3DS is kind of false advertising. There's no 3D in this thing. But Nintendo 2DS may just be a little, confusing. Because Nintendo 3DS means Nintendo 3D screens. Nintendo DS meant Nintendo dual screens. Nintendo 2DS, what does that mean? Nintendo 2D screens? Nintendo 2 dual screens? What? The back of most 2DS packaging always has this tagline of the best of two worlds. I assume that means, oh, it can play Nintendo DS and Nintendo 3DS games. And I gotta hand it to Nintendo. They really do kind of take this system's lack of features and kind of spins it into a feature. It goes, play compatible games, both Nintendo DS and Nintendo 3DS in 2D. Just the fact that it goes in 2D makes it sound like, wow. Yep, that was the thing with this. This was a Nintendo 3DS without a 3D display, and because of that, it was insanely cheap. I believe this originally launched at $130, so that was about $40 off of just a normal 3DS. That was like $70 off of a 3DS XL at the time, and $40, that's enough for a brand new game. But the lack of a 3D display wasn't the only major feature. Obviously, this design. Some people love it, some people hate it. I remember when this first got released and reviews started coming out, a lot of people said this is so comfortable. Honestly, I don't feel it. I think it kind of comes down to just the fact that it tapers down
like on the bottom here, and it just kind of feels like, you know, my hands don't have much to do back here. And just having, you know, like my 2 fingers reach at the top here, I don't know, it's not my favorite. I will say I can definitely understand why other people would like it. You know, like the buttons are all kind of like that soft feel Nintendo handheld buttons. Kind of hard to explain, you know, there's kind of the soft buttons and the clicky buttons, where these are kind of just like soft. They don't really have like a very audible click to them, but soft doesn't necessarily mean bad. You know, it feels very mushy, but not in a bad way, you know? It's just like, it feels good in the hand. It feels good to press down because it doesn't really feel like you're pressing down on something really hard or something that just feels like there's just an on or off, just like click, and that's it. These ones feel like, you know, like you have kind of like a bit of like an analog thing where it's just like you can kind of slowly push it down if you really want to. I don't know, it just feels comfortable to hit the buttons on these things, but it doesn't feel as tactile, I think, as like other 3DS systems, but it doesn't feel overly cheap. It still feels cheap, but not like in like a super negative way. I think Nintendo does a really good job with their budget handhelds or budget revisions of things where they don't really feel like, oh man, this is the poverty version. No, it kind of feels more like this is just a different style. You know? Like, it doesn't really feel like the 2DS is like, oh man, you only have the 2DS? I mean, sure, some little fucking snobs are gonna say that, but there's a lot of differences between this and, you know, the regular 3DS and 3DS XL and new 3DS and all of those, where, you know, a lot of design decisions and a lot of, like, different placements of things and just feel overall of things that don't really have much to do with, like, you know, how expensive this thing is. They're more so just kind of design differences, and it overall makes the 2DS, while it is the budget version of the 3DS, it makes it feel like more so like its own style of 3DS rather than just the cheap 3DS. But it is still the cheap 3DS. This thing went down to like $80, and that is like, Jesus. Anything below 100, it's like, oh my God. And the fact that this played not only DS and 3DS games, but all the games downloadable on the Nintendo eShop for the 3DS. You know, you have all the virtual console games, all the eShop games, the DSiWare games. There was so much stuff on here. You can download Netflix and YouTube. It's just like, this is literally like an $80 portable Netflix machine. Of course, when Netflix worked, but still, and you know, it wasn't great on the 3DS, but it was usable. But they made sure to take out literally like everything that added to the 3DS's cost that wasn't necessary. They took out the hinge of the 3DS, and they did this design, which is just one just thing. I think there's a bit of debate with the clamshell design, because, you know, the clamshell design, you just, you know, close your system. This protects the screens, but at the same time, this hinge can break itself. So many kids would literally like absolutely wreck this hinge. You know, just stepping on this thing and the hinge just becomes just flop-nado. I think Nintendo tried something different by just removing the hinge overall. Sure, the screens are exposed, but hey, well, now you don't have to worry about the hinge breaking. And because of the lack of a clamshell design to protect the screens, Nintendo had us covered. This right here is like the hardest thing I have ever had to find. The official Nintendo 2DS carrying case. I don't know why this was hard to find. It wasn't even expensive. I couldn't find this thing. When the 2DS was announced, Nintendo showed like, hey, we have official carrying cases alongside it. They mainly did that just because, like I said, you know, people were skeptical because of the lack of the clamshell design. They were like, well, the screens are gonna get messed up. And Nintendo was like, no, it won't. All you need to do is get this carrying case for like $13 or however much it cost. And yeah, it's literally just, it's just a carrying case. You have some slots for game cards, and you know, it's made by Nintendo specifically. It's a cute design. It's literally just, you know, like blank with the Nintendo logo just kind of in there. But for some reason, I literally could not find these online. If you want to find like specific carrying cases for game systems, like, good fucking luck. I was like, I wanted this one. I wanted the official Nintendo made one. I remember when the Nintendo Switch launched, Nintendo had an official Nintendo made carrying case for the Switch, and I wanted that one. I didn't want the ones made by Hori or PDP or whatever, Powerade. No, none of that. I wanted the official Nintendo one, damn it. And that one was like impossible to find. I only found it at like one specific GameStop. Everywhere else had all these third-party case designs. And that's the same with 2DS and 3DS. Pretty much all you can find now are like third-party aftermarket 3DS cases. But I found this one, and it was used. And mine has a stain, but I finally have my 2DS case, damn it. It does work. You know, honestly, the fit is pretty damn flawless. Like this feels good. This feels good. It fits perfectly. Crack that open. Bam. A big thing many people reported on at the time was how this is not actually two screens. This is just one screen with a divider in the middle. I guess that was cheaper. So with all the things they cut back on, they still had two cameras. Yeah, I guess like the two cameras of the 3DS were like integral for many games, you know, games that use those cameras for like augmented reality and whatnot. I assume, you know, the two cameras helps out with that. So yeah, while the 2DS cannot display 3D pictures, it can still take them. This launched the exact same day as Pokemon X and Y, and you know damn well why it did. The Nintendo 3DS didn't really find itself in like a lot of controversy surrounding the 3D display. Obviously with stereoscopic 3D, that's something that, you know, you kind of want to avoid showing to like super young children because of the development of their eyes. You know, not saying it'll fuck them up, but it might fuck them up. And Nintendo was about to release a brand new Pokemon game on a system that's inaccessible to like 3-year-olds. That wasn't gonna fly, so 2DS released. And also, you know, this gave a viable option for people who just wanted to play Pokemon. They didn't really care about anything else. They were just like, I just want to play Pokemon, that's it. Boom, easy. You just get the 2DS. I love the idea of like gaming on a budget where it's just like, hey, I just want to get like the cheapest possible solution to just play a bunch of games. Hey, in like 2016, you could pick up a 2DS for like $80 alongside just a stack of like Nintendo Selects 3DS games for like $20 a pop, or like just old school DS games. The idea of that just always made me happy. The fact that you could just get so much content for like under $200. And I feel like overall, this was the longest lasting 3DS system. I just remember this being there from the moment it, you know, launched to the day the 3DS died. You could pretty much always pick up a 2DS. And they released so many different colors as well. This one wasn't available at launch. This is kind of an inverse of the colors available at launch. They had just like black systems with like, you know, red or blue borders around here. This one was a refurbished one that I got from Nintendo directly, and for some reason it comes with a blue stylus. It's not meant to come with a blue stylus from what I know, but I think it's kind of cool. I think it's a cool little like, you know, like design choice, even though it wasn't. It's just like, oh, everything is red, but the stylus is blue. This little sea green one with a white, you know, general you know, front. I believe this was mainly associated with like Tomodachi Life, but this one's modded for a capture card, and this was my main capture card 3DS for a while. This was hell, mainly because this is where you have to plug it into your computer. So pretty much my finger would be right under there, and if I was playing a game that required the shoulder buttons, I had a giant mini USB cable coming out of there as I was playing it, and I had to be careful. I couldn't shake it too much. If I shook it, then the capture would freeze. This might have led to my disdain for the 2DS design. I do not like this design very much, and this capture card unit may have led to that. Also, I bought this capture card unit used, and it came with an original DS stylus pen. That's all it came with, and I still don't have a 2DS stylus for this model. So, yeah. The stylus has always been just like protruding like that. And then the Mario Maker one, yep. Just in case you didn't know. Like I said, I always love the idea of like, oh man, you know, what can I get for the cheapest but get like the most bang for my buck out of? And even if I didn't really care for the design, It was always the 2DS. I mean, just suck it up, just play the damn thing, experience like thousands of hours of Nintendo content for like under $200. It's incredible. But the amount of hatred this got when it was first announced is still incredible to me. Damn, Nintendo's running out of ideas, like the 2DS. I think they thought like, they were like, oh man, 3D is going out of fashion. Well, we gotta do the 2DS. And they were like, 2D, that's big now, right? I think people were just kind of confused and it sounded so much like a joke. But yeah, it did kind of feel like Nintendo was almost giving up on 3D, but that really wasn't the case. They kind of gave up on 3D with the 3DS like around the time the Nintendo Switch released. That was when they truly stopped caring, and I don't really blame them because, you know, it was 2017. I mean, like, who really cared about a lot of 3D back then? But this was just giving people options. This was all about just having an affordable version of the 3DS without 3D, so then people that may be more sensitive to 3D imagery or also just were on a budget can experience the 3DS. Because the 3D was always optional with the system. It was never required. So why have that be like a thing where it's like, no, every 3DS must have that damn slider. It was definitely a smart move. I think a lot of people bought a 2DS and just that was how they experienced 3DS. I remember I saw some people you know, upgraded from like a 3DS XL to one of these. They were actively like, nah, I prefer how this feels. This is my favorite feeling to the 3DS system. That is insane. It's fucking insane. Fuck you, I just wanted to talk about this. I finally own the Zelda Edition 3DS XL. This has been my most wanted special edition system for years now. I have always adored how this looked. It's one of my favorite looking special edition systems, and it's weird to say that because it's so simplistic. It's literally just a gold 3DS with a giant Triforce on it, and then the bottom of it is black with the Triforce upside down, which is supposed to represent Hyrule and Hyrule in A Link Between Worlds, because Hyrule is you know, has an upside down black Triforce as its icon or crest, opposed to Hyrule is just normal Triforce, and the inside is just pure gold. And I always thought it looked really cool, and it's not because I need everything gold or anything, but I just love if Nintendo just kind of goes all in with a design, you know, like if you want to make a Zelda edition handheld or console, whatever, you go all in. Don't do anything basic, you know. If you want to do a gold system, go crazy. And Zelda's had quite a few special edition systems, specifically 3DSs, but one that this definitely reminds me of is a Zelda Edition DS Lite, which I believe released in coordination with Phantom Hourglass, and that one looks quite good too. That's a lot more subdued. That's a bit more of like a, you know, kind of like, oh, just like, oh, I just happened to notice a Triforce on that, and I definitely still like that. I like how in your face this one is. Like, this would blind somebody. It's so gold and so big and bold. I love it. But actually, the first 3DS special edition Zelda thing was for the original 3DS. I actually have this in box. And you know what? I still haven't opened it, mainly because I don't know how to open it without destroying the packaging. So let me let you in on this. So you open it up just like this. Yeah, so... oh, never mind. I did find a way. Never mind, apparently I did find a way. Pretty much I had to, like, cut this portion off. Like, and like, there was no other way to do it. I don't know how. Like, as in, like, I had to pretty much, like, peel this off for the life of me. And then, this portion, was, like, you know, bolted to, this cardboard pretty much. So I just had to, like, cut through it. And, then get this, this 3DS. Which, yeah, so I guess I do have the Zelda Edition 3DS available for business, so I need a box cutter to open up here. So yeah, I guess I have that to look forward to opening up and checking out. But yeah, this was released in late 2011, the launch year of the 3DS, but this was for the holidays. And yeah, this included Ocarina of Time 3D. My copy did come with that. I just my sealed copy of Ocarina of Time 3D that came with this is over there somewhere. But this was the holiday bundle, and yeah, it was pretty much just a Cosmo Black 3DS, but with some Zelda insignia on it. It looks fine. I think my main problem with it was that it was just so similar to a regular black 3DS. Like, it's literally just a regular black 3DS.
Like, the buttons have gold lettering instead, and like so does the 3D slider. But it's so similar to just a regular blank 3DS that I just didn't care about this as much, you know. The outside has a very, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it's nice and, you know, it looks very classy and just, you know, it's something that's not going to pop out, but, you know, when you notice it, it's like, oh, man, that's a cool special edition. But, yeah, this was always cool, but not my favorite. And then later when the new 3DS XL launched here in North America, it launched alongside Majora's Mask 3D, and alongside the launch of the new 3DS XL came a new 3DS XL Special Edition Majora's Mask themed system. And that one's also okay. I just feel like it's a little confused, mainly because Majora's Mask is a very specific Zelda game, and I think, like, when you think Majora's Mask, I feel like the color purple is more associated with that game rather than gold, and I feel like they just felt the need to do a gold system because, oh, it's Zelda Gold, but I'm just like, man, I just feel like that system would have looked a lot better if it was, like, purple. And then they did, like, a 2DS, and it was, like, green, and it came with Ocarina of Time 3D, but, like, it didn't really have much to do with Zelda outside of, like, you know, it was kind of colored like Link was, you know, green with some yellow in there, you know, stuff like that. And then a new 2DS XL with a Hyrulean shield design released, which that was kind of neat, but it was, I don't know, like, that design looked a little tacky to me, you know. It kind of looked like it was something that, you know, like, it looked like one of those officially licensed but technically still third-party case designs you would get, where it's just like, oh, I got a Hyrulean Shield case for my 3DS, and, you know, it's still licensed by Nintendo, but it's made by PDP. That's what it reminds me of. So overall, Zelda's had pretty much a 3DS design, a special edition for every 3DS design, but this has always been my favorite, and I am so excited to open it up. This launched right alongside A Link Between Worlds. It was like November 2013. That was one of the biggest days in gaming. It might still be the biggest day in gaming. I mean, you had Mario 3D World, A Link Between Worlds, the Xbox One launch alongside all of its launch games, this system design, and Mario Party Island Tour. Big ass day. I'm surprised a lot of people had time to play A Link Between Worlds. But yes, I'm excited. It feels unfortunate to, you know, butcher a 10-year-old system that's remained sealed all this time with a box cutter, but, what do I care? Oh, man. Here I go. Give me the goods. Give me the goods! Oh, well, A Link Between Worlds full download code is included. That's surprising. And without further ado, come on. Come on, you son of a bitch. Oh, it's so cool. Alright, here we go. Oh, look at this. Gold as piss. I barely even want to use this thing. It's so pretty. Look at this thing. How could you dare think any of the other Zelda special editions look better than this? This is absolutely gorgeous. The black buttons, gold, just gold color everywhere, and then the bottom of being black. Just the big-ass Triforce. I absolutely love this, and it's fantastic this came out alongside A Link Between Worlds. This is an absolutely phenomenal game. One of my favorite Zelda games, and one of my favorite 3DS games, definitely. It's definitely up there in terms of 2D Zelda games, just one of the greats. I feel like some people, you know, like, if they prefer others, I definitely understand that, but to some extent, I'm kind of like, man, like, I feel like a lot of it definitely has to do with nostalgia, because this one is so damn good that if you think, like, you know, like, oh man, it's that much worse than, like, A Link to the Past. You know, obviously, A Link to the Past is, you know, one of the greatest games of all time. You know, nothing will overtop it for many people. But I feel like this gets pretty damn close. And if anybody acts like, oh man, this is just not nearly as good, I'm like, I don't know. I think it's at least nearly as good. Definitely the best Special Edition 3DS. I mean, if you look at, like, other 3DS Special Editions in comparison, like, come on, what are you, fucking dumb? Also, I've said this before, I don't understand why, like, most of these 3DSs only work when you have them closed. Like they only, like, the design only works well when you have them closed. The Yoshi design is cool, but Yeah, it's literally like, oh, you know, like, oh, the trail of eggs follows behind Yoshi right here. But when you flip it open and you're playing it like this, and then you look on the back, like, it doesn't work at all. Whereas the Zelda 3DS works in literally, like, every context, you know, closed like this and open like this specifically. It's supposed to be open like this because that's, you know, that's how the design is supposed to look. And I think that's really important. I think it's brilliant. It's a great design because, like I said, it works in every way you're going to hold this 3DS. The 3DS XL is probably like, I mean, like, it's definitely not the definitive 3DS at this point. Obviously, the new 3DS XL is definitely the definitive model, or the new 3DS. I love the new 3DS design, but overall, I think the original 3DS XL was just such a cool upgrade. Just the fact that it was like, it just felt like, oh man, this is how the 3DS should be, because the XL family, as in the DSi XL, really felt like it was mainly designed just for old people, and the 3DS XL was more so like, no, this is actually beneficial to other people, like specifically people who enjoy video games. You might enjoy an XL edition of the 3DS, and they were definitely right, because it was a great upgrade at the time. And I loved my 3DS XL. I had this one, the red one, and I definitely got a lot of time out of this one. But I eventually upgraded to the new 3DS and then the new 3DS XL. But I still kind of look back at this one pretty fondly. I still think it's a great design, even though it feels a little bit cheaper than the original 3DS. Just because, you know, some of the plastic they use just feels a little cheaper, and, you know, some stuff feels, I don't know, just not as premium, I guess, but it definitely feels like, you know, it's definitely more comfortable and, you know, just a better overall design. But, you know, while it's not the go-to model I'd use today, I have a lot of love for this design. And one of the reasons is we got some pretty killer special editions like the Zelda edition. That's pretty good. I'd let my daughter date this design.
Who's uncomfortable? Who's a little more uncomfortable now? How about now? Wii U games on Nintendo 3DS. This was a very interesting trend during the latter half of the Wii U's life, and it felt very much like Nintendo was genuinely scrambling. Oh my god, how did NES Remix 2 on Wii U not do as well as we wanted it to? Yeah, obviously, a lot of the games Nintendo put on their home console, because of how poorly the Wii U did, they wanted as many people as possible to be able to experience a lot of these games. So it only made sense, in most cases, to take a lot of those experiences that would work on 3DS and make them work on 3DS. But just because they would work on 3DS, oh man, doesn't mean they should. But regardless, Nintendo put a bunch of their Wii U exclusives out on this severely underpowered handheld, and they were pretty impressive. Or they weren't really great, but they were at least a little impressive nonetheless. Like Hyrule Warriors Legends on the 3DS. This one was always very weird because never in a million years did I think when Hyrule Warriors came out for Wii U, like, man, a 3DS version would just hit the spot. Of course, with this being a Warriors game, a couple of those were already on 3DS at this point, so I think they kind of thought like, hey, I mean, like, we can get this to work. But if you've ever played Hyrule Warriors Legends, you know, that don't mean diddly dick. Yes, it works, but like, this is not an enjoyable experience whatsoever. I'd say even on like a new 3DS system, which is what this should have been. This should have been a new 3DS exclusive, because on a regular 3DS, it is abhorrent. Yes, it still works, but like it's just not enjoyable. Even on a new 3DS, I just don't really want to play Warriors games on this system. It's still very impressive. I mean, this is a console game through and through on the handheld. Very cool that they were able to put it on here. But this was a pretty like early 3DS port, all things considered. This was announced in June of 2015 and finally released in like springtime of 2016. Like, this kind of started the trend of like, hey, we are jumping ship from that console. Let's go over to the 3DS. And Hyrule Warriors Legends, it was good for a couple more reasons. I mean, like, they included a bunch of new characters, and it says new characters join the battle, bring characters from this game into the Wii U version. So pretty much, Hyrule Warriors Legends was an excuse to do a lot more DLC for the original game on Wii U. But even in addition to that, Hyrule Warriors Legends includes a bunch of tweaks, a bunch of new things. For example, you can swap characters on the fly in this game. You couldn't do that in the Wii U version. And on Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition on Nintendo Switch, they retain that feature. So in some regards, that version is an HD remake of Hyrule Warriors Legends. But the characters this version introduced were a lot of the weirder ones. So you have characters from Wind Waker. You have Linkle, which was the female Link that was in the concept art for the original game. They actually made that a full-blown character for Hyrule Warriors Legends, which is pretty cool. This is a commendable project. By God, don't play it though. Like I said, this kind of experience just does not work for me on a 3DS. What does, though? Ultimate NES Remix. So, this isn't a direct port of NES Remix 1 or NES Remix 2. It's more so kind of like a best of, combining both of those games, which in many ways, I think makes this the definitive way to play the NES Remix games. Mainly because this version cuts a lot of the fat. It's pretty much like you just have a lot of the big, heavy-hitting titles represented here. So NES Remix 1 on Wii U took a bunch of old school black box NES games, so the ones that like nobody gave a shit about anymore, plus Super Mario Brothers, Zelda, Donkey Kong, a couple of the ones you may care about, but for the most part, they were all ass. And they made little bite-sized challenges out of them, and then you'd go to the remix stages, which would do a bunch of wacky effects to them, which often amounted to not so wacky effects. They were damn Photoshop filters. But still, it was a really fun pick-up-and-play game, but because it was a pick-up-and-play game, a lot of people wondered, like, hey, why isn't NES Remix on the 3DS? And originally, the developers answered that with, well, like, it wouldn't run on the 3DS. Like, we did so many wacky effects via the remix stages that, you know, we were taking advantage of the Wii U there. We just couldn't imagine this happened a year later. Ultimate NES Remix cherry picks from both NES Remix 1 and 2 in terms of the games represented and mashes them together, which is different from how things worked on the Wii U with NES Remix Pack. So this is what we got on Wii U. This released day and date with Ultimate NES Remix back in December of 2014. This is just a physical compilation of NES Remix 1 and 2. They aren't combined in any way. You just boot it up and you get a menu where it says, do you want to play NES Remix 1 or NES Remix 2? That's all this is. So I was really disappointed that NES Remix Pack was pretty much just, well, exactly what it said. It's just a pack of NES Remix 1 and 2. Whereas Ultimate NES Remix, they actually went in and they combined both games. Not everything though, but they include a bunch of new things in here. So you can unlock Famicom Remix to play the Japanese versions of the games. So that is completely new to this version. Speed Mario Brothers is a sped up version of Super Mario Brothers. That wasn't included in the Wii U version. What the Wii U version had was Super Luigi Brothers, which was Super Mario Brothers, but flipped, like mirrored, and you were playing as Luigi with his physics. You can argue which is better, I don't really care. Either way, this version pretty much has most of what you'd actually want to play in a handheld form, which, yeah, that was definitely very cool about this. It was just really nice to be able to play this game portably because it felt like a portable game. Home console-wise, like, yeah, it's nice to have these types of games on home consoles, but certain games just feel perfect for a handheld. And NES Remix was that. And you know what else is? Fuck, I take it back. Super Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS. What I have here is the digital copy that came preloaded on this Black Friday 2DS I got. This logo here is like having a phrase on the butt of your jeans. Super Mario Maker was a very late killer app for the Wii U. This was finally the game that really made you realize, like, wow, this is what the Wii U can do, and it came like a year before they announced the Nintendo Switch. Damn it! It sold really well on Wii U, but I think Nintendo realized, like, well, damn, we gotta take advantage of the popularity of this game. So, just over a year later, we got Super Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS. I think they started production of this 6 months before it released. This is one of the coolest damn stupid ass things like Nintendo's ever done. Mainly because just like, all right, let's talk about this. Let's go into the styles here. Let's do New Super Mario Bros. U. And yeah, this is just flat out New Super Mario Bros. On Wii U on the 3DS. I don't know why that makes me as happy as it does. And it's really weird because obviously you have something like New Super Mario Bros. 2 on the 3DS. You have like good quality 2D Mario models made for the 3DS. But no, they scrunched the hell down the Wii U assets onto the 3DS. Obviously, because that's what Mario Maker was designed with in mind. But honestly, Mario Maker works incredibly well on the 3DS. It works just as you'd expect it to, and with the bottom touchscreen being able to just hit play and then go directly into the game, I'd honestly say this is a better level-making experience than Super Mario Maker 2 is on the Nintendo Switch. Plus, this game has brand new courses designed by Nintendo themselves to create a much more fleshed out single-player campaign than what the Wii U version had. I mean, like, it's still like, you know, single-player campaign and quotes here. I mean, you're still playing just Nintendo-designed levels, both in the Wii U version and the 3DS version. But, you know, it should be noted, like, there is legitimate new content to experience in Super Mario Maker for 3DS. But then you go into Course World, the main selling point of Mario Maker being to play other people's levels. And you can do that on the 3DS. That's all you can do. You cannot share any of your levels made on the 3DS online. You can't do it. You can share it locally. I don't know why you do that. So yeah, you can still play levels online, but they're only levels made on the Wii U version. Which, okay, that's one thing, but you can't even search for a specific course here. When you go to Course World, you can only play 100 Mario Challenge, which will give you a random assortment of stages to play through, or just go into the recommended courses and just happen to find a decent one there. And it's not like the 3DS couldn't do any of this. Maybe it has to do with the fact that this is a pretty rushed port overall. Like, I feel like if this port had like an extra year in the oven, then a lot of these issues could have been ironed out. There's always like a letterbox on screen, so like the game doesn't actually fill the entire thing. The whole thing has like this sluggishness to it, just when you hit, you know, like when you make a stage and then you hit play, you know, it kind of has to like, all right, now we can play. And maybe it's because the way the Wii U's infrastructure was built when it comes to how the online levels work, maybe it just, they can't handle the 3DS versions uploading stages themselves. They could only really handle like, oh, like it could play random stages from the Wii U version, but that's it. I just feel like maybe they wanted to have the Wii U version still be the definitive version, have the Wii U version still be like the killer app for Wii U, so then you have a reason to want a Wii U. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know why Nintendo would care about that being a thing in late 2016, 3 months before the Nintendo Switch released. But in addition, they removed other features like the Amiibo costumes, the Mystery Mushroom costumes. Like, the stages that include that, you cannot play at all on the 3DS version. So if you find a stage online, it ain't gonna include the Mystery Mushroom costume, and you can't use the Mystery Mushroom, which makes no sense. The 3DS at this point, pretty much most games Nintendo was releasing supported Amiibo in some way. And even then, the Mystery Mushroom costumes didn't even require Amiibo. You could unlock them by playing 100 Mario Challenge. And like, there's no way the 3DS couldn't run those because like they were sprites. They were 8-bit sprites only available in the Mario 1 art style. So I think a lot of these decisions were just made because they didn't want the 3DS version to be the definitive version. I don't know. Or the fact they didn't want to put the time and effort into doing this. This was a rushed port job. They just wanted it out like for the holiday season of 2016, and they knew the Nintendo Switch was coming either way, so they said, who cares? Just remove a couple of these features, make this for kids, because that's what this feels like. This feels like Super Mario Maker, but for little babies. Now I shall talk about a real man's game. Poochy and Yoshi's Woolly World. My god, now talk about a complete 180 from Super Mario Maker for 3DS. This is one of the most impressive Wii U to 3DS conversions I've ever seen. I remember when this was first revealed via the same direct as Super Mario Maker for 3DS, 3DS Direct from September of 2016. I remember seeing like the video of this game and just thinking like, wow, this doesn't look that much worse. I mean, that's just flat out Yoshi's Woolly World. I mean, you took one of the most beautiful Wii U games and you put it on the 3DS and it doesn't look like significantly worse. That impressed the hell out of me. And yeah, this version is great. It is one of those de facto definitive versions just based on the fact that it has more content overall. I mean, it's Poochy and Yoshi's Woolly World. There's Poochy stages. Do you give a shit about the Poochy stages? No. But they're there. It's pretty much Nintendo's excuse to just make it seem like, oh, wow, this is like a brand new game. When it's like these stages are like a minute long and they add nothing to the experience. They're just little mini games. They're just little whatever extra additives. I love how you can always tell like when Nintendo does a release like this, like the way they advertise it, the way they talk about it on the back of the box, obviously makes it so then if you just pick this game up and you knew nothing about it, you would just assume like, oh, this is a brand new game, who cares? Unravel, throw, and stitch to explore this adventure with Yoshi and Poochy. Like, yeah, I mean, like, that sentence would make sense if this was an old-ass game or a new-ass game to you. And they say, make it mad dash for beads in these all-new Poochy stages. Like, yeah, if you didn't know about the Wii U version, you'd be like, well, the entire game is all new, so who cares? It's like looking at the back of the Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe box. Kirby is back in a beloved adventure gone deluxe. I mean, like, yeah, okay, whatever. If you actually had some comprehension skills, I'm pretty sure you could tell, oh, this is an old game, brand new. But as a kid, I wouldn't think anything of this. An interesting change in this version is how the world map is completely 2D now. Yoshi's Woolly World on the Wii U had this 3D world map where you have this overhead area and you just walk around. You have full 360-degree movement, and you go to your stages that way. And that was really cool. But the 2D map on here does kind of feel like, oh man, you know, that's really cool, but this makes more sense because the entire game is in 2D. I believe there's more Amiibo costumes now, which this alongside Mario Maker was some of the best goddamn Amiibo support ever. It's like you got brand new knitted woolly Yoshi designs based on certain characters. So, oh, I scan a Samus Amiibo and you get Samus Yoshi. That's just fun. But the coolest thing about the Amiibo support to me was the fact that they did it for third-party characters as well. There was like Pac-Man, Sonic, Mega Man, and this one did at least kind of continue that because we got Ryu as an Amiibo costume in this game, which was cool. There wasn't like Cloud or Bayonetta, but speaking of Amiibo, those sons of bitches did it. Yeah, you can pick up a bundle with a Yarn Poochy Amiibo. This, when you just scan it in, just puts Poochy in the level and you can ride him. That's pretty much it. The Yarn Yoshi Amiibo were always like really cool for everything but what they actually did in the games. Yeah, this is just a good port of Yoshi's Woolly World. Yeah, technically you could consider it to be the definitive version. I don't really care. What I the hell care about is the fact that this is a damn good version of the game. Something you'd expect to be like way worse than it is, but it runs well, it looks good, all of that. Something I would have expected out of Super Mario Maker for 3DS because, like, yeah, most of that game is just old-ass 2D Mario sprites. There's no reason why it should have been, you know, a sucky-ass game. It was a sucky-ass game. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. Now, this released on the 3DS pretty late into the game, 2018, right alongside a Nintendo Switch version. The 3DS ports seemed kind of like Nintendo was pushing it under the rug. Like, it didn't really matter. It was kind of like, oh, and also, it's coming out for 3DS. But the 3DS port was probably more interesting, all things considered. This definitely felt like the most at home on the system. Maybe not control-wise, because it's definitely a little weird on the system, considering how they had to double the top screen and the bottom screen, so it's the same thing, and then you have to use your stylus to touch things on the touch screen while also moving with the circle pad. It can definitely be a little cramped sometimes, but overall, like when you think about the origins of this game, you know, it goes back to Super Mario 3D World, which was based off of Super Mario 3D Land on the 3DS, which included a lot of like very stereoscopic 3D heavy puzzles. You know, levels that feel like they were designed specifically for 3D, and many of them kind of had this like a diorama feel, like you were moving around a little box with a level in it. And that's what a lot of Captain Toad stages felt like. So back when the Captain Toad stages came out, I always kind of thought like, man, this would work pretty well on the 3DS. And lo and behold, 2018 hit, and they put out Captain Toad on the 3DS with a 3D mode included, which was rare around this time for 3DS games. Most of them they didn't give a damn anymore. No more 3D, but not for Captain Toad. This is Captain Toad on the 3DS. It is pretty damn impressive. One of the best looking 3DS games, honestly, and it includes stages based off of Mario Odyssey, which is weird on the 3DS. It's pretty much the same deal as the Nintendo Switch version, although that version got a bunch of content updates. We got like paid DLC, a free update that enabled VR support with Nintendo Labo, co-op support, all of that. But that happened later down the line. The 3DS version never got that. But what it did have was that feeling of like, wow, this makes sense. The Switch version didn't really feel like that. It felt very cobbled together on Switch. Overall now, it's probably the definitive version with the DLC and all that stuff. But at the time, I would have said like, damn, the 3DS version is very impressive. The Switch version is a way to play Captain Toad on anything but a Wii U or 3DS. I like to take a moment to talk about these compilation-esque releases. These games aren't really the Wii U games on 3DS at all, but they at least have like some elements to them that fit the description. WarioWare Gold is honestly one of the best late 3DS releases. It's pretty much like the ultimate WarioWare game. The only thing that kind of stops it from being like the best of the best is potentially that it's mostly older content. That older content is remixed and remastered in certain ways alongside like brand new cutscenes and modes and all of this stuff. It doesn't even matter. This is probably my favorite WarioWare game overall. I'd say if there was a WarioWare game I had to spend the rest of my life with, it might be this one. I think it's between this and Smooth Moves. But because this is pretty much a celebration of the series' history, it does bring back some elements of Game & Wario on Wii U. Yikes! Listen, Game & Wario, I have a very interesting relationship with because me and my friends adore Sketch in Game & Wario. It's just Pictionary. But because of that, Game & Wario is still kind of a go-to party game for us, where it's kind of like, you know, if we just want to have a fun time, Sketch and Game & Wario is a surefire bet. That's always a fun time. But I can't really give Game & Wario a ton of credit for that because it's literally just Pictionary. But that's probably not even what most people would consider to be the best mode in Game & Wario. What probably is Gamer, where you're playing as 9-Volt, playing on his little handheld after bedtime, and you have to play WarioWare microgames on the gamepad while you gotta look up at the TV screen to make sure mom doesn't catch you. Probably one of the best uses of the Wii U's two screens, and it's back in WarioWare Gold. Of course, it may be a little simpler because instead of going from your lap to a TV screen, you know, that's a country mile you're traveling there. Now you're going from the bottom screen of the 3DS where you're playing the microgames to the top screen. In addition, one of the microgames from the Gamer mode in Game & Wario is included in WarioWare Gold, one of the 300. Yeah, pretty much this is everything Game & Wario you really need on the 3DS. Yep, and Mario Sports Superstars. So this game is f***ing garbage. What's a Wii U game on 3DS about this one? Well, of the 5 sports included, tennis is here. And it turns out tennis in Mario Sports Superstars is mostly based on Mario Tennis Ultra Smash on Wii U, not Mario Tennis Open on the 3DS. This is mostly like Mario Tennis Ultra Smash on the 3DS. Get that shit out of my face. And then we have Mario Party the Top 100, which just includes a couple mini games from Mario Party 10 on here. So, you know, that might count. Here we have some that barely meet the quota. Just some games that released on both Wii U and 3DS. I wouldn't really consider these to be like, oh, Wii U ports on 3DS, but I have Shovel Knight here, which this game is super fun on 3DS. I don't know what it is. I do remember when this game was coming out, you know, the developer said how there's way less chance of input lag because your controller is directly hardwired to the screen. So there you go. But yeah, the 3D effect in this game works really well. And just this game on 3DS looks so crisp, looks so cool. In contrast, let's talk about Minecraft. And Minecraft on new Nintendo 3DS. This was back when pretty much every version of Minecraft, like for the different consoles, they all had unique box art. So like any Minecraft release on Xbox had the same kind of cover art. Any Minecraft release on PlayStation, whether it's PS3, Vita, PS4, had the same type of cover art. And the same can be said about the Wii U and 3DS versions of Minecraft. They both had this cover art. Yeah, this doesn't include the Mario mashup pack on the cart, but I believe it was made available via a free update. So, I mean, overall, like, sure, this could be considered a Wii U game on 3DS. But yeah, I don't even know why they did this. Probably just to put it out there. I don't know. I mean, this came out in like late 2017. It's kind of like, what's the point, man? I guess for those kids that just had a 3DS and wanted to play Minecraft, but at that point, it's like, it only worked on the new 3DS. No online multiplayer, much smaller world limits, all of that. It's a cool oddity, but that's all it is. Much like LEGO City Undercover, the chase begins. So, back when the Wii U was first revealed, they announced the first game. The first game officially announced for the Wii U was LEGO City Undercover. It may have been called LEGO City Stories at the time, but my God, what a title to start your console off with. LEGO City Undercover is a fine game, but it just felt like an odd game for Nintendo to push as like an exclusive release. I mean, it's a Lego game. Like, if they were gonna make this game, it was gonna come to Wii U regardless. It's Lego. They're gonna put you out on the Nintendo system. But when they initially revealed, as a, hey, we're making an exclusive Lego game on Wii U, they also announced the 3DS version was releasing. And this came out like a month after the Wii U game did in March of 2013. And it's not the same game, it's a prequel. And I remember buying this game digitally, mainly because I had like some cash that I could buy like a 3DS eShop game with, and I thought to myself, my lord, I would like a nice little sandbox game, you know, just a nice game to play on my 3DS before I go to bed, where I can just dick around in it, you know. I was in my dick around in GTA phase as a kid, where I downloaded GTA 4 on the Xbox 360 Marketplace. Shh! I did that so then I wouldn't have to explain to my mom why she had to be there while I bought a physical copy of GTA 4 at Target. No, this way I could just buy it on digitally and they wouldn't know any different. But I never made it far in GTA 4, like story mode wise. I pretty much only would dick around in the game. I would kind of use it to blow off steam, just kind of mess around, make my own fun. And how I heard LEGO City Undercover described, you know, it was like Lego GTA. So I was like, yeah, I'll download this on my 3DS. I'll kind of have it whenever I need it, and this will be great. It is not Lego GTA. That is like the most surface level observation of this game. Like, yes, it's like an open world Lego game, but it's not GTA. I mean, you're playing as the cop, so that's one thing. The Chase Begins is basically like a 3DS adaptation of the Wii U game, but, you know, obviously with a prequel mindset, and it's significantly worse. One of the best elements of the game on Wii U was just the sense of humor and the world, the characters, the dialogue, all of that. And this game has a bit of it, but it's severely limited. Most of the time, the game is just so empty feeling. It's so quiet. You don't have nearly as much voice acting. It's mostly like, most of the characters just have to read what their text box says. And it just feels very ominous, very eerie. You know, it is a 3DS version of LEGO City Undercover. It's definitely what it is advertised as, a prequel to that game, and you get, you know, like kind of that general experience on 3DS. But it's just so much more watered down here. Well, we also had Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. However, this version actually launched in March of 2016, and I also haven't opened it. It is sealed, but yeah, this version launched like a couple months before the Wii U version, which is actually unprecedented for the Mario and Sonic games. I believe this is the first one where the handheld version launched before the console version. But yeah, this would technically be considered a 3DS game on Switch, even though they're two different ass games. Which I can also say about Super Smash Bros. For 3DS and Wii U. That's a very unique situation, you know, so like I'm not sure if it really fits what I'm talking about here. But you know, that came out on 3DS in October of 2014, and then on Wii U in November of 2014. And the 3DS version, like, wow, what a stunner. Like, that is like a full Smash Brothers experience on the go. And at the time, that was like the most incredible thing out there. Just the fact that I could play a Smash Brothers game on the go. Absolutely insane. I mean, I never really played it on the go. I kind of played it in bed, but still. And there was also a bunch of third-party releases that had Wii U and 3DS versions. Here we have Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transform. Pretty much most of the Sonic games that released around this time got Wii U versions and 3DS versions. So we have this one. This was a Wii U launch title. And then we also had Sonic Lost World, which is probably the biggest one. You know, it had a different version on 3DS that kind of followed similar beats to the Wii U game, but they were still different versions. You know, that version was developed by Dimps, and I think the general thing with that is I haven't played much of the 3DS version at all, but from what I recall, the Wii U version is a mixed bag all around. The 3DS version starts off better than the Wii U version, and then nosedives and becomes far worse. So it's probably the Wii U version that's better. And then, of course, there is Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom on Wii U and Sonic Boom on 3DS. The weird thing about that was how, like, when Sonic Boom was initially revealed, they said, oh, it's coming to Wii U and 3DS, but they only showed Wii U footage. And then when the 3DS version was revealed, it's like a completely different game with a completely different subtitle. You have Sonic Boom, Rise of Lyric, and Sonic Boom, Shattered Crystal. Yeah, that kind of brought me back to like to like the Game Boy Advance days or something, where like a game would be advertised as coming to GameCube and Game Boy Advance, and they would only show the GameCube version. And as a dumb little kid, I'd look at that and be like, oh my god, the Game Boy's doing that? No. But yeah, in that regard, I would say the 3DS version is probably like overall a bit better. Not by much. That game is still not very good. They redeemed themselves a bit, though, with a follow-up game 2 years later called Sonic Boom Fire and Ice, which is, it's a very simple, like, Sonic game, but it's fine. That is pretty much it. Of course, there's all different kinds of examples you can make, all kinds of excuses. The Batman Arkham Origins Blackgate, does that count? I don't know, we could go all day with this, because Nintendo really did try to get the most out of what they did on Wii U. First, they tried to put all these experiences on 3DS, and then they tried to put a lot of these same experiences on Nintendo Switch. Actually, not most of the same experiences. The only ones that made the jump to both 3DS and Nintendo Switch were Hyrule Warriors, Captain Toad, maybe a couple others I'm forgetting there, but like, that's kind of it. The other ones got like full-on sequels, or like they just didn't do it. For some reason, it feels like, oh, if they made a 3DS port of the game, they can't port it to Switch. I don't know. Just some funny little Nintendo logic there. But I think these ports are silly, and they're fun to discuss. They're fun to take a look at, and they're really interesting to see how they fit a lot of these full-blown HD console games on like one of the most disgusting little portables I've ever loved. They're more interesting, if anything. Some of them I would consider to be, you know, definitive versions of the game. Something like NES Remix, I think, works incredibly well on 3DS. But others like Hyrule Warriors Legends, my lord. It was an interesting time in Nintendo history, one that very much felt like they were scrambling to make the most out of a bad situation. And to some extent, I feel like they did. In others, like Hyrule Warriors Legends, I feel like they made a bad situation worse. But I love discussing this era of Nintendo, and while we're undoubtedly in a better timeline now with being able to have your handheld and home console all in one, there is something special about having two completely distinct platforms. I'm not saying that I want that again because, you know, let's be honest here. As much as we want to say like, oh, wasn't that kind of fun? If we get that again, it's going to be dumb as hell. But it made things very interesting to discuss. It made things interesting to see like how a Wii U game would look on 3DS and vice versa, you know. Very, very interesting stuff to look at. But, you know, they're novelties overall. They aren't something that I'm desperately begging for the return of. Like, how much of an idiot would I look like if I said, hey, Nintendo, more of that?
Behold, the best, worst 3DS of all time! I hate to admit that I like this system, because I don't. But before we get into this one, let's talk special edition retro-themed systems. Because Nintendo apparently does a lot of these, or so you may think, because, you know, I always think like, oh man, Nintendo sure does milk a lot of their nostalgic systems. But in reality, they only do a couple of these every now and then. The most notorious one is definitely the GBA SP. This was kind of the one to kick it all off. And this design is absolutely gorgeous, even if you aren't into the whole retro aesthetic. It's just a cool looking system. And I think it's just brilliant how the outside has the kind of ridges like an NES system, and then the inside is the controller. And I think what really, really seals the deal here is the fact that it's textured just like an NES controller, kind of that rough, not sandpaper, but it kind of looks like it kind of texture. They went above and beyond, and I think this is one of their best retro-themed systems because of it. But in Japan, they had their own variant, which is based on the Famicom. Another really cool one. This one isn't nearly as much as the NES edition over here in North America, mainly because this is literally just themed around the original Famicom color scheme, and it's literally just, you know, burgundy and kind of a I don't know, an eggshellish white, and that's pretty much it. The inside is kind of, you know, the Game Boy Advance logo is a little golden. That's kind of cool, but overall, it's a good looking system, very cool. But the NES system is definitely a little bit cooler. Interestingly, though, the inside of the system wasn't themed around the Famicom controller, but the Game Boy Micro Special Edition Famicom Edition was. This was strangely released in Japan and North America. I find that weird just because, you know, North America is just like, you know, what do we know about this? But I think it was released mainly because it looks outstanding. This is one of my favorite looking system designs of all time. It's of course themed after the first player Famicom controller with the one right there. I think there was actually also a variant, or at least a custom faceplate you could have bought that had the second player insignia on it. I'm not actually sure if that was a fan-made thing or an officially released Nintendo thing, because one of the main things about the Game Boy Micro is being able to take the faceplate off and swap it out. So I think that might have been a Nintendo officially released thing, or if it wasn't, then a fan did it. But either way, this is absolutely gorgeous. It's gold and it looks just like the original Famicom controller. This one is the Japanese model, but it doesn't matter because the Game Boy Advance is region-free. So, yeah. But yeah, I find it very interesting how the NES edition of the Game Boy Advance SP is the controller and the NES system design mixed in one, whereas the Famicom gets a Game Boy Advance SP that's themed around the system and a Game Boy Micro themed around the controller. So combining the two, it kind of matches. And then we didn't really get anything for a while until this one, and then after that, we got a Super Nintendo design finally. We never really got a Super Nintendo-esque design for handhelds or any system in terms of like, oh, retro system design. This one got a Super Famicom variant in Japan, and of course a European variant because the European Super Nintendo looks different in all regions. And we finally got this in, I believe, 2017. And this is my favorite of the new 3DS XLs. This is a new 3DS XL, so, you know, it has the C-Stick and the extra shoulder buttons and the face tracking 3D, all of that. This is my favorite new 3DS XL, mainly because for some reason they decided to not have a glossy finish on the outside. So That's a win in my book. But before the new 3DS XL, we got this hunk of trash. This is the Retro NES Edition 3DS XL. I love this thing, and I hate it at the same time. And I hope you can understand why based on this design. I think this is one of the laziest, dumbest looking 3DS designs of all time. However, the box is amazing. The box is designed just like an original NES system. You even have AV outputs on the side here, exactly where they would usually be on an original NES. It's absolutely fantastic. I think this looks fantastic. The system itself, bleh. And even the inside, and this of course goes along with what I really like about this box. Even they have like a little NES cartridge sleeve on the back. That's really cool. But even the inside of the system, it's just a gray system with red buttons, and that's it. Pretty much. I mean, the D-pad's black, but even then, like, the inside doesn't look like an original NES controller. But here's my problem, okay? They could have done something very similar to the GBA SP, and maybe that's why they didn't do it. Maybe they wanted to do something a little different. Maybe they wanted to do something to kind of set this 3DS XL apart from the GBA SP design. So they just said, well, let's just put a decal of the NES controller on the front. It just looks dumb. It just looks stupid. Like, it's just like, it makes perfect sense because, I mean, you do it with the GBA SP, you have the ridges right there. I mean, that's perfect. But the 3DS XL is even more shaped like an NES, like in terms of dimensions and whatnot. So it would make perfect sense to put the ridges there, and on the inside, do the same thing as the GBA SP, you know, have the bottom look like an NES controller. Instead, they do whatever the hell this is. But much like anybody who plays Nintendo games, I'm a fucking sucker. So I've always kind of wanted this, even though I think the design is dumb. I'm a sucker, and I wanted this. So I found a copy on eBay. This is brand new. This has never been opened. I'm an idiot, but I've always kind of wanted this one. And 3DS XLs, the original 3DS XLs, I think have some of the coolest special edition system designs. Mainly because of one system. Boom. The Zelda edition of the 3DS XL. I think this is absolutely gorgeous, one of Nintendo's best systems. And it's not like it's like a, wow, incredibly intricate design. It's literally just a Triforce and it's golden, but they went all in with it. Like, I'm like, if you're gonna do a bold design like this, go all in, and they definitely did. And this is like my favorite special edition 3DS system design, pretty much special edition Nintendo system design of all time. You know, it looks beautiful. It is absolutely gorgeous, and I finally got this. This has been my most wanted 3DS special edition. And it just kind of goes along with the idea, in my opinion, that the original 3DS XL has some of the coolest looking special editions. And I guess this is a part of the list. Well, this was released in 2014. I believe this came out around October of 2014. And this was kind of to coincide with the release of Ultimate NES Remix on the 3DS, which actually came out in December. I love this version. This is probably my preferred way to play NES Remix, mainly because this just works perfectly on a 3DS, and it's pretty much a combination of NES Remix 1 and 2 on the Wii U, however, missing a couple games. You know, it's pretty much like a best-of compilation of NES Remix 1 and 2, which makes it better. You know, it's kind of like, it kind of weeds out a lot of the duds, and it kind of just gives you a best-of experience. And it works great on the 3DS. It works perfectly on a portable system. NES Remix is a game that many people thought, like, well, this is the perfect idea for a portable system. And they actually asked Nintendo developers, like, why is this on Wii U? Why isn't this on 3DS? And the developers responded with, well, you know, like, we wanted to really take advantage of the power of the Wii U. And, you know, while these are just NES games, you know, we wanted to take advantage of the power of the Wii U with all the remix challenges because we wanted to do some crazy things with it. 1 year later, this came out on 3DS. Nintendo doesn't lie. We're just stupid enough to think they tell the truth. Well, I've wanted to see what this system is like in person for years now. I mean, when this was announced, it was one of those initial feelings as a Nintendo fan. You just kind of feel like, oh boy! And then you kind of think about it, and then you're like, that looks like garbage. I just think it looks dumb, you know? Like, I just feel like there was no real thought put into it. It's literally just an NES controller design popped on here, and that's it. And, like, I just feel like it feels really lazy and dumb and anticlimactic. And it's just like, you could have done a lot of cool retro designs with it. The SNES design of the new 3DS XL looks great. This looks pathetic. It looks like something you get at Hot Topic. It's been long enough. I gotta check it out, but at least the packaging kind of continues with the cool tradition. The flap says, now you're playing with power. That's fun. And then even more flaps, you have Mario sprites on the inside. That's a nice little touch. But the moment of truth. I really have to see what this thing looks like. The usual stuff you'd get with a 3DS XL around the time. You have the Club Nintendo stuff. I miss Club Nintendo. I mean, it wasn't that great when we had it, but you know, I loved that we had the option to have it. My Nintendo has been doing a lot of stuff more recently where it's just like they do offer prizes, but I just think the way it works is just weird. Like, it's just like you don't get those prizes with the gold points, because gold points are what you get for spending money on games. You get those prizes by doing like menial tasks, like signing up for newsletters and logging into Nintendo mobile apps. I don't get it. Like, wouldn't it make more sense to have that stuff purchasable with the gold coins if I buy a lot of Nintendo stuff? But well, you know, I've given up on my Nintendo long ago. But you get the AR cards. This is when they were kind of cheaping out. You know, the 3DS XL was definitely better than the original 3DS, but it definitely felt cheaper. That's kind of my main thing with it. And one case of that is the fact that the AR cards just came in a plastic sack. In the original 3DS, they had a little card holder, which was nice. But you know, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about this thing right here. Let's see if I can open this up in a decent way. Little charger block. Oh man. This is intense. Okay, so in person it has a bit more of like a metallic sheen than the box would kind of make you think. I still think the design is kind of dumb. It's just having just an NES controller right here. But on the inside, it looks pretty nice. It looks pretty nice on the inside. I'll give them that. I just do think the controller design is it just looks tacky. It just looks tacky looking, personally. You know, and of course, you know, I would have preferred like the ridges, and maybe even like, you know, like, oh man, you know, the NES flap would be here, or yeah, you know, I think that would be asking a bit much because there's not a lot of room to make that design work. But, you know, I think the ridges would have just worked a lot better, though I understand, you know, the controller is definitely more iconic, but at that point it makes it feel like one of those NES t-shirts that everybody wears, where it's just like, oh, come on, man. I don't want to be that guy. But the inside, everything looks pretty solid. The outside, I just think this design is just really lazy. But overall, you know, it does look better in person. Not by much, though. However, where does it rank in terms of the other retro systems? It's at the bottom. 100%. It's at the bottom. Overall, I think the original Game Boy Advance SP NES Edition reigns supreme. Obviously, the texture, the outside, it's just the fact, outside NES system, inside NES controller, it's perfect. You follow that up with the Famicom controller designed Game Boy Micro. Why isn't this like at the very top? I don't know. I think just the fact that, you know, it's so shiny and stuff, it just makes me feel like, you know, I feel like I just don't feel comfortable playing it all the time, because I want it to be all pretty, all like for eternity. And I feel like the more I play it, it's not going to look like that. The NES controller design of the Game Boy Advance SP, I feel like I can beat the shit out of this. I think third can go to the Super Nintendo New 3DS XL. You know, I just feel like the Super Nintendo doesn't lean itself as much into the whole like retro design aesthetic. I don't know, you know, it's just a little more complex. I think the original NES does lean itself into this more often, which doesn't mean I want nothing but NES retro designs of things, you know, far from it. I'd love more systems to be represented, you know, N64, GameCube, even like original Game Boy or Game Boy Color. I think that would have been awesome to see 3DS, DS, Game Boy Advance versions of, but you know, I just feel like the Super Nintendo doesn't, the design of it doesn't lean itself into the whole, like, oh man, make a, you know, new system design based off of that. You know, I think the NES works a lot better in those regards, but it's still it's still a solid special edition system. Follow that up with the Famicom Game Boy Advance SP. You know, great looking system on its own. Very cool combination of colors, though. I just don't think it's as nearly as cool as like how these three are designed. And then the Retro NES Edition 3DS XL. That's what it's called. It's called Retro NES Edition. What would a modern NES Edition look like? Yeah, in person, it looks okay. You know, like, and I'm not, you know, I'm obviously hyperbolizing it a bit. You know, it's a fine looking system, but I do think it's the laziest of all of these, even though this one is literally just color coded. I just feel like this one wasn't really well thought out. It was literally like, just put the NES controller on here. And you know what's really annoying about the 3DS XL, or just 3DS special editions in general? They're always like designed in this way, where the design is facing like this direction. When you're playing it, when other people see you play it, you know, it's gonna be upside down. So it's just like, when people see you play it like this, like, it's gonna look dumb as hell. It's gonna look even dumber. Like, the only time that it ever, like, the design works is when, like, it's closed, which, you know, I don't know. I mean, there must be a reason for it, because all 3DS designs are positioned like this, so I'm not sure, but the inside looks cool. It's easily still a cool 3DS. You know, I'm not going to tell you not to get it. You know, I'm no barbarian. But in terms of my opinion, I feel like this is one of their lazier special edition system designs. I'm still really happy to have it. I think it's inherently cool, but I hate myself for thinking that it's cool. You know, owning a system like this makes me feel like I should be wearing an NES t-shirt in band class, making everybody around me feel uncomfortable. But as a cool little novelty to own, it does the job. I just wish Nintendo would consider my feelings before they make dumb systems like this again. So Nintendo, for your next special edition, do a Switch Lite, but harken back to whatever the hell this thing is.
How do you talk about something that doesn't even exist? Oh my god, it's world peace! Might as well be, because like I'm not even sure if this is possible. The new Nintendo 3DS. What a giant mess this was. I just kind of want to talk about it and talk about what genuinely is one of my favorite Nintendo handhelds. It took a damn long time to get it though. So let's talk about the 3DS. So the original 3DS launched in 2011, and that was just this fucking layer cake of glitter. Definitely felt like it was overcompensating and trying to look really sleek and cool, but ended up looking just a little silly. Not the most comfortable thing in the world, not the greatest looking thing in the world. It did the job. It wasn't like the original DS. It didn't look that horrible, but I think around the time we were all desperately hoping for an upgrade, not only in terms of design, but functionality. I mean, the battery life was dog shit. The 3D effect was kinda dog shit. And I say kinda because actual dog shit, I mean, you can move around that and it's not gonna go blurry. The 3D effect on the original 3DS, you had to be looking dead on for it to work. If you move that thing even slightly, it would go blurry. You would see double. Kind of like seeing a 3D movie without the glasses on. Like it would just be blurry. Which was really weird because so many 3DS games actually utilize like the motion sensor in the handheld. So for like something like Star Fox, it had a feature where you can move the system around and fly that way, which kind of just spit in the face of the 3D effect. What we were all hoping for was a Nintendo 3DS Lite, like a DS Lite, but for the 3DS, just a refined, nice, sleek version of that handheld. What we got was the 3DS XL. Okay, so it was an upgrade. It definitely felt a lot better. The screen size was a huge improvement, but design-wise, I mean, it kind of looked a little worse. Definitely not as premium feeling, that's for sure. So much about the 3DS XL felt like a cheaper version of the original 3DS. The box was smaller. The materials used on that thing felt like cheaper plastic. It kind of felt like cost cutting while also making a more expensive system. The original 3DS was 170 bucks, the 3DS XL 200. And you got less stuff. You didn't get like the charging cradle you got with the original 3DS. You got a smaller box. The 3D indicator on the top screen wasn't lit up on the 3DS XL. I mean, that's deplorable. But I still really like the 3DS 3DS XL as an upgrade. I felt that it was a lot more comfortable to use. The screen size upgrade was definitely well needed. And the battery life was slightly better, like 30 minutes better. It was barely worth anything. So I guess that means we're due for a 3DS Lite now. Fuck you. The Nintendo 2DS released in 2013. This was just kind of an offshoot to give consumers a really cheap 3DS option around the time that Pokemon X and Y were coming out. I mean, it made all the sense in the world. You release a 3DS without the 3D effect, which was already kind of controversial for children. You know, it's kind of like, hey, if you're under the age of 7, for the love of God, don't use the 3D effect. I mean, sure, you can leave that slider down, but you know a 5-year-old's not gonna do that. They see any slider or knob and they're gonna turn it or slide it up. It's just natural. So here's an insanely cheap version of the 3DS with the 3D just entirely taken out, and now your little kid can play Pokemon. Good for them. It was a smart move, but definitely not like an exciting one. But then 1 year later, it happened. A full-blown upgrade to the 3DS was announced. 2 versions of it. The new 3DS and new 3DS XL. These were announced in Japan only in August of 2014. And this felt like it was taking like every single problem with the 3DS and 3DS XL and rectifying them. So now on the new 3DS systems, we have a super stable 3D effect. It actually uses the top camera here to track your eyes, so then you can at least move around a little more freely without the 3D effect completely dropping out. There's a little animal nipple now, the C-Stick. This allows you to have second camera control or just dual stick control in 3DS games. Originally, you'd have to use the Circle Pad Pro. You know, that was pretty fucked up. So now it's built in. Even though it's not a second circle pad, it's pretty much like a thumb eraser that just senses your touch inputs. I mean, it's there, and it does the job. That's fine enough. It has a better processor, which makes the menu interface a lot snappier. Load times in certain games are much quicker, but also it can allow for its own exclusive games, like Xenoblade Chronicles 3D. That was announced for it. You have NFC support now, which means you can just put an Amiibo on the bottom screen, and it'll read for certain games that support Amiibo. This was just an overall amazing upgrade to the 3DS, but they didn't stop there. Face plates, bitches! Yeah, the 3DS, the new 3DS offered cover plates. You can swap out the top and bottom cover plates to be whatever you wanted them to be. Though strangely enough, the new 3DS XL didn't offer these. That one was just kind of a normal 3DS XL, but with like kind of the extra added features here. So here I have a new 3DS XL and the new 3DS. And there's some specific design differences between these two that's just kind of strange. The fact is, you know, this specifically has the interchangeable faceplates. This does not. I don't really know why they did that, but I feel like it was probably due to giving each system their own benefits to them. Like, you kind of have a reason to own both. The new 3DS XL has the big screens, and it's overall just a more premium device in that regard. The new 3DS has interchangeable faceplates, so you know, you can pick one or the other. Kind of have more of a reason to pick up the original new 3DS for that reason. In addition, it's kind of cute. The buttons on the new 3DS systems are color coordinated to match the Super Famicom's, which is really neat. But on the 3DS XL, it's just the letters that are colored, and on the new 3DS, the full-on buttons are. I think the buttons are a lot cooler here, but you know, that's just me. So I definitely prefer the form factor of the new 3DS XL. It's definitely just a lot more comfortable in the hands. It's a lot less cramped, and it just feels very premium. I'm not a big fan of how this has a glossy finish now, but I never found the glossy finish to be like that egregious. You know, it's not like Wii U gamepad levels of like pure gloss hell, but I really love the matte finish of the new 3DS. And hey, if you hate matte finishes, you can find cover plates that don't have matte finishes. Though not everything is perfect with this redesign. I hate the new stylus placement. Like, who wants it down here? And to access your micro SD card, you have to unscrew the back of the systems on both of these to take pry even the back plate of the system off to then swap out your SD card. And even then, for the new 3DS, you have to do that to swap out the faceplate, which I just feel is very inaccessible. It's not very fun. It kind of takes some of the fun out of being able to change out the faceplate. The top screen here, you can just kind of pop off whenever you want. You know, that's just all super easy. You just pop it on and then boom, you're good to go. The back, not so much. In the new 3DS XL's defense, how often are you really going to be changing your micro SD cards? So, you know, it's not a huge deal. But on the new 3DS, you know, this is supposed to be genetically engineered to make you want to swap out the back at a moment's notice, and having to use a screwdriver for that, it's definitely a big detriment. But hey, look at all the fun cover plates you can pick up for this. Here's an Animal Crossing one, and I also have just all these other ones just randomly here. I mean, like, there's just so much random cover plates for the new 3DS. A lot of great ones. I always wanted this Smash Brothers one. This always looked amazing. And it's just so fun, you know, you just pop off the top there, and then you can just pop these on, and there we go. Yes, I am officially a weird ass. Something I find kind of cool is how the stylus of the new 3DS is kind of a pickaxe. The top of it is kind of meant to be pretty easy to just pry your faceplates off. There we go. So much like every other 3DS design, the new 3DS and new 3DS XL aren't perfect. They have a couple of weird little quirks about them that are just kind of annoying and just a little strange. But overall, I mean, like, these are obviously the definitive 3DS models. And I would argue that my favorite is the original new 3DS. I love the look of this. I love the colored buttons. The matte finish is great. The white one here, it just looks so delectable. The cover plates are just so unbelievably fun. And sure, one of the big weird things about these is that how the AC adapter was not included in new 3DS models. Yeah, that's a little stupid, especially considering how they are proprietary 3DS chargers. But at the same time, I mean, they were the same chargers used from the DSi onwards, so, I mean, there was a lot of them out there. But that was never enough to make me not love the new 3DS. The new 3DS XL, I think, is obviously like the superior overall practical one to use, but in terms of just what my favorite one is aesthetically, I mean, it's gotta be the new 3DS. That is, if Nintendo allows me to use one. This is where the weirdness comes in. Alright, so like I said, August 2014, Nintendo in Japan announced new 3DS and new 3DS XL. A bit weird timing because it was right before the holiday season, and Nintendo of America pretty much said, like, yeah, you know, like, we'll bring these over, but at a later date. So I mean, like, 2014, holiday season, you had Smash Brothers for 3DS coming out, and at the same time, I feel like you kind of made it so then people didn't really want to buy 3DS systems. I mean, 3DS systems were still sold, that was all fine and good, but definitely felt like weird timing to announce, hey, there's new 3DS units coming. Just bear with us for a couple months. Please keep buying 3DS units, but there's better ones coming. And right when 2014 ended, January 2015 hit, and they announced new 3DS was coming to North America. Just one of them, though. Yeah, so we only got the new 3DS XL. That was the only one that was announced for North America. In January of 2015. They didn't mention the original size Nintendo 3DS. It was genuinely just the XL was coming. That was always just so weird to me because, you know, Europe got the new 3DS as well. Like, why didn't we get it? Well, I assume it's because the new 3DS XL was just a little more, like, ideal. The regular size new 3DS is a little more of kind of like a cute little novelty, I guess. And when you're not including an AC adapter, when you have to stock all these extra cover plates on store shelves and all of that, it just seems like a lot for stores to take on when this isn't like an obvious upgrade like the new 3DS XL is. The new 3DS XL is like, hey, it's big, you only have to sell like one thing with it. It's like the definitive 3DS. There's no question it'll do well. The new 3DS, I feel like a lot of people upgraded to the XL, so, you know, going to this would almost feel like they're downgrading, and then you'd have to have like these whole sections in the gaming area at Target dedicated to just new 3DS cover plates. I guess it just seemed like a bit too much of a commitment for Nintendo of America. So, we didn't get the new 3DS. Or did we? Yeah, so a surprising turn of events, Nintendo of America just randomly announced when Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer was coming out that the new 3DS would be releasing alongside it in this special Happy Home Designer bundle with some faceplates included. And then we also got a new 3DS, like Pokemon 20th Anniversary Edition, that included like the Pokemon Red and Blue faceplates. And then we got this 3D Land bundle. This is the one I got. I really like the Mario Maker faceplate, that's why I got it. And then this Black Friday Mario Edition, where the black one and white one were released. So we definitely got a fair amount of regular new 3DS bundles. But I don't think this thing's still officially released over here. The new 3DS was kind of always just a special edition 3DS unit in North America. We never got cover plates that were released in stores by themselves. The only cover plates we got, like, were included in these bundles. I think they released some cover plates on the official Nintendo online store, but that was it. And I just find it really strange how this 3DS released over here, but not really. It just felt like this really weird special release kind of thing. And to be fair, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I mean, like I said, you know, practically looking at things, the new 3DS feels a bit more like a novelty compared to the regular size 3DS XL. This is designed to be a little more of like a weird little fashion statement. I mean, the Japan commercials for the new 3DS featured this like whole like fashionable redesign for all these Nintendo characters, emphasizing how you can customize your new 3DS to look however you want. And there just wasn't really a market for that at that time in North America for Nintendo 3DS units. I think you were kind of just buying a 3DS to play Nintendo games, and the new 3DS XL did exactly that. I think they just went with this because like they knew it was gonna do well, whereas the new 3DS is more of kind of like a, oh, if you want it, if you want to be cute, and I get it, but it's still unfortunate that this kind of got shafted in the States. I'm very thankful that it still ended up releasing because this is my favorite 3DS. Even though the 3DS XL I would much rather use, the new 3DS just looks amazing. I love that bastard. But I'd say if you want one of these, you probably should jump on it sooner than later because like the limited releases these things got in the States, I think definitely make it one of the more obscure 3DS systems. I feel in North America, it's probably the most obscure 3DS system revision. I mean, even like the new 2DS XL, I feel like that had a wider release. But I salute the new 3DS. I love this stupid little thing. It's so cool, and the fact that Nintendo of America hated it makes it so much cooler. Oh, my purchase must be justified. The new 3DS line of systems, one of the most confusing naming schemes for any game console of all time, just based on the fact that, yeah, we call video game consoles in stores new video game consoles or used video game consoles. What's a new version of this? What's a used version of this? What do you call that? It really could have saved us the hassle and called it Super Nintendo 3DS or Nintendo 3DS Pro, but now they decided with new 3DS. Nintendo really likes the word new. You know, new Super Mario Brothers, Yoshi's New Island, new Pokemon Snap, and of course, new 3DS and new 3DS XL. You know, they needed a very specific name to say like, hey, this is something a little different. It's still a 3DS, but it's newer. And that's because this thing has increased horsepower and a lot of extra little features here and there. They don't make a huge difference, but enough, which they're labeling all the major new features here on the back. First up, super stable 3D. So the original 3DS's 3D display, if you would move it just a little bit, wouldn't work. It was f***ing
awesome. Now with the new 3DS XL, it tracks your eyes with the front-facing camera, and thus it'll adjust the 3D based on the angle that your eyes are looking at it. It's not 100% perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than the previous 3DSs. C-Stick for enhanced controls. I prefer the term C-Nipple. Yeah, look at this thing. It's gross. So this was an often requested feature back when the 3DS first came out, a second analog stick. And Nintendo said, okay, we won't give you that. They went for like the weirdest way to go about it. You know, it works, but it's just like, why? Basically just a little pencil eraser. It doesn't move, but it detects where your finger is on it. It's touch sensitive, so it's pretty much only here as a means for camera control, because that's all it's kind of good for, is, you know, just kind of quickly going up to it and just kind of adjusting it very quickly. It does work, but, you know, obviously would prefer a second stick. But what are you gonna do? It does the job. It gives us at least something to replicate a second stick on the 3DS. Built-in Amiibo and NFC support, so, you know, that's convenient. You just pop it on the touchscreen right there. And the big one, faster processing power. Remember, Nintendo advertised how much faster web browsing is on the 3DS now. Finally can get rid of this. The faster processing power just makes using the new 3DS systems so much smoother. It just feels much better compared to original 3DS, 3DS XL, 2DS, any of those. There's just something about using this system. Everything just feels so much faster and just more intuitive, less clunky, all of that. I mainly use an original 3DS because that's the model of 3DS that I have modded for capture. So that's the one I play most of the time these days. And whenever I go back to a new 3DS after using the original 3DS for so long, I go like, oh my god, this is what life can be? It's just so much better. The screen feels nicer, the buttons feel nicer. Using an XL just feels so much more luxurious. So yeah, bottom line, these systems were way better. They had a couple of little things I didn't really like they moved the stylus down here. Thanks. You have to unscrew the entire bottom plate to access your micro SD card, which, you know, a bit of a pain. Of course, a big controversy was back when these were new, they originally did not come with an AC adapter. Which, I mean, like, if they were using, like, micro USB or something, like, understandable, but, like, no, using a Nintendo DSi charger. Like, man, I only have 3 of those in my house. They don't grow on trees. But overall, it's very clear. The new 3DS line of systems, they're the definitive version of the 3DS. Mainly because you can't play every game on the original 3DS. Yeah, whenever Nintendo does an upgraded system revision, you can at least count on, like, I don't know, like 3 of these things coming out. Exclusive games, specifically for the better hardware. New 3DS exclusives. Now, there was actually a decent amount if you go on to the new 3DS eShop. There's quite a few games that you'll see say new 3DS only. Some made by Nintendo specifically, that being Super Nintendo games. So for some reason, Nintendo made Super Nintendo games on the 3DS Virtual Console exclusive to new 3DS systems only. Now, is that because they couldn't run on the original 3DS? No, not at all. I mean, like, come on, they're Super Nintendo games. Why wouldn't they work on the original 3DS? Nah, it kind of felt like Nintendo just wanted to give the new 3DS just slightly more of an edge. Just kind of like a feeling like it's just like, man, like, you need that new 3DS, or to the people that bought a new 3DS, like, man, you didn't make a mistake. Like, look at all these games that you can only play on new 3DS. Super Mario World. When in reality, I mean, there have been people that have hacked the 3DS and loaded up emulators on that thing, and yeah, Super Nintendo was like pretty easy to put on the original 3DS. But outside of those classic legacy games, I know Binding of Isaac made it onto new 3DS only, which that was a bit of a notorious canceled 3DS game. They originally wanted to put that game on the original 3DS, but didn't really make it past certification. I think Nintendo had a problem with the content of the game, as it was, you know, a bit M-rated. But as the years went on, Nintendo loosened up quite a bit when it came to what content can be in games on their platforms. Just check out the Switch eShop. Yeah. Loose. And they were finally able to put it out on the new 3DS. I'm not really sure why it had to be new 3DS only, because, you know, Binding of Isaac was originally being made for the original 3DS, so, you know, there shouldn't be any reason why it couldn't run on there, but I don't know. But what I want to talk about today are the retail exclusive games, because there's not many of them. Yeah, these are games that only run on new 3DS systems. For one reason or another. Many times, like, it's quite warranted, you know, like, these games are really demanding, and definitely, like, you can see, like, okay, these are definitely taking advantage of the greater processing power on these systems. And then some games, like, I feel like they're only on new 3DS because they got kind of lazy. They just didn't want to put the work into creating, like, an original 3DS version. But here we have the first new 3DS exclusive, and that is Xenoblade Chronicles 3D. This was kind of the poster child for the new 3DS, and it kind of feels like they just kind of wanted to put this out, not only to give Xenoblade Chronicles a second chance, but to just show how capable the new 3DS is. And it kind of succeeded. So the original Xenoblade Chronicles on Wii, like, the art direction is really good, but then you actually get to the the graphics. Like, Christ, not the prettiest looking game. The art direction is very pretty, but the graphics, like what the Wii is able to pump out, like, ugh. And the new 3DS retains that jank, that kind of gross looking style. It goes even further, because a new 3DS is definitely more powerful than a 3DS, but it ain't more powerful than a Wii. But the fact they were able to get this game running as well as it does on a handheld back in 2015, that was pretty incredible. Monster Games did the port of this. They did the Excite Truck and Excite Bots games on Wii. They ported Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, so naturally they were the perfect fit for you know, f***ing Xenoblade. I wouldn't say this is the definitive way to play the game. Probably the version of the game with definitive in the title would be that. Back in 2015, this was probably the way to experience Xenoblade. Mainly because the Wii version was still kind of hard to find. And this was really cool because, like, hey, you could play it on the go, on a handheld. That was badass. The problem was, of course, only on new 3DS, you know, it kind of had to be. But it just kind of stunk for Xenoblade, because not only did Xenoblade 1 get a raw deal on the Wii, with the North American release being super limited at GameStop only, but then it gets a second chance, and it's on the damn new 3DS. Now, not the 3DS as a whole, like the much more limited install base of the new 3DS. Makes me wonder why they didn't push like another Wii game to port to new 3DS to maybe push this line of systems even more. And I can imagine maybe like Twilight Princess, Super Paper Mario, hell, Resident Evil 4, why the hell not? But no, they went with Xenoblade, and you know, I think this is definitely a showstopper. It's really cool to see this on 3DS. But I can't help but wonder, like, what if they did other games or a different game to remake for this system. But as it is, this has a different box layout compared to regular 3DS games. Kind of a strange way to go about it, you know, like just putting it on the top. And not only putting it on the top, but, you know, making it thicker. I just feel like it makes the artwork feel like kind of like claustrophobic. Like, it just doesn't have much room to breathe. It's very strange. Leave it to Nintendo. They have to really make sure, like, it's just like, hey, you gotta know this is on new 3DS only, so we put it on top. I just always found this to look just really just it just looks weird. Just looks kind of creepy. On the side just says new 3DS, nothing crazy. And then on the back, only major thing is it says not compatible with Nintendo 3DS and 2DS systems. And then the game cartridge itself, it's a damn 3DS cartridge. Yeah, it's a bit unlike the cartridges Nintendo produced for the DSi exclusive games, which were, you know, a white color instead of the general gray, black color of the DS cartridges. Damn, they really trusted us to tell the difference. But of course, I just gotta see what pops up when you put this into a regular 3DS. And yeah, the little screen comes up here, shows the game, but when we click on it, this is new Nintendo 3DS software. It cannot be used on this system. Rats. Got pretty damn far though. You gotta be impressed with that. But Xenoblade 3D was like the only new 3DS retail game for the longest time. But then we got a couple more here and there. Runbow Pocket. This is a port of a Wii U game. Runbow was a indie title that got a bit of attention because, you know, this is when Nintendo was really pushing the indie support on their systems because, you know, what else were they gonna do? And Runbow was a big indie title coming to Wii U. It was pretty much exclusive to Wii U at the time. And it was a 2D platformer that you could also play in multiplayer. It was kind of a fun little frantic mission-based game where these colors would come into screen, they'd wipe into screen, and the color that would come in on screen and kind of overtake the background, you know, that would then make certain platforms of that color disappear. So then you could kind of go through certain gaps, but, you know, the color would change every couple seconds. So, you know, it would change which platforms you could hop on and whatnot. It's a really fun little game. I wish it got a lot more attention because it has a really fun art design, really fun concept, great multiplayer, all of that, tons of different modes, a fantastic soundtrack, and they decided to bring it to 3DS in the form of Runbow Pocket. I find it cute when they give like the handheld versions that kind of name, even though like for all intents and purposes, this is just Runbow. Like you could just call it Runbow, but no, it's Runbow Pocket. And yeah, this is Runbow on the Wii U on new 3DS. And you know, being a 2D game, it doesn't really feel like, oh man, we're really using the power of the new 3DS here. I would assume, and this is coming from somebody who knows absolutely nothing about game development, but I'd assume making this a new 3DS exclusive was just easier. It was just easier to kind of take the general game from Wii U and just bring that to new 3DS rather than the original 3DS where they probably have to do a little more tweaking and maybe even rebuild it from the ground up. I have no doubt that this game would work on the original 3DS, but bringing it to new 3DS was probably just a lot more efficient and budget friendly, but that's just me assuming. This game works really well as a handheld game, but unfortunately it doesn't really take advantage of a lot of regular 3DS features like, you know, plays only in 2D. In fact, I believe Xenoblade 3D is the only of the retail games that has 3D enabled. But either way, this is a great little retail release. It includes a lot of the DLC. It also includes some 3DS menu themes, which is pretty cool. Yeah, there's just not much else to say about Runbow Pocket. It's a good version of the game. You know, I wish it was available on all 3DS systems, but new 3DS was just probably a little easier to bring it to. But of course, we can't talk about new 3DS games without talking about Minecraft. Because there's only like 4 of them, so it's just like, you know, it's inevitable. So I remember this getting announced in a 2017 Nintendo Direct. This was during the time where, you know, we were kind of like, all right, you know, stop talking about the 3DS, let's talk about the Switch. It was like the September 2017 Nintendo Direct. That was where they revealed a lot more stuff about Mario Odyssey. A month before that came out, they revealed Doom and Wolfenstein 2 for the Switch. That's where they also showed off Mario Party the Top 100, so, you know, it was a bit of an emotional roller coaster that day. But they also showed off Minecraft New Nintendo 3DS Edition, to the confusion of everybody. I mean, let's be honest, kind of makes sense. Who was mainly playing the 3DS at the time? Probably kids. Minecraft appeals to a lot of kids. Put it on the new 3DS. This is pretty interesting to see run on 3DS hardware, even if it has to be new 3DS. You know, that C-Stick definitely comes in handy. That actually might be a lot of the reason why Minecraft is on the new 3DS only. I assume it's on new 3DS mainly because, like, they wanted to just put Minecraft on a 3DS system, but, you know, obviously in 2017, it doesn't make a lot of sense to put a ton of resources into that. So, you know, probably new 3DS, you know, it just worked out a lot better. It was easier to bring that over. You also got the C-Stick, so you don't have to come up with a clunky solution to play Minecraft with one analog stick. And yeah, they actually put a lot of care into making sure this is optimized for the 3DS. You have the entire bottom touchscreen where you can access your inventory and menu systems. It works really well, and the game looks fine on the 3DS. It plays fine. And it oddly doesn't come with like a lot of the little DLC packs that the Wii U version came with, like the Mario pack. It's a bit of a stripped down version of Minecraft, but it's still Minecraft and it works fine enough. I think at the time, if reviews were saying like, why play this when you have other versions of Minecraft? It's just like, well, the only reason why you'd play this is if it's the only option you got. So I think in that regards, it does the job. It's Minecraft. If you have other options, this is kind of a
neat little novelty.
Though it only plays in 2D, that's kind of lame. You know, I think that would have been really cool to see. Like Minecraft in 3D, that would be pretty cool. But as it stands, this is just an oddity. It's just like, why? Speaking of why, Fire Emblem Warriors. Yes, this game got announced as a Nintendo Switch game at the Nintendo Switch presentation in 2017. I remember they just kind of teased it. They just showed like Chrom's sword and Chrom grabbing his sword, and then that was it. And then like a week later, they showed full gameplay. I'm like, it's just like, why? But a week later, when they showed full gameplay, they also announced, yes, Fire Emblem Warriors is coming to the new 3DS as well. Exclusively. That was just kind of puzzling, but yeah, Warriors games have been on 3DS before, specifically Hyrule Warriors Legends, and that was just available on everything, you know, 3DS, 2DS, blah, 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 blah. And it ran like ass. Most people would say, like, yeah, if you're gonna play Hyrule Warriors Legends, play it on a new 3DS system. I guess the developers took that criticism to heart, and they were just like, all right, we're not even gonna try. Make it a new 3DS exclusive. And yeah, seeing this game run on new 3DS is definitely weird. You know, this has always been a Nintendo Switch game to me, so seeing a game like that with the chunky 3DS visuals, definitely strange, but it runs and works a lot better than you may think. So much so that there's not much else to say about it. It's basically just like, yeah, it runs on 3DS fine enough. I assume this was done just to kind of like give the 3DS just more titles in 2017, and this was just something where it's just like, hey, we can make this work on new 3DS. Let's just do it. Just make this work so then we can just have that extra insurance policy. Because I'm sure Nintendo was absolutely petrified at the idea of the Nintendo Switch failing, so they wanted to make sure the 3DS was still getting support so they could just jump right back into that system if need be. So, Fire Emblem Warriors! And yeah, it runs. It also has the crunchiest looking 3DS menu screen I've ever seen. But yeah, that's pretty much the new 3DS exclusive lineup. I remember there was a rumor that Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn was going to be exclusive to the new 3DS. I remember like Nintendo's official website said, oh, this is a new 3DS exclusive, but no, thank God. We all got the right to that. But this continued the tradition of Nintendo kind of just letting something happen, but not really caring. Like, they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna make new 3DS exclusive games. Well, this is plural. Same with DSi games. System flaw, guys. The only upgraded revision that's ever been gotten like more games than like 5 Nintendo's done was the Game Boy Color. And that got so damn many, I find it hard to classify that as something like a new 3DS, you know? But this will always be like one of the weirder segments of Nintendo's history of just the fact that there's only like a couple of these things. Definitely not as weird as DSi exclusive games, but weird in its own right. But I believe this is all of the retail exclusive games for the system, so, you know, hey, yay me. And I'm not gonna brag about it because I don't expect you to care. Unless I tell you I own all the new 3DS retail exclusive games and System Flaw. I always wanted to be that guy! Aw, man, remember when some people would literally sacrifice all of their toes just to get an amiibo? Well, I may not have all my toes, but at least I have more ways to use amiibo. It's so weird to look back at 2014 and 2015 and see just how popular Amiibo was, or at least it was popular in the sense of, you know, what else was Nintendo doing that was popular? This got so many people excited, but I think it was more so just that little nugget in everybody's brain that just likes to complete everything. They want to get everything in a lineup. And Amiibo just hit all those notes, you know, hey, it started off with the Smash Brothers line, and there's a finite amount of Smash Brothers characters. It was really cool that they were based on the trophies from the game, so it's just like, yeah, I mean, there was an end in sight for the Smash Brothers line. It included beloved characters with a lot of merchandise already, so, you know, a lot of people may have bought, like, the Mario Amiibo or the Link Amiibo initially, just because, you know, they like Mario and Link figures. But then there was all these beloved characters that, like, never got merchandise. Literally, like, every single fan of video games had an amiibo figure that they were interested in because they did Smash Brothers with it. I mean, like, you cover all the bases of video games with the character lineup in that game. So for me, as collectible figures, it makes all the sense in the world that these things boomed in popularity. As Toys to Life figures, it makes no sense. I kind of doubt a good chunk of people bought amiibo figures for their functionality. I think it was all about like, oh, cool, Nintendo merchandise. I think Smash Brothers here was the best use of amiibo. It still probably is the best use of amiibo. There's a lot of really cool and cute uses. You know, stuff like Super Mario Maker, the Mystery Mushroom costumes. Those are like incredible, but you could unlock them just by playing the game. Yoshi's Woolly World kind of had a similar functionality where a good chunk of the amiibo figures would unlock different patterns for Yoshi, which was really, really something special. And I think that's the thing. Some of my favorite amiibo functionality in those regards really had to do with like, hey, like, let's support nearly all amiibo. Pretty much any amiibo we can support, let's support it. You know, something like Mario Maker supported like basically the entire Smash Brothers line. Same with Yoshi's Woolly World, but of course, they kind of unlocked very superfluous things. It was all about cosmetics. Smash Brothers, I think, gave you the most meaty amiibo integration that didn't necessarily feel like they were locking content behind a paywall with these figures. I think that was the big issue with a lot of other amiibo functionality in other games. If they would be like very elaborate functionality, it kind of felt like, you know, you were locking content behind the figures. You know, if it was nothing functionality, you're kind of like, what the fuck are we doing here? I think Smash Brothers' use of it was ingenious. Pretty much like an amiibo figure is basically like a little pet. You know, like you train it to fight just like you, and then you can, you know, battle it with other CPUs or people or other amiibo figures. It's a really cool thing because the amiibo figures in Smash Brothers aren't really the same as normal CPUs, you know, they actually kind of fight similar to you, which is really interesting. Which, that was definitely a pretty cool selling point of Smash for Wii U. It wasn't the selling point. If you bought that version for that thing alone, I worry about you. But it was something that Smash for 3DS didn't have. You know, Smash for 3DS launched before Smash Wii U, and, you know, it was a fully featured Smash Brothers game, but, you know, it was missing a lot of what Smash Wii U had in terms of, like, extra modes and bonuses and just content in general. But it was kind of weird to launch this big new figurine line, you know, this thing that you wanted to really capitalize on the Toys to Life craze with, and only have it work with your bum-ass failure of a console. Yeah, at launch, Amiibo really only worked with Wii U. Smash Brothers for Wii U, Mario Kart 8 after an update, you could unlock Mii costumes. Oh, finally, I can look like Mario in Mario Kart, but I don't have to be Mario. This is incredible! Hyrule Warriors had Amiibo support, but like, you know, who the hell cares? At the end of the day, Nintendo launched this figurine line to work with a limited supply of Wii U games. There was no chance for this thing to grow outside of just the fact that people like the figures. But of course, consider this. These are NFC figurines, and Nintendo's only other platform at the time, the Nintendo 3DS, did not have any NFC functionality. So, they pretty much had to make a completely new version of the 3DS that included NFC and Amiibo support at that point. This is the new 3DS XL, and it launched in February 2015 here in North America. Of course, you also had the regular new 3DS, but, you know, we weren't ready for that here in Ohio. The new 3DS line of systems was pretty much taking a completely outdated piece of technology and making it slightly less outdated for 2015. It was pretty bad when in the trailer they say how, like, oh my god, everything's so much faster now. It even has faster, you know, web browsing. Holy shit. I mean, I'd say this is the definitive 3DS model. You know, I love the new 3DS, the regular sized one. You know, you have faceplates with that one, and you have the colored buttons. On the new 3DS XL, it feels like, you know, this is for somebody that's a little too pompous for fully colored buttons, you know, like, oh, I'll take the font to be that color, but like not the button itself. Oh no. Definitely a more boring model, but hey, you know, I have to admit, the XL size
is more comfortable. And the fact that the 3D screen tracks your eyes so that way, you don't have to, be staring dead on for the effect to work like with the original models. And I made fun of the fact that like, ooh, it's faster now. It's faster than a dying turtle now. But it's just like, yeah, I mean, compared to the original 3DS models, like I'll definitely take this. I'll definitely take a bit of a snappier OS, a bit of a, faster load times across the board. It's nice. The new 3DS XL is nice as far as, 3DS models go. In terms of technology in 2015, yeah, I mean, it's still a damn 3DS. Like, damn, is that a 120p resolution screen? Nah, f you, it's 240p. But a big thing to bring the 3DS in line with Nintendo's business strategy in 2015 was to just cram some Amiibo support in the bottom touchscreen. That's not awkward at all. So now, 3DS games can support Amiibo. Check it! Maybe. Okay, to be fair with this one, I have to hit Amiibo here, and then I put it there. Okay. And there we go, finally! Yoshi's design is actually starting to make some sense, all thanks to Amiibo! Yeah, it's pretty crazy for a handheld that didn't initially have, like, an NFC reader built in. The 3DS ended up having, like, loads of games that supported Amiibo, way more than the Wii U. Potentially, like, it might be in line with the Nintendo Switch. I'm not actually sure how many games support Amiibo on the Nintendo Switch, but, like, Nintendo is really, like, spotty with what games support Amiibo on that system. But the 3DS, pretty much every game they released after, like, February 2015 supported Amiibo in some way. Except for Triforce Heroes, which I always found was, like, really strange. Here's a goofy little Zelda game that has a large focus on different costumes giving you different abilities. I would just assume, like, why not throw in Amiibo support? That makes all the sense in the world. Even if you don't want to do, like, other Nintendo franchises, like, if you don't want Link to wear a Mario costume, that's one thing. But, like, it just, like, even, like, the regular, like, Zelda Amiibo, like, give him a Ganondorf costume or a Zelda costume or something like that. I don't know. That was really strange to me. But outside of that, a good chunk of what Nintendo was putting out supported Amiibo. Which is a little strange considering that, like, only 2 3DS models could use Amiibo. But what are you gonna do about the weird bastard on the school bus with an original 3DS? Well, in September of 2015, yeah, it took a while for them to actually, have a solution for this. But alongside Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer, we got the Nintendo 3DS NFC writer and reader. Yep, it's a puck. So I picked this up during my weird little Nintendo fan binge where I was kind of like, you know what? I want to get all the Nintendo published games coming out. That was very dumb of me to start doing in late 2015. That was the worst possible time for me to do that. Yes, I would like to own all Nintendo published games, right? When Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer was releasing, and Chibi Robo Ziplash, and Mario Tennis Ultra Smash. I did not plan ahead here. But this released after the height of the Amiibo craze and around the time of the slow decline here. I remember, like, I think the height was, like, in May of 2015. That's when, like, NES released. You had the Splatoon 3 pack, Greninja, Jigglypuff, the Fire Emblem characters. And yeah, a lot of these were damn hard to find. But then, as we got to September, a lot of the Amiibo that released alongside Super Mario Maker, like, those were a lot easier to come across. I believe I got pretty much every single one that released that wave on the launch day. And that was unheard of with previous waves of Amiibo. Wave 2 in December of 2014. I never once saw a Little Mac in a store. Wave 3 in February of 2015. I damn near shit my pants when I saw Bowser at GameStop before Street Date. But, like, half of those figures were, like, impossible to find. May of 2015, like, yeah, half of those figures were impossible to find. But then when we got to September, I think Nintendo kind of figured out a lot of their stock issues, which unfortunately kind of made Amiibo a little less, like, lucrative to want to buy. When you could actively walk into a store and get, like, any of the Amiibo you wanted, it definitely kind of took a lot of the appeal out of it, which is dumb to say. It kind of shows, like, how much do you actually really want these things if they're not hard to come across. But, you know, it was all about the hunt. It was so fun. And also genuinely grating to go to multiple stores just to get fucking Pac-Man. But by September, everything was pretty well stocked. And this was right before the horrific crash of Amiibo with the Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival line, which this sort of started because this launched the Animal Crossing card line of Amiibo. And how are you going to use the cards? Well, you need a puck to use them on your regular 3DS. So since this was like one of the major first regular 3DS games that heavily leaned into Amiibo here, yeah, they wanted to launch the puck alongside this game. I also remember the Retro 3-pack launched on the same day at GameStop. I remember picking that up right alongside this game, and the cashier was so nice. I said, "Can I have the Retro 3-pack?" And he had a little glimmer in his eye, and he picked it up and he pretended to hug it, and he said like, "Oh man, but I want one." I never saw him at that GameStop after that. I'm pretty sure GameStop was horrible for him to work at, but he was very nice. Not nice enough to just ask me straight up, "Why are you buying Animal Crossing Happy Home Designer? This game is just kind of like whatever." But still, I did not have a new 3DS system at the time, so if I did want to use Amiibo on a regular 3DS, this was my only option. And this little device is really damn slick for what it is. It is so damn basic, but like, my God, it just works so seamlessly. You turn it on like that, boom, it's immediately on, boom, and then you put it right next to your 3DS, so then the IR blaster here connects there, and then boom, it just works. That's all you need to do. It takes 2 AA batteries, and I have never had to change these things. That's Nintendo's thing. They can get the greatest battery life of all time out of damn near anything but their actual systems. Like the Circle Pad Pro for the 3DS, like, yeah, that's like what, like 4 million hours? This thing, like, I don't actually know if the batteries ever need to be changed on this thing. I just think it works forever now. So thankfully, because of the Nintendo 3DS NFC reader, I could finally use Amiibo in my 3DS games. I only remember using it once. And that might be a lie. I probably definitely like tried it out in Smash Brothers for 3DS. And I love Smash Brothers for 3DS, but after the Wii U version launched, you know, I didn't play the 3DS version nearly as much, but I think, you know, I wanted to test it out. But I'd say the one game that I used Amiibo with the most was Kirby Planet Robobot. I love the Amiibo functionality in this game because like it is making the most out of like nothing at all. So we're gonna use Kirby Planet Robobot to demonstrate the Nintendo 3DS NFC reader writer in action. And this is why this is my favorite one, or at least one of my favorites. It's mainly because like they didn't really do much here. It's more so like they just took most of the Amiibos, or most of the big ones, and just kind of associated them with like different copy abilities that are already in Planet Robobot. So that way it's just like, I don't know, I just like seeing like what they coordinate with each Amiibo. You know, let's do this little bastard. So let's hit yes here, and it can already tell the NFC reader is right there. So then we just tap that on there, and look at that, you get the doctor ability. No shit. So it's like, yeah, it's not like Kirby turns into Dr. Mario, but the doctor ability was already in Kirby Planet Robobot. So it's just like, yeah, when you tap Dr. Mario, you get the doctor ability. That's fun. We tap Bowser, and we get Stone. Sure. I guess it's just because Bowser's really large. I would have assumed fire, but whatever. I could do this all day. I would like to try this fella right here. Let's see what we get with him. So we get the Spark ability. And that's the big thing with like the Pokemon Amiibo, is the fact that since, you know, Pokemon is owned by the Pokemon Company and everything, and like, yeah, Nintendo is a part of the Pokemon Company, but there's always a bit more hoops to jump through with including Pokemon content in other games. So many times the Pokemon Amiibo just wouldn't really work in other games. But here, it would just say, yeah, you scam Pikachu, you get Spark ability. It's not like Kirby turns into damn Pikachu. So, you know, that's fun. This one's one of the big ones here. We have Ness here, and I love this one. You get the ESP ability, which is fun because, you know, Kirby is already kind of modeled after Ness. Kind of like how, like, Sword Kirby is already modeled after, like, Link. So of course, like, you scan Link, you get Sword Kirby. You know, ESP Kirby has a little hat just like NES here. So it's just like, oh, I like this. But this is the true, really fun one. You know, there's 2 Kirby amiibo. There's the Kirby series amiibo, and then there's the Smash Brothers Kirby amiibo. And when you scan the Smash Brothers Kirby amiibo, you get the Smash Brothers ability, which I believe that's the only way you can get that ability is by scanning Smash Brothers Kirby, which is really cool. And the Smash Brothers ability was also in a previous Kirby game, one of the GBA ones. I forget if it was Amazing Mirror or Nightmare in Dreamland, but either way, like, the Smash Brothers ability, Kirby plays exactly like Smash Brothers Kirby, which is just so damn cool. And yeah, that is how the NFC reader works on the 3DS. I'm really sorry that I rambled about this for so long, considering, you know, it does exactly what you'd assume it would do. Allows you to scan Amiibo on an older 3DS model. It works fairly well for what it is. I like that it's using the IR pointer because that way, you know, it makes it a little more portable, not very clunky. It does the job. And there's some really cool Amiibo support on the 3DS. I'd say some of the best Amiibo support you can find is on 3DS. So it's really great that Nintendo offered a solution for older 3DS owners to scan all kinds of Amiibo. It's just really embarrassing I could talk about it for this long. To be fair, how much about this was about the NFC reader itself? More so about Amiibo at the time in general, and how Nintendo wanted everybody to be able to scan Amiibo. I find it more surprising that it took so long to come out. You know, like, it pretty much took an entire year after Amiibo were initially introduced to get this accessory out. I would still recommend just upgrading to a new 3DS XL. But it's not that the NFC reader writer is that clunky at all. In fact, I'd say it's one of the most user-friendly solutions to this problem I could have possibly imagined. I think Nintendo knocked it out of the park with this. If only they could do that with things that mattered. God bless the Nintendo 3DS NFC reader/writer. And God bless Five Below for discounting the Lottie Amiibo to $5.
This is a story I'm going to be telling my grandchildren. Nintendo in 2016. Now, there's one main thing I kind of want to build up to here, but I definitely just want to talk about how pathetic it felt to be a Nintendo fan in 2016. Now, looking back, there was a lot of stuff Nintendo did in 2016. It was a pretty, like, it was a seemingly very slow year for the company, but when you kind of, like, add up everything that they did, it was a lot, especially considering that was the year Pokemon Go launched, which wasn't entirely a Nintendo thing, but it was related to Nintendo, and Nintendo was involved with Pokemon Go, you know, but the Pokemon Company is separate from Nintendo, even though Nintendo owns a stake in it, blah, 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 it's complicated, but, you know, it wasn't like a part of Nintendo's major mobile initiative, but that lit the entire world on fire that year. So, I mean, that alone made 2016 one of Nintendo's bigger years. But in terms of their console releases, it felt very doom and gloom. Nintendo announced that the Nintendo NX was a thing, their next home console, in 2015, and they said, hey, wait till 2016 for more information on it. And we were all expecting by, like, January of 2016 that they were finally going to reveal what the Nintendo NX is. They revealed it in October. Every single week, it was literally like, all right, NX, what is it? What is it? What is it? When are they going to reveal it? When are they going to reveal it? When's it going to release? What are the launch games? What games are even coming out for it? Is Pikmin 4 going to be for it? And then they announced that Breath of the Wild was going to get delayed when it was originally just called Zelda Wii U. It was going to get delayed, and it was going to release on NX as well, and all of that kind of stuff. There was a leak every single day, pretty much. There were rumors all the time. It was a very interesting time, and it was a very anxious time to be a Nintendo fan, mainly because that was what we were all looking towards, because what they had on the market at the time was it was a very just ho-hum kind of year. The Wii U specifically was in its final major year on the market, and yeah, you can definitely tell. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess HD released, which at the time, I was incredibly disappointed by this, mainly because I didn't really understand the true differences between like a remake, a remaster, a port, blah, 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 blah. I just assumed anything with HD at the end of it was like, oh man, this is a remake. And when Wind Waker HD came out, I looked at that like, wow, they did so much to this game. And they did a lot to it in terms of like, you know, sprucing up the gameplay, you know, kind of like trimming the fat and making that game much more just accessible and fun to revisit. Specifically kind of trimming down the Triforce quest at the end, which just went on for way too long. But overall, when you look at the original GameCube version compared to the HD version, it's really not that much different. In fact, I totally understand why some people would prefer how the GameCube version looks, because the Wii U version has a lot of bloom, even though the HD version is still beautiful in its own right. Twilight Princess HD, I just remember watching the initial trailer for this game and thinking, okay, when are they going to switch to the HD version? Like, I thought they were playing the original GameCube / Wii footage of the game, and then they were going to, like, do a side-by-side. They were going to, like, do this transition where it goes, and then it shows the HD version. No, that was just the HD version. Twilight Princess, just inherently with its art style and just how everything looks, with being a little more realistic in terms of, like, how characters are proportioned, I guess, especially compared to Wind Waker. It doesn't age as well. It just doesn't. A lot of, like, the geometry of the worlds, like, you look at the mountains, you look at how the terrain looks, and it looks like a GameCube game. And a lot of the character models, just the way they animate and all of that, we've progressed significantly since 2006 with video games and how character models and how human characters kind of move and act and look. So, yeah, this game definitely showed its age, but when you look at it, you know, they definitely improved way more than they did with Wind Waker. They had to go in and they had to change a lot, and they had to update a lot. The problem is it's Twilight Princess, so it inherently just looks worse than Wind Waker, even with the HD treatment. But, you know, so at the time, I did look at this kind of like, oh man, no, I don't really think this is a great HD upgrade. But, you know, now I kind of look at it like, you know what? I think I think this HD remake deserves a bit more credit than I gave it. You know, it's pretty good. And this came out in March alongside Pokken Tournament, which came out just a few weeks later, which is a port of an arcade game, which is a crossover between Pokemon and Tekken, which is pretty much just Tekken with Pokemon characters. I thought the name could have been different. I think it probably would have done a little better if they just renamed it Pokemon Tournament instead of Pokken Tournament. But yeah, I bought this because I wanted to support Nintendo with first-party titles. I like to buy a lot of the Nintendo first-party titles and give them all a fair shake, even though, you know, like, this is developed by Bandai Namco and worked on with the Pokemon Company, but it's published by Nintendo. And, yeah, I mean, it's a solid game, just not my thing, but, hey, this showed that, hey, we finally got a big boy Pokemon-type title on the Wii U. Things were looking up. And then this came out a month later. Star Fox Zero was not a great experience for me. I did not enjoy this game, and I know a lot of people attribute that to the controls, and I agree. You know, the controls I don't gel with in this game, and I know a lot of other people do. But taking the controls and putting those off to the side, I just don't think this is a great game. I don't think it's just like nothing about it really is that great. Where I look at it and I'm like, oh, if it didn't have these control problems, then I'd love this game. Probably not. I still think it would have been kind of a mediocre experience. It's just kind of like, I mean, like, it's Star Fox, sure, but it's not doing anything that, you know, I can't do by just playing Star Fox 64, so, But that came out in April, and honestly, after a couple months of just, like, frankly, pretty mediocre to bad Nintendo releases, because earlier, that past holiday, we got Mario Tennis Ultra Smash and Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival, Devil's Third, and, Devil's Third is kind of, you either love it or you hate it. I'm kind of in the middle where I'm like, it's kind of fun, but Star Fox Zero was kind of like that nail in the coffin, at least initially for me, where I still love Nintendo, but I kind of, like, after playing this game, I was just like, why the hell do I even like this company? Then in June, we got 2 games on the exact same day, Tokyo Mirage Sessions and Mario and Sonic at the 2016 Olympic Games. And then nothing until Paper Mario Color Splash, which was another fairly controversial title in terms of either love it or you hate it. I actually really liked Color Splash, but yeah, that was pretty much the Wii U releases for this year. It was a pretty light year. Not even considering the fact that there were only like 6 major releases, but the fact is about half of them, I think it's fair to say, were not great or were kind of like, I don't know, man. At least the 3DS was still kicking, right? You know, you got Fire Emblem Fates at the beginning of the year, which, you know, I don't play a ton of Fire Emblem. I'll try to get into it a little more eventually. But Fire Emblem Fates, a dual release, which was kind of weird. But I've heard some Fire Emblem fans aren't super into these games specifically. But that's not to take away that when you get down to it, you know, Fire Emblem games are good games, you know, like, okay, you got that one, Nintendo. Point for Nintendo. There we go. Then you had Mario and Luigi Paper Jam also at the beginning of the year, which just kind of took a series that was already kind of just, you know, getting repetitive for some people, and it just kind of like hit the nail in the coffin pretty much right there. Mario games around this time really started to get really generic. You know, these spin-offs weren't allowed to use their own unique characters. They weren't allowed to do a lot outside of the traditional New Super Mario Bros.-esque world, where pretty much all the enemies have to be the standard enemies. All the NPCs have to basically just be toads. And Mario and Luigi always strived on being wacky and weird. And this game wasn't that, especially considering it was a crossover with Paper Mario. The idea is brilliant. It just writes itself. But they didn't do anything with it. And it's a competent RPG, but at that point, you know, like, just being a competent RPG, like, okay, gameplay-wise, you're good. But story-wise, you don't care at all. You don't really like it. And it's kind of hard to have an RPG with a story that you just don't care about, even if the gameplay is fine enough. And then they also had a 3DS version of Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games, which is strangely enough launched a few months earlier than the Wii U version. But this game across both the Wii U and 3DS, very lackluster, honestly. Like, it just felt like they just didn't do... It just felt like this was rushed. They just wanted to get out a Mario and Sonic game this year, and that was it. When you look at the Wii entry, specifically Olympic Winter Games in London 2012, you can tell, like, they were putting a lot of time and effort into those, but these ones, I don't know, man. This one was pretty rough. But then you also had Hyrule Warriors Legends in March, which was a port of Hyrule Warriors on the Wii U. Very strange game to port to 3DS. It feels like out of all games that would work well on 3DS, this already didn't run that well on Wii U, so you're going to port it to 3DS and not make it exclusive to new 3DS. It did give Hyrule Warriors a longer lifespan with these DLC characters, and you could transfer the characters from Legends that were just straight up on the cart to the Wii U version, and this game got a DLC packs, which then transferred over to the Wii U version. So it gave the game a far longer lifespan than I think anybody was expecting. And Hyrule Warriors definitely has a ton of fans. And it's a fun enough hack and slash, just a mindless game where you're just slamming on buttons, and you know, it has a lot of Zelda fan service, especially with this game. This one goes crazy with all different kinds of Zelda characters from all different kinds of art styles. But yeah, this was an odd one to put on 3DS considering it ran like piss. Bravely Second End Layer came out earlier in the year, so you know, there you go if that's your thing. But then we got an excellent game in June, Kirby Planet Robobot. This is my favorite Kirby game of all time. This is absolutely fantastic. It is so creative and so fun. The robot mechanic of getting in your Robobot armor and being able to scan enemies and copy their abilities, much like Kirby, but you get a different ability because it's a Robobot compared to getting the ability as Kirby. The Amiibo support in this game is amazing. You know, you just take a character and they assign you a copy ability based on, you know, how much it relates to that character. So if you scan Ness, you get kind of the PSI ability, which is super fun. This is my favorite Kirby game, so 2016 was not all for nothing. Never mind. Yeah, Metroid Prime Federation Force launched this year around August time. And yeah, this isn't a bad game. It's not as bad as many people will act like it is. I think it came out at the wrong time. It's a competently made co-op first-person shooter. I think if this came out around this time, after we've actually gotten traditional Metroid games, and this is just kind of a cool little side game, I don't think people would have reacted nearly as negatively, but this was the first true Metroid game, well, not true, more of a spin-off, in years. And when we get this, frankly, I would have to ask what Nintendo was thinking. But then the major holiday, traditional, like, everyman title was Mario Party Star Rush. I have to commend them for doing something a little different with this one. It is not traditional Mario Party, but because of that, playing this game, it doesn't feel like Mario Party at all. It feels like its own weird thing. This is probably one of the more commendable Mario Parties because of that, because it's not like they tried something new like how they did with Mario Party 9 and 10, and it was just absolutely terrible. This one is more so, hey, you tried something new, good for you. Still not great, and I don't really care to play it, but it's better than 9 and 10. Then in December, they released Mario Maker for Nintendo 3DS, which was a very cool port. You know, compared to Hyrule Warriors Legends, this one actually made sense. However, this version itself doesn't, because I feel like they rushed this. They really just wanted to get it out, so you cannot share your levels online. They don't, you know, there's some other elements that are missing, like the Amiibo support. It feels like a very rushed job, even though everything else works very well. The game works quite well on the 3DS, making levels and playing them. It's really cool to randomly see like the new Super Mario Bros. U art style on the 3DS, because it is actually New Super Mario Bros. U. It isn't just the 3DS game, New Super Mario Bros. 2. It's literally New Super Mario Bros. U downscaled to a 3DS, which is just bizarre. But yeah, this was a very just inconsequential release, in my opinion, where it feels like it could have been something special, but they rushed it just to get it out on 3DS, and it sold quite well for what it was. But yeah, they really botched this version by just not including online sharing, which is just kind of like, it's just something that you can't do with a game like this. But thankfully, you had two Pokemon games, well, just one, isn't the dual release as normal, Pokemon Sun and Moon, which this kind of saved the year for most people. This was the 2016 game you could really kind of look forward to, because outside of that, while 3DS fared better than Wii U, there is still quite a bunch of filler, spin-off, kind of side game content here. And that's what 2016 felt like. It was just kind of a big spin-off heavy, port heavy, side game heavy year, where the games that released this year, you could mostly just kind of skip. Which it felt like Nintendo very much knew that, because they put this into production. They announced the NES Classic Edition that summer, pretty much because they didn't have much else going on. They didn't have a major holiday title for Wii U. It was pretty much Paper Mario Color Splash, and they knew, I think even Nintendo employees knew, like, they were like, they probably ain't gonna go over that well. And 3DS had Pokemon Sun and Moon, which, you know, was gonna do incredibly well, but, you know, not everybody is a Pokemon fan, and you kind of need something else to get people excited, so why not do this, where, you know, it's pretty simple overall to put together. 30 NES games all in one, and this was really cool to see happening. I remember this was specifically positioned, I remember reading news articles saying, like, Nintendo's bringing the NES back to market, and I thought that meant something dumb, like they were literally going to re-release the original NES system and cartridges and all of that. Like, as in that was my first thought when reading the headline, and I was like, wow, the Wii U's doing that bad, huh? But this system's release should show you how Nintendo kind of released this because they didn't have much else going on in 2016. As a fan, it was, you know, I look back at this year kind of, like I said, pretty bittersweet, because it was something where I have a lot of nostalgia for this year, because I remember kind of like checking in with news every day and seeing like, all right, what's new with Nintendo? Oh, nothing, or a new rumor, a new leak, oh, that didn't turn out real, okay, fine, whatever. By the end of the year, as in like, by the fall, things were getting a little ridiculous. Okay, we knew this was coming out. We knew the Wii U and 3DS games that were coming out. So there was that to look forward to. But as a Nintendo fan, you know, it's something you can only get so excited for playing Super Mario Maker on your 3DS. You can only get so excited for a Paper Mario game that many people were actively criticizing because it was a sequel to a game that everybody knew wasn't that great. So it was just kind of like, all right, come on, Nintendo. Let's get on with the NX info. And then, you know, they ended up doing anything but that. Around the fall time, they finally announced a new Nintendo Direct, and it was just for 3DS games. It was literally just for 3DS games, when everybody by September was expecting this is when they're going to reveal the NX. This is when they're going to do it. And I have a system here that fully encapsulates the sheer annoyance that came with being a Nintendo fan in 2016. The new Galaxy-style new Nintendo 3DS XL. Imagine being a Nintendo fan and you're just waiting for info on the Nintendo NX, and then Nintendo announces this randomly. And this was a system. This isn't a new system. It's just a new 3DS XL, but with a new, you know, just a new color basically. But out of all things, for Nintendo to get Reggie Fils-Aimé to announce at his office, they created a trailer for Reggie to just announce a new color of 3DS. Out of all things. And this was still around the time that we were just like, for f***'s sake, announce the goddamn NX! This system annoyed a lot of people for a couple of reasons. One, they announced it when everybody was just like, come on, just announce the NX, announce the NX, announce the NX, and they announced a new color for 3DS. It's the biggest Nintendo move I've ever seen in my life. New Galaxy style. Just a very generic Galaxy-esque design, when I think a lot of people were trying to connect the dots and go like, oh, is this Mario Galaxy? Is Mario Galaxy coming to the 3DS? Is this a Mario Galaxy designed 3DS? No, it's not. It's literally just this Galaxy JPEG wallpaper design. This kind of reminds me of like, there was kind of like a lot of stuff where like you'd see like a lot of shirts like this, like sweatshirts, like leggings or pants, whatever, with kind of this Galaxy-esque design. And I think Nintendo was trying to go after the market that was like, yo, that's pretty cool. Because this was kind of the main new 3DS XL for a little bit there. You kind of had the standard colors, but then you had the new Galaxy style. So you had kind of black, red, and new Galaxy. It was just like, what the hell does that mean? But yeah, it's literally just a new 3DS XL with kind of a somewhat tacky-esque design. I don't think it's fully tacky, but it has elements of tackiness. Thankfully, about a month after this release was announced, they finally announced the Nintendo NX as the Nintendo Switch. That was around October 2016. But in September, they had that 3DS Direct. I was just like, what the hell are they doing? But I've always wanted to see this in person because I feel like this is probably actually a very cool looking system. Even though like in images it's like one of those things where it just looks like a standard JPEG. But overall, I feel like this is actually going to look pretty nice. I'm also sorry for rambling about 2016 as a Nintendo fan. It's just fun to look back on because, like I said, when you kind of list everything, it was actually a pretty packed year for Nintendo. The problem is the stuff that was packing it up was mostly kind of mediocre or just inconsequential titles. So that's just kind of the problem. The new 3DS XL did not come with a charger, as most people remember. Very odd that they do that. I think it would make a lot more sense if they did something like, if it didn't come with a charger, at least like, you know, give it like micro USB or USB-C or something like that to charge. But let's see. Wow. You know what? That's pretty nice. I will say, the new 3DS XL always felt like the most premium 3DS, where this does look quite nice. The only new 3DS XL I ever had was the SNES Edition, and they originally had like a Super Famicom, Super Nintendo in Europe version in other regions. And yeah, I think specifically some people were like, why are you bringing out the new Galaxy-style 3DS XL when you could bring out the Super Nintendo one? And rightfully so, because this is a wonderful system. Not just because it's like Super Nintendo design, but the top is a matte finish, which I really appreciate. Most new 3DS XLs, you can probably tell that is a glossy finish. Which at least with a kind of a design on this, if you kind of get fingerprints on it, it's not going to show up nearly as much as it would if it was just a standard one-color design. The new 3DS XL is definitely the most premium feeling 3DS, though. Everything just feels really, really solid with this thing. But I will say my favorite 3DS is still the regular new 3DS. Just with how beautiful the white model is with the Super Nintendo colored buttons. You do get that on the new 3DS XL, but they're not as apparent, you know, they just have the lettering colored, while on the original new 3DS, the full button is colored, which I really prefer. But yeah, this design is pretty nice in person. I think in images, it looked kind of lame and tacky, but in person, this is really, really nice. The new 3DS XL is easily like the definitive model of 3DS. You get it all with this system. One of the main problems with this one was having to unscrew the back cover to insert a new micro SD card, which is really lame. That's super annoying. But the thing is, you kind of do that once and then you're done with it, so whatever. I'm still probably gonna consistently use the SNES model, just because there's less fingerprints that are going to appear when you play this one, just based on the texture that they or the finish that they use. But this is still a really nice looking model in person. It may be a little too flashy, but I don't know. In person, just the way this all looks and kind of shines, it's really nice. However, I will always remember this system as just the epitome of what 2016 was for me as a Nintendo fan, where I'm just like waiting for Nintendo to reveal the only thing I could ever possibly care about, and they do something dumb like this.
Guess why this is disgusting? Guess again. The Nintendo 3DS cases. I always really liked these when these first originally came out. They just have a cool, unique vibe to them. They kind of mix some of my favorite elements of the DS cases, the Wii cases, the Wii U cases, which would come out later. The thin white design was always kind of satisfying to open up, actually, which is just kind of weird to comment on, but still, I really like how these feel. But specifically, the spine here always looked great with a bunch of games lined up. You have the 3DS logo, a little icon for the game, which would appear on the menu when you pop the game in, which is really cool. The game name, which they would oftentimes kind of mix this up between standard fonts, just really generic looking ones, and more stylized game logos. I never really understood why they would choose for some game spines to have just the most generic ass fonts possible, while others would have like the actual game logos, and some would have like a weird in-between where it's not a completely generic font, it's at least stylized in the style of the game, but it still looks pretty generic. But then at the very bottom, we have the publisher of the game, which I always liked. I thought that was really cool. Easy to immediately tell what's a Nintendo game, what's a Capcom game, what's a Konami game, etc. And when these were all lined up, they just looked nice. Especially with a lot of Nintendo games. I mean, look at all those publisher logos down there. They just all line up perfectly. They all look uniform. It's just a good looking lot of games right here. However, did you know that Nintendo changed their logo in late 2016? Yes, Nintendo's actually gone through a fair amount of logo changes ever since the NES came out, which is pretty crazy. It's like, we always know Nintendo's logo looks like this, but that's not always been the case. It used to be red, and then it turned to gray, and now it's this. Yeah, so Nintendo's logo hasn't really changed outside of the color they've used. Nowadays, their logo is always on a red background, and it's white. I mean, it looks nice, you can't deny that, though it's just a strange thing to have that be the official Nintendo logo from here on out. I don't really understand that. Like, you go to the Wikipedia page for Nintendo, and the official company logo is a block of red and the white Nintendo logo on it. Why not just have the official logo be, you know, red? And then like that red block is a variation, but no, that's the official logo. Just a little strange, but I guess it's to kind of go in line with the Nintendo Switch branding, which started around the time that logo appeared. Red with the white Switch logo on top. I think Nintendo just really wanted to lean in how like, yep, this is their color, it's red all the way. And I think that's good. I mean, red is a color you always associate with Nintendo. Like the red buttons of the NES controller, Mario, you can give me a red shirt. And I think it's really cool that all three of the main console manufacturers now have their own distinct colors. Xbox green, PlayStation blue, and Nintendo red. It was just a little weird for a bit there because blue was also kind of the Wii U's color, but now they full on leaned into red being the Nintendo color, which I think is incredibly appropriate. However, like I said, this transition to the new logo happened around 2016, and the 3DS was still going on around that time. This right here is the old Nintendo logo, indicative of like the Wii era. So, from there on out, something had to change. That something was my will to live. Yeah, this is one of the most annoying things I think Nintendo has done from a case design perspective on the 3DS. In 2017, right after the Nintendo Switch launched, Nintendo changed how they did 3DS spines, at least when it came to their logo on their published games. Instead of being a gray logo on the very bottom here, it is now on a red background and to the side. I'm about to scream. This is just really strange to me. It's kind of like a mishmash between the 3DS case and the Nintendo Switch cases. So these have a similar deal where the Nintendo logo on their published titles is in this orientation on the very bottom on a red background. The difference is, the red background is on the entire spine. So it's like, yeah, no shit it looks like this. It was designed around this. It's like cutting this out and putting it on the 3DS games. It just looks really off. I don't know. You change what you've been doing for the entire first half of the generation to just do a complete 180. It just doesn't match. It looks strange, especially when you have these all in alphabetical order. It constantly flip-flops between these giant red boxes and just an actual goddamn design. And then on top of that, we have one of the lamer marketing decisions Nintendo made, which was to put Mario games in red cases. It's a cute idea, but they did it way too often and way too randomly. Not every Mario game on 3DS got a red case, just certain ones. And it was really random. Mario Sports Superstars, yeah, that didn't get a red case. Here's my main problem with this all, is that we started the 3DS generation with so much hope for just a cool looking game case to buy a bunch of, you know? The first few years of being a 3DS owner and lining up all those cases on the shelf, it felt so satisfying. It looked so good. And then when the Nintendo Switch got announced and around that time Nintendo's logo changed, like, I think we were all, one, expecting the 3DS to die pretty soon after, and two, for that logo to not affect the goddamn spines on the case. But no, the 3DS survived for a couple more years after this logo change. I mean, pretty much like a third of the 3DS's life was under this logo. And there's some damn cool games that came out after the Nintendo Switch launched. I mean, you have Metroid Samus Returns, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, plus Bowser's Minions, the Luigi's Mansion remake, Ever Oasis. Oh, hey Pikmin, it's interesting. The point is, whether you were buying 3DS games in that era, which, you know, nobody was, or if you're buying them now because you missed out on a bunch of them, you're gonna get a bunch of games with this stupid ass logo, and it just bugs me. It feels like it took a wrong turn, like it's supposed to be at a different fucking house, which is unfortunate because the original logo designs without this red strip with the Nintendo logo right down there, I mean, it made everything look so uniform, so nice. Yet, Nintendo just couldn't last the 3DS's entire lifespan
without ruining my lunch. And thus, now you know one of the most sorrowful stories of all time. Something that bugs me whenever I walk past my shelf. Listen, I understand if you say, I don't give a damn about this. Hell, I don't really give a damn either, but I can talk about it. But I just don't think there's somebody out there that exists that prefers this to how the Nintendo published games were before. If you're out there, stay out there. I don't want to talk to you. Who would win? A corpse or a fresher corpse? The two handhelds of the 8th generation of gaming. Both are officially donezo, discontinued. Nothing really coming out for them anymore. And it's a bit of a shame, but you know, it's gotta move on. When the 3DS was still getting games in 2019, I mean, like, that was an ulcer just waiting to pop for me. It was obviously still being supported just as a safeguard for just in case the Nintendo Switch didn't work out, and they were just trickling out a few more games like Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn and Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story plus Bowser Jr.'s Journey, just to give the thing something. Just in case, for some reason, the Switch didn't work out. Well, hey, we're still supporting the 3DS, and we can just hop right back to making shit for this system. But while the ongoing support of the 3DS was getting a bit annoying, the ongoing support for the PS Vita was like a feel-good sports movie. Sony basically gave up on this thing as early as like 2014, 2015, but it was being kept alive by the indie scene, and thus it became kind of the go-to indie game handheld. That is until the Nintendo Switch release, and that kind of became the big indie game handheld, because really it was the only handheld that was viable in the market there for a while. But I kind of want to talk about both of these handhelds and the competition between both of them in their heyday, when they were both big new systems. Because it was like the PSP versus the Nintendo DS all over again. Except now it was far more pathetic. But let's talk about that for a second. The DS versus the PSP. On paper, the PSP smoked the DS. I mean, it was basically a PS2 to go. You got PS2-like games in the palm of your hands. You could play movies, music, browse the web, download games, all of that. But when it came down to it, the DS had more games that more people wanted to play. The PSP had a phenomenal library, but a lot of the games that released for it were kind of just like, I don't know. I'd rather just play a lot of these games on the PS2. They kind of just felt like compromised PS2 games. Whereas on the DS, you got more handheld specific games. Games designed for handheld play. Games designed for the DS's unique features. Sure, you got some compromised console experiences on there, like with Mario 64 DS, but that was like a unique situation. That was incredible to see the game that defined 3D gaming on the go, when we were all used to like fucking Super Nintendo games on our Game Boy Advance. Now we got full-fledged 3D worlds on our DS. Incredible. And while it was compromised in many ways, specifically the controls, it was something you could look past just for the novelty alone. Now the PSP, imagine if every single game was like Super Mario 64 DS. Pretty much like, oh my god, it's a 3D game on the go. Except it kind of controls like ass now. Only one analog stick, which meant most of the time camera control was the shoulder buttons. But that's just talking about like the direct ports from PS2 to PSP. When it came to the PSP exclusives, once again, they were pretty much like watered-down PS2 games. Yeah, you got God of Wars, Ratchet & Clank, Jak and Daxter, Gran Turismo, all of these games that you came to expect on PlayStation home consoles. But they were pretty much just the same as they were on those home consoles, but they were being developed by like the B teams or even the C teams. Jak and Daxter wasn't being developed by Naughty Dog, who developed, the Jak and Daxter games on PS2. It was being developed by a different team, and the game just wasn't very great. God of War wasn't being developed by Sony Santa Monica Studio, who did, the home console God of War games. It was being done by Ready at Dawn. And, these were all, like, fine games overall. But it just kind of felt like there was no real reason to play them. Most of the time, they were prequels, side story, spin-off type things. They played very similarly to the home console games, but they were never integral to anything. Pretty much most of these games boil down to being the PSP versions. Whereas most of the games from Nintendo's core series they would put on the DS and later the 3DS, they were the next game in the franchise. Mario Kart 7 wasn't Mario Kart to go, like something like Mod Nation Racers Road Trip on the PS Vita. It was Mario Kart 7. This is the 7th Mario Kart. This is the direct follow-up to Mario Kart Wii. Animal Crossing New Leaf was the direct follow-up to Animal Crossing City Folk on the Wii. And yeah, Nintendo would have like B teams or C teams develop some games for their handhelds, like Yoshi's Island DS, which is fine, but it's also like, I don't know, a lot of like Sony's PSP games, it feels like nothing but like Yoshi's Island DS's. But that makes it all sound like the PSP is a pile of trash and who gives a damn about it. No, I think the PSP is fucking awesome, man. I'm just trying to make sense of the victor between the DS and the PSP. Of course, that it also makes sense that the DS was more casual friendly. It kind of appealed to a wider demographic. But even then, I remember seeing how a lot of more hardcore gamers still played more DS than PSP. The PSP kind of felt more like a cool thing that you pick up and play for a bit, but the DS kind of felt like there was more life in the games you would buy for it. You know, they were games you would come back to, while the PSP mostly had games that were kind of like, oh man, this is awesome, and then you put it in a drawer and never play it again. But I'm talking about like the Sony, like American exclusives. But there's a whole other side to the PSP, specifically with like JRPGs. Those were crazy on the PSP. You had a lot of great core experiences on that handheld if you looked further than just the big boy, the God of Wars and Ratchet and Clanks. I think both the DS and the PSP were phenomenal handhelds. And while the DS still sold way better, 150 million, pretty much twice as much of the PSP, we can't deny, you know, the PSP sold like 80 million units. That's incredible. But oddly enough, it was still seen as a bit of like an underperformer on Sony's end. I think it's just like for the amount of stuff they crammed in that thing, the amount of support they threw at it, it didn't do as well as they thought it would, you know, for something that had all those features, you know, selling 80 million compared to the DS for 150 million when like the DS, you couldn't even change the system settings on the thing without having to reboot it. So it only made sense for both Nintendo and Sony to follow up these handhelds because, you know, there was obviously some things they could improve upon in a round 2. So at E3 2010, we got the formal unveiling of the Nintendo 3DS, and this looked amazing. It almost seemed like we were getting like PSP quality support on the thing with all the third-party games they announced. I mean, they had Assassin's Creed, Kingdom Hearts, Metal Gear Solid, even stuff like DJ Hero and Saints Row announced for the thing, in addition to the Nintendo games, which pretty much the only thing Nintendo formally unveiled for the 3DS directly at E3 2010 was Kid Icarus Uprising, but it's like, holy shit, Kid Icarus Uprising! That was kind of like the ongoing thing requested at the time, was like a Kid Icarus revival due to Pit's appearance in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. It was kind of like, when are we gonna get a Kid Icarus game? Kid Icarus for Wii, Kid Icarus for Wii. And there were projects in development, but lo and behold, E3 2010, we finally got Kid Icarus Uprising, which this game looked incredible. It looked like it belonged on the Wii. Just maybe like a little lower resolution than a Wii game, but still like, wow. I feel like the 3DS demoed incredibly well at E3 2010. It just felt like there were non-stop games coming to the platform, in addition to having a really cool gimmick being the glasses-free 3D display. But then about 6 months later, in early 2011, we got not only more details on the 3DS, but Sony unveiled their successor to the PSP, codenamed NGP, Next Generation Portable. Pretty much everybody was referring to it as PSP 2 at the time. And when it came to E3 2011, Sony actually unveiled the official name being PlayStation Vita. I don't know why they didn't just go with PSP 2. Very strange, because like home console wise, they always went with the numbers, you know, PlayStation, PlayStation 2, 3, 4, 5. They're handhelds. You do PSP and then PS Vita. It's not even like PlayStation Portable 2 would be that much harder to say than PS Vita. Like, what the hell is Vita? Well, it's Italian for life. What the hell is so life about this? It's just a more powerful PSP. But that's the thing, it was an incredibly more powerful PSP. When Sony first unveiled this thing, I mean, like, they just blew the doors open on all the games. I think the big thing that was very, very cool was the fact that they showed Uncharted running on here. Uncharted, known on the PS3 as like the definitive like showstopper. Like, oh my god, this is like the craziest graphics we've ever seen. This is the most cinematic video game experience. But hey, now we have a new one on a goddamn handheld. Like, insane. Not only that, but it felt like Sony listened to all the complaints about the original PSP. Most noteworthy, dual analog sticks. Boom! And with the announcement of the dual analog sticks, Sony also announced that an exclusive Call of Duty was coming to the PS Vita. And we'll get to that. But when Sony first had their big unveiling of the NGP, Nintendo talked about launch details for the 3DS, where it would cost $250 and launch with jack shit. Yeah, so this thing had a pretty barren launch. I mean, pretty much all of the games that released with it were incredibly light. They were very shallow experiences, many of which were like there was nothing to them, and they were being sold at like full price, 30, 40 bucks. And in addition, the price point of $250 for the 3DS, it was a bit high. I mean, the original DS launched at $150. $250 was like, that was a bit more than like getting just a standard like iPod Touch or something. And that was the direct competition for these two at the time. And it's obvious Nintendo launched this thing way too early because a lot of features just weren't available at launch, specifically the Nintendo eShop. It didn't have the digital store. You couldn't download games. You couldn't download exclusive games. You couldn't download virtual console games. No DSiWare games. No retail games. Nothing. So while it was a solid handheld at launch, the games just weren't really there. There were some highlights from the launch lineup, but nothing that special. Nothing you were playing past the launch. And feature-wise, it just wasn't complete. They obviously rushed this thing out. Now, Sony, on the other hand, felt like the PS Vita launched in a pretty complete state. You know, they talked about it more at E3 2011, where they gave it the final name, and they also unveiled the price point there being $250. But yeah, that was a bit of a spit in the face to Nintendo there. It was priced the exact same, very competitive. But they also offered a model for $300 that included 3G support. Well, hot damn, I can't wait to play fucking smart ass on the train. Yeah, I still see some people mention how like, oh, what if like the next Nintendo Switch or something has 3G, 4G, LTE, 5G in it, or you can go online on the go. And I'm just like, no, who gives a damn about that feature, man? It's like at this point, everybody has a smartphone. If you're gonna be paying a cellular plan, why just use your goddamn phone, man? Just use your phone, use it as a hotspot, and there you go. You can use your Switch in online mode on the train. Maybe back then this was a bit more lucrative, but the plans were ridiculous, and it was only through AT&T. No! But either way, the Vita launched late that year in 2011 in Japan, and then it launched here in North America in early 2011, like in February. Had this weird, like, early launch thing, and they're doing that these days. You know, Starfield did this, where it's like you pay extra to get the game early. I'm like, it's not early, that's just the release date. You're paying way more to play it on its actual release date. So the Vita had the first edition bundle launch like 2 weeks early. I'm like, that's just the goddamn release date. That's just when the system launched. Why are you acting like in 2 weeks? Oh no, it's actually coming out. Like, no, it actually came out like 2 weeks earlier. But that was a cool bundle. I bought that bundle secondhand on eBay because I always thought it was pretty dope. Came with all this extra stuff. You got this really nice hardshell case, which I really like. You get a 4 gig memory card, which was a big problem with the Vita, the fact that you still needed memory cards, and little deviants. Who doesn't want little deviants? The launch lineup for the PS Vita was honestly fantastic. There was a ton of stuff available, and like it was like the heavy hitters were there day one. You had Uncharted, you had Mod Nation Racers, you had Hot Shots Golf, and then you also had Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Rayman Origins, Wipeout, Touch My Katamari. You also had, Michael Jackson The Experience. It was an amazing launch lineup. There was non-stop stuff to play on the Vita, and a lot of stuff that showed off like how powerful and how great this system looked. And then they gave up. Yeah, Sony pretty much blew their load at the launch of the Vita, giving it all these amazing games at the start, but then afterwards, just like nothing really happened on the thing. I think that holiday, they were pretty much banking on like Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation and Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified really carrying them. Stupid. Now, they definitely had some games released for it after the fact that were like amazing stuff like Gravity Rush and Tearaway, but in the end, like, it just didn't matter, man. The 3DS may have had its growing pains, but when it got started, it really got started, and it never really ended. Game after game just kept getting pumped out for the thing. By 2013, we were getting Animal Crossing and Pokemon, 2D Zelda, all this stuff. It was over. I mean, 2013, pretty much all that came out for the Vita at that point was Tearaway. And Tearaway is a super cool game, but it just wasn't enough. By that point, Sony threw in the towel. It was over. However, the fan base kept the Vita alive, and it definitely kept going for a few years after that. Sony did try a bit more with stuff like the PlayStation TV being a small box with basically the internals of a PS Vita, meaning a lot of games you could play from the Vita on your TV for a bit of a cheaper price. And in addition, they did actually release a redesigned PS Vita, a slimmer, more cost-effective one for only $200. And alongside that, Sony announced like they were doing a couple games for it, but they were obviously lower effort. I think around when they did the PS Vita Slim, they put out the God of War collection, which included God of War 1 and 2. But that was pretty much it. The indie support and the fans kept the Vita alive for far longer. It went on for a couple more years after that. But when it came to actual full-fledged support, the 3DS won hands down. But even then, in this era, handheld gaming was kinda starting to fade away, at least it felt like it. Because this was around the time where mobile gaming was seen as like, oh man, this is what's gonna be big. This is what all people care about. Nobody can do anything about this. So the 3DS sold around 70 to 80 million units, which once again, ain't too bad, but in comparison to Nintendo's other handheld sales numbers, yeah, things were definitely moving in a bit of a lame-ass direction. The PS Vita ended up only selling like anywhere from 10 to 20 million units. And after all of this, it's fair to see why a company like Sony kind of viewed handheld gaming as, this is dead, hey, just focus on mobile. However, with the Nintendo Switch releasing in 2017, made it obvious that, hey, mobile gaming is its own thing. It's not taking over handhelds. Just handhelds had to evolve. Ended up feeling like, don't compete with mobile gaming, rather offer something that mobile gaming just really can't. And while these did that, they were kind of sacrificial lambs in this era. From like 2012 to like 2016, there's kind of this stigma where it's like, oh man, my phone can do everything. I'm just gonna let my phone do this all. I can play games on my phone. I can listen to music on my phone, do all this, take pictures with my phone. Why would I need a video game player, a camera, a music device? But I think devices like the Nintendo Switch kind of prove that it's more fun to have dedicated devices for certain things. Yeah, you can play games on your phone, but it's nice to have a dedicated device just for video games. It's not fun to have literally every single element of your life just blaring at you in the face on your phone. It's fun to collect vinyl or have a dedicated music player that's really focused on pumping out high quality music. And it's fun to have like a Polaroid camera or a really high-end DSLR. And I think these consoles came out at the wrong time. If the PS Vita came out these days and had more updated specs, I think it would do okay. At the very least, I think it would sell more than the Vita did originally back in 2012. These just kind of came out during a bad time when mobile gaming was kind of seen as like, well, let's just do this for now. But while the 3DS persevered, I kind of want to take a look at both of these and see which one is the better handheld. First up, let's talk about design across all the different units here. So I have the Nintendo 3DS XL and the original PS Vita here. I just have the 3DS XL here mainly because this is probably the 3DS I'm probably the most nostalgic over. This is definitely the one that I played the most. I mean, this was the 3DS that was out during the release of Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. I definitely got my time out of this one here. But to be honest, the 3DS across all of the variations has never been my favorite handheld when it comes to the feel. The smaller units feel cramped. They don't feel that crazy great to hold and play. The bigger units definitely feel a bit better, but with something like the original 3DS XL, it just feels a little bit cheaper than I'd like it to. Now the PS Vita, on the other hand, this thing is the most premium damn device I've ever held in my life. You know what's really nice? These little grips on the back. They almost feel like they're like part of like a third-party accessory you'd insert onto this thing for better grip, but no, they're just here. They're just on the device. It does really help. It kind of makes it feel a little better. You know, you kind of put one of your fingers here with your others on the shoulder buttons, and it all works out pretty well. Though, I wouldn't say this is also one of the most comfortable devices out there. For being such a premium device, it's a little lame that we don't have any method of protecting the screen like we do with the 3DS. Of course, this is a different vibe, you know, the clamshell design. It's a different beast compared to this design here. Not every handheld device has the clamshell design. It's not necessary, but I do always feel a little worried about using my Vita because of how premium it feels. You feel all this glass, you feel just how, frankly, expensive it feels, which is cool. But it doesn't make for something that I'm like begging to put my hands on, you know? It's not like, oh my god, this is the best feeling device of all time. Rather, it just feels cool to hold. The 3DS, I feel, is a little more functional when it comes to just playing on. You know, I don't really care as much about this. The cheaper feeling does help when it comes to just being more comfortable holding it. And when I say comfortable, I don't mean like, oh man, it feels so great in my hands. Rather, I feel at peace when I'm using a 3DS. I couldn't care less about what happens to this thing. However, talking about the redesigns, here we have the PS Vita Slim, or the PS Vita 2000. And this is definitely a bit different. It doesn't seem immediately that different. They look very, very similar. But you know what's nice about this one? Bigger grips on the back. I think this feels a little better to hold than the original. It's a bit thinner with bigger grips, so it just kind of makes for a slightly more comfortable feel in the hands. However, this version does have a lamer screen. No, it's not that much lamer. It's just like an LCD screen in comparison to the OLED screen on the Vita. Now, what's the main difference? Well, this one just has far better colors. And as a colorblind individual, who gives a damn? I mean, to be fair, I can definitely tell how much blacker the blacks are on an OLED screen. I mean, it's like pitch black. It's super cool, and it looks phenomenal. However, it's not necessary. OLED is nice, I'm never gonna deny that, but when it comes down to it, I do think the PS Vita Slim is probably the go-to one here. Also consider the fact that this has 1 GB of internal storage. What? Holy shit. Now that's a deal! Yeah, that was really stupid on this one. It had absolutely no internal storage. You couldn't put anything on it. Absolutely anything. You had to get a memory card. This thing was useless outside of playing, like, you know, card games, you know, retail physical games. You could play those on here, but you couldn't save anything. You couldn't download anything on here. Absolutely pointless. I don't know why Sony was so stingy with the Vita and internal memory, but hey, we got a gigabyte, meaning you can do stuff with this at the very least. Stuff is possible on the PS Vita 2000. I'll give it that. The 3DS definitely had far more redesigns, so you can definitely find like the one that suits you the best. Here we have the new 3DS XL, which definitely feels more premium than the original 3DS XL. The original 3DS is definitely really cramped, doesn't feel the greatest. However, it does have this like weirdly premium feeling design. I don't think it looks that great because they do like this weird little like glittery design. It's like this weird like layer cake looking ass thing, but at the very least feels like, you know, like, hey, this is a premium product. This ain't no like whatever flimsy little cheap plasticky thing, even though it kind of is. But the new 3DS XL kind of brought the best of both worlds. You know, it brought the bigger, more comfortable feeling layout and buttons of the 3DS XL, but, you know, a bit of the premium feel of the original 3DS, kind of making this definitely the definitive 3DS handheld. And yeah, this is definitely the best feeling 3DS of the bunch. But once again, I wouldn't say this is obscenely comfortable. It works, it does the job. You know, I'm just tired of not feeling any damn grips, you know, when I'm holding something this big. And the PS Vita 2000 actually has that. I just feel like this is maybe just a little bit nicer to hold for extended periods of time. Just kind of feels a bit like you're holding a phone for an extended period of time, which haven't we all? The new 3DS XL is definitely a bit heavier, and with the shoulder buttons here, having to reach for the ZR and ZL ones, while these are barely used in many games, yeah, it just kind of feels a little awkward. And then in addition, we have the C-Stick here, which is a nice addition, but it's stupid. Just a little weird, man. It's touch sensitive, it doesn't move, and it does work, but I just kind of wonder, like, man, like, what? You really couldn't have put, like, a second circle pad just, like, right here, and then put the star and select buttons, like, around here? I don't understand why the C-Stick is the way it is, why they couldn't have just put a second circle pad here if they were gonna do this, which doubles as a second circle pad. And you know what else is funny? Like, 3DS systems kept moving the placement of the stylus. On the new 3DS systems, it's down here. Well, that's dumb. On the 3DS XL, they put it where it belongs, you know, on the right side. Now, of course, you know, there are lefties out there. I'm not gonna deny that, but pretty much the stylus is always oriented towards the right end of the system. So, you know, it's always designed with that in mind. Yeah, this is not my favorite placement here. The original 3DS has it worse with it being like up here, which is just ridiculous. The stylus placement is always in a different place, definitely because of the internals of the system. Nintendo definitely didn't put it here just because they thought this is the best spot for it. But what am I trying to say by rambling about all this stuff? Well, pretty much every single 3DS system has some negatives. Much like the PS Vita systems, you either get a great screen or a slimmer, more comfortable design. What do you want here? But to be honest, I have always loved the PS Vita design for just how damn premium it is. Once again, this isn't like, oh my god, the most comfortable thing of all time, but I think it is decently comfortable for what it is. It does the job. The 3DS systems vary in terms of comfortability. I think the XL systems are the most comfortable, but even then, they do have some design elements where I'm just kind of like, come on, man, why? It either feels pretty damn cheap, or they have something going on here where it's like, come on, man, why is the stylus here? Why do the C-Stick? And I will give Sony this, while the PS Vita is derivative of the PSP design, everything feels a lot more coherent than with the 3DS. This looks a little dumb, doesn't it? This kind of just feels like you took the DS and added a bunch of upgrades, but that's about it. You know, you didn't really redesign anything to be like, oh my god, yeah, all these upgrades feel coherent. Nah, the bigger top screen, the smaller bottom screen, it just all kind of feels like a mishmash of random bullshit sometimes. I'm not saying this is bad or not comfortable or doesn't feel like not cheap, at least in this regard. This always felt a little cheap to me. But I think overall, the PS Vita has a better aesthetic, is generally pretty comfortable. The 3DS XLs are pretty comfortable. The original 3DS, meh. The 2DS, a lot of people will fight for that design. I've never really been a big fan of how it felt in my hands. The new 2DS XL, the Vita wins. For the next round, let's talk about features and just graphical capabilities, man. Like, which one is the most impressive when it comes to the technical specifications, how the games look, and what these systems can do. Well, let's not beat around the bush here. Obviously, the Vita is far more powerful. Games look and run nearly on par with PlayStation 3 software, which is incredibly impressive, but it never reaches that entirely. Of course, back in 2012, when I was seeing PS Vita games, I couldn't tell the difference between like Uncharted Golden Abyss and Uncharted 3. Nowadays, yeah, it's very obvious. Still doesn't take away from how impressive a game like Uncharted Golden Abyss is on the PS Vita, but nonetheless, you can see just how pixelated it can look and how, like, whatever, some backgrounds just are obviously just JPEGs, but they do it all in smart ways. This is a handheld from 2012. Obviously, they're going to try and trick your eyes a couple times here and there. Overall, this looks fantastic. Most Vita games still hold up very well today, and back then, they looked incredible. However, I would say the PSP always impressed me just a bit more. By the time the Vita came out, this style of game on a handheld wasn't nearly as impressive as that style of game on the PSP when the PSP came out. I mean, on mobile phones, I remember when they were putting out games like Infinity Blade. That's a series of games by like Epic Games that was meant to just showcase what you can do on mobile platforms, how far you can push mobile platforms. And yeah, I mean, those look like damn near console games. I haven't seen those games in a long time, and they've been delisted for a while, so who the hell knows how they hold up looking these days. But back then, at the very least, they looked like stuff you would see on console and on PS Vita as well. The 3DS, obviously, just isn't as technically capable as the PS Vita. There's no getting around that. It's definitely more in line with the original PSP. But even then, I would say the PSP games on that platform, they definitely age a bit better than the 3DS. At the very least, the 3DS does have kind of its own vibe going with it. That's what I really like about, game consoles that have limited capabilities when it comes to, their graphics. However, when we look at stuff like Resident Evil Revelations on the 3DS, I mean, like, outside of the resolution, that looks like it belongs on the Vita. So it always depended on the game and who developed it and how much money was sunk into it. But for the most part, obviously, the Vita does win in the graphics department. But let's talk about features, all right? Backwards compatibility is usually a big selling point feature, one that a lot of people don't use, but it's nice knowing it's there. And the 3DS, thankfully, pretty much has full backwards compatibility with the DS. That is, outside of the games that utilize the GBA slot. I mean, you can pop them into the 3DS, but you're not going to be able to control them. But DS games always looked a little blurry on the 3DS. Never my favorite way to play DS games. They just don't look as crisp as I'd want them to. You can do kind of a thing where you hold down a button combination to get the original resolution of the DS games on the 3DS, but they're tiny. When you do that on the 3DS, the DS games take up 20% of the screen. They just don't look amazing on these screens. However, they still play perfectly fine, and it's incredibly convenient to be able to play both DS and 3DS on this console. Vita backwards compatibility is a funky little fucker. It doesn't, but it kinda does. It's one of those weird things where when I look up, does PS Vita have backwards compatibility? Pretty much anybody will say, yeah, kinda. I'm like, no, it doesn't. I mean, just certain PSP games are available on the Vita store. You can download PSP games on here. Also PS1 games on the PlayStation store. But for the most part, I mean, you gotta buy them digitally. You can't, there's no way you're playing PSP games physically on this thing. Now, digital backwards compatibility, yeah, that's there, so I get it, whatever, but it is limited. Not every PSP game that was on the PlayStation Store for the PSP is available on the Vita store, and not every retail PSP game was made available digitally, so yeah, it's you're taking the PSP library and cutting it in half and cutting it in half again. However, yeah, you can play some PSP games on here, and it is pretty convenient. It's actually pretty nice because some games on the PSP work best on the Vita because you can remap certain buttons, and so for first-person shooters or games that would benefit from a second stick, you can remap buttons so then you can use the second stick. Now that's just talking about the exact previous console generation, but both of these systems can play legacy content before the DS or PSP. The PS Vita store has PS1 classics on it, while the 3DS eShop has NES, SNES, Game Boy Color, Game Gear. It could play Game Boy Advance games. I mean, these can play so much stuff. Of course, these are all on digital stores that, yeah. But let's talk about like these systems in their heyday. PS1 games versus everything the 3DS can do. Virtual console games on the 3DS were really cool. I loved getting those old school Game Boy and Game Boy Color games, mainly because you just don't see them re-released as often as NES games, which you also got on the 3DS, in addition to 3D classics, which were remade, mostly NES games. And then Super Nintendo games were exclusive to this thing, the new 3DS systems. Yep, that was the only way you could play Super Nintendo games. That was dumb. Yeah, there's definitely no reason why Super Nintendo games couldn't be playable on a regular 3DS. It's pretty obvious they just wanted yet another reason for you to upgrade to a new 3DS, kind of add another bullet point to the list of benefits. But it's just kind of dumb. I mean, that's just kind of making it feel like us as consumers couldn't fathom SNES games working on original 3DS hardware. That's ridiculous. Oh my god, now they can finally work. It's just like BS. You just made these new 3DS exclusive just to give the new 3DS more of a purpose. But still, they're there if you want them. In addition, I mean, you got Game Gear, you have Game Boy Advance to those who bought the 3DS before it got a price cut. There's seriously a ton of stuff you can play on the 3DS. And that's not even counting stuff like the original eShop games. But what's more impressive, all the old-ass 8-bit systems the 3DS can play, or PS1 games? This one is tricky, man. I mean, the 3DS definitely has the quantity, and it also has quality. I mean, some of the games on the 3DS Virtual Console were some of the best games ever made. But at the same time, it's like you're gonna get a bit higher quality and more playtime out of most of the PS1 games available on the PlayStation Vita store. So it's really tricky. I feel like it kind of depends on what kind of consumer you are, if you gravitate more towards PlayStation 1 games or the old school Nintendo stuff. Me personally, I've always been a Nintendo guy. Wow, really outed myself there. So I would normally pick the 3DS for that, but at the same time, I'm so used to all the games that were re-released on the 3DS Virtual Console, it's not that exciting. The PS1 games on the PS Vita, now that's a hell of a lot more exciting, honestly. However, I'd probably give it to the 3DS overall. But in addition to all of that, the PS Vita has cross-compatibility with the PS3 and PS4, so numerous games that you buy on the PS4 and PS3, you automatically get on the Vita. I mean, that was like one of the worst aspects of being a Nintendo fan in this era. That wasn't happening, and it really sucked because the Wii U and 3DS, half of the games that were releasing on either or were coming out on the other platform. Oh my god, Super Mario World is coming out on the new 3DS. Who gives a damn? I already bought that on the Wii U, and you're asking me to buy it again? PlayStation Vita, you got like all the PS1 games that you would buy on PS3, yeah, you could just download those on your PS Vita free of charge. And hell, some retail games, some actual big boy titles had cross-buy, where let's say you buy Sly Cooper Thieves in Time on PS3, you get a code for the PS Vita version right in that box. It's awesome, and totally makes up for me not using damn near any of the other features of the PS Vita. It's weird, it feels like Sony kind of crammed a lot of junk in the Vita, just as a response to the fact that the 3DS had a lot of similar things. So 3DS has Street Pass, Vita has Nier. I don't know what the hell Nier is. Now, I never owned a Vita back in the day, but I watched a hell of a lot of reviews and people talking about it on YouTube. And back in like 2012, 2013, when I would watch a lot of Vita reviews, whenever somebody would like take out a Vita and review the hardware, they never talked about Nier. They would like scroll past it on the menu screen. They're like, yeah, then there's Nier. In comparison, 3DS had Street Pass, and everybody knows what the hell Street Pass is. I mean, like, it's something that people are begging for in the Nintendo Switch, but yeah, it was all in 3DS, and it was a really cool feature that I barely used. The 3DS was stuck in the sock drawer for me most of the time. Just kind of pop it out whenever I was playing it before like bedtime or something, you know. But I still really think Street Pass is a phenomenal idea, and it's obvious a lot of people really loved it. Just like the AR games in the 3DS, which there's a similar thing in the PS Vita. Nobody fucking used it. The Vita is jam-packed with loads of features, but how many of these did people actually use? Welcome Park. Yeah, so this is basically just a tutorial on how to use such exciting things about the PS Vita, such as the back touchscreen and the touchscreen. We have a web browser, we can access messages, and we can link to the PS4, which enabled a big thing that Sony was pushing with the PS Vita's Hell. They're still pushing remote play, being able to play what's on your PS4 on your Vita through Wi-Fi, which is a cool little bonus feature, but I don't think it works well enough and is really used enough to really push it. Such a massive damn feature. But I think what's super impressive about the Vita is how fully featured it is as a traditional PlayStation system. We have trophy support, your friends, messaging, party chat. It's all here. And in addition, you can watch videos, play music, go through photos, use the 2 cameras on the device. There's a lot packed in this to make sure the Vita feels like a full console experience on the go. However, as lacking as the 3DS is as a fully featured hardcore gaming experience, you don't have that messaging system, you don't have chat. To be fair, the 3DS isn't a system that really takes advantage of that kind of stuff anyways. It's like, yeah, those features would be nice if it was there. I mean, the types of games you're playing on the 3DS, why are you gonna need those? And I would say a lot of the features on the Vita, honestly, these days feels kind of like it's bloated. Like it's something where it's like, how many people actually use the Vita to listen to their music? On the 3DS, you can similarly listen to your music, but this is more so in the form of an application that's designed to be something you dick around with. You can plug in an SD card with some songs you want to play, but at the end of the day, Nintendo 3DS Sound is mainly here to record sound bites and just mess around with them. Same with Nintendo 3DS Camera. These are supposed to be just fun, dumb little things to use rather than being here for like some kind of productivity use. Which on a game console like this, I don't really see the point in actually using the camera for anything other than dicking around. I don't see the point in using microphone or the SD card slot to play music for anything other than dicking around. We have a lot of preloaded software here, like Face Raiders, AR games, Street Pass. You can make all the Miis in the world you want. You have some useful little additions like game notes, and you have your friend list and web browser. You have Miiverse, which was added later via an update. It's not as robust, the Vita feels like this is almost like an iPhone replacement. But it's like, are you really going to be using the email app? Are you really going to be using the calendar app? A lot of the stuff here just feels like it's trying to add a lot of value to the Vita as an all-purpose device when that's not what it's meant for, and it just kind of feels like it's just bloating the home screen, Now, to be fair, when it does come to those things like the web browser and let's say also video playback, the Vita is obviously superior. Sure, the 3DS has the 3D screen, so you could theoretically watch 3D video, which is what I was really hoping something like Netflix was going to be when Netflix was announced to be coming to the 3DS. I was like, oh my god, 3D movies on my 3DS. Never really ended up happening. You could watch certain 3D video, but it was all very limited. And the 3D video wasn't really the 3DS's strong suit. It was mostly down to interactive software. That's when 3D was awesome on the 3DS. The Vita, on this original model, we have an OLED display, we have a nice widescreen multi-touch display. Yeah, it's quite a bit better here. So while the 3DS has more refined features that are better suited for like what you're going to use that system for, I think I'd be absolutely ridiculous to not give the Vita the features and graphical capabilities point. It's the PlayStation Vita, for crying out loud. The 3DS has its strengths, but the Vita is the Vita, man. But it all comes down to this. The games, the library, which one? 3DS. Yeah, this one really is no contest. Even though the Vita won the first 2 rounds, I think the 3DS wins when it comes to the most important thing here. It's pretty similar to how it worked with the DS and PSP. When you compare the two, the PSP is probably gonna win when you put them up against each other, but in the end, the 3DS has some of the best software out there. Now, that's not to say the Vita has a bad library, but I feel like what Sony was trying to do with it was a bit misguided. Let's take a look at the launch title that they really pushed the most with the system, Uncharted Golden Abyss. It's a good game. It does the job. I mean, it's Uncharted on the go. That's great, but that's all it is. It's Uncharted on the go. It's once again one of these prequel side stories done by not the actual developer of that series. So who the hell cares? You're not missing out on anything by not playing Uncharted Golden Abyss. Originally, you know, like when they were doing the Uncharted Nathan Drake collection for the PS4, remastering the first 3 games, you know, I was kind of like, what the hell? Why don't they include Golden Abyss? And Naughty Dog was kind of like, hey, you know, like we just want to do like the Naughty Dog games. And after playing Golden Abyss, I can see why. That game is just a fucking nothing sandwich, man. For what it is, it's good, and it's an impressive feat to see like this pretty full-fledged Uncharted game on the Vita. But at the same time, like, there's just nothing to it. It's such a generic Uncharted game that means nothing to the overall story. It hits the notes of what an Uncharted game needs to be and do, but at the same time, you know, like, why are you playing Uncharted? I'm kind of playing Uncharted to get that, whatever, that action movie, summer blockbuster kind of fun adventure experience. And you want that on a big TV and see this beautiful, gorgeous game and feel like you're a part of a movie. You're not getting that on a tiny-ass display like this, so it just feels very confused. It doesn't feel noteworthy. It doesn't feel like you need to play it. Once again, it's a fine game. I'm still very impressed with Golden Abyss. I think it's a fine game. But it's completely superfluous. And that's what most of the Vita's AAA lineup feels like. You don't need any of these games. You look at stuff like Killzone Mercenary. That was labeled as like, oh my god, this is the Vita game. When it came out, people were like, oh my god, play this game. It's so well done, it's so beautiful, it's so great. And I played it, and it's basically just like, it's just like a Killzone's greatest hits game. The campaign is like 4 hours long, and it's just kind of like whatever. It's just a first-person shooter, man. That's all it is. There's nothing special about it. There's nothing special about Killzone Mercenary. It's a good-looking first-person shooter on the Vita. To some extent, a lot of like something like that feels the same as like those like iPhone games, like Modern Combat or something, or it's kind of like a Call of Duty ripoff. The only reason why you're playing it is to get that first-person shooter experience on your phone. The only reason why you're playing Killzone Mercenary is to get a first-person shooter experience on the Vita. And it's weird because, like, this system should have had so many more first-person shooters. I mean, this was during the big era of first-person shooters, when it felt like nothing. People were like, oh, we gotta make an FPS. And yeah, because you have the dual sticks now. And pretty much every FPS that came out for this system outside of Killzone Mercenary, which was, you know, it's a good game. It's fine, but like back when it came out, people were like lauding it as like, oh my god, this is incredible. And I'm like, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, you have Resistance Burning Skies, which was just fart, and then Call of Duty Black Ops Declassified, which was done by the same people as Resistance Burning Skies, which is generally labeled as the worst Call of Duty. I beat that game. I went through a lot of Vita games a while back, and I plowed through Black Ops Declassified, which is pretty much like a 2-hour-long story mode, which is just like a couple of missions, and that's about it. There's really no cutscenes. It's just kind of like a bunch of missions strung together. And it's pretty laughably bad. It's not great. And you have like PS3 ports like Sly Cooper Thieves in Time and PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Now those are cool to have on here. I wish they would do that more with PS3 games. But, you know, obviously the Vita actually isn't as powerful as a PS3, so I think they had to be selective about which PS3 games to bring over. But I do feel like the Vita was at its strongest with its fully original new IPs. I'm talking Gravity Rush, and I'm talking Tearaway, baby. Gravity Rush, I've sung the praises of enough. I primarily played the PS4 remaster, but I also went back and played the Vita version, which is still quite excellent. It's a great game on either device. But, you know, the PS4 version is so good. It does kind of show, like, game isn't necessary to be on the Vita. I believe Gravity Rush started as a PS3 game, so that should show you it's just like, yeah, it's a really great Vita game, but it's not like Tearaway, which was fully made from the ground up for the Vita. And that came out for PS4 as well, so What does that tell you? But to be fair, Tearaway on the PS Vita is designed to take advantage of like literally every single stupid little bit of gimmick on this device, and does a great job. It's such a cool little 3D platformer. And on the PS4, they had to, you know, it is the same game, but they pretty much had to tweak a bunch of stuff, so then it takes advantage more so of the PS4's DualShock controller rather than all the PS Vita features. And it doesn't feel as coherent, but it's still a great game. But when it came down to it, the Vita's library is really made 10 times better by the JRPGs on it, and also the indie games. All right, there is just a ton of stuff to play on here if you're more into some nicher experiences. There's some genuinely like crazy great indie games on here. You know, Hotline Miami, Fez, Undertale, Shovel Knight, pretty much like any of the major indie games from this era was on the Vita, and this was like the coolest platform to play them on just because of the beautiful display, the great controls. You know, it just felt like, you know, a great pick up and play a couple indie games, put it down. Great device for that. However, that's in comparison to the 3DS, which also had a ton of great indie support on here, in addition to, you know, Nintendo games. I can just name off some off the top. Okay, Mario 3D Land, Link Between Worlds, Mario Kart 7, Animal Crossing New Leaf, Fire Emblem Awakening, Pokemon X and Y, Super Smash Bros. For 3DS, Kirby Triple Deluxe, and Planet Robobot. Then you also have stuff like Metroid Samus Returns and the Mario and Luigi games. Pretty much the entire series there is playable on this device. You have Kid Icarus Uprising, then you also have Resident Evil Revelations, which is insane on the platform. Then you also have Kingdom Hearts 3D, Metal Gear Solid 3D, Super Street Fighter 4 3D Edition, and then we also have Star Fox 64 3D, Ocarina of Time 3D, Majora's Mask 3D, Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, the original Luigi's Mansion, WarioWare Gold, Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix. Yeah, the 3DS definitely succeeded because of Nintendo's support. There ain't nothing like a Nintendo first-party game. And to the same extent, there ain't nothing like a Sony first-party exclusive game. PlayStation has an incredible lineup of IP. The problem is, I just don't really feel like that IP is strong enough to warrant people buying a handheld like this for. I think it's strong enough to warrant buying a big boy home console for, because you know you're going to get those other third-party games you like, and you know it's going to be supported by the best of the best. The PS Vita, you're not as sure about that. Sure, you may like Uncharted, but do you really like Uncharted enough to buy a handheld just to play a B-tier Uncharted game that's like that doesn't add anything to it's just Uncharted on the go. That's all it is. Pretty much every game Nintendo put out on the 3DS was done as like, hey, this is the next installment in our legacy franchise. Kid Icarus Uprising was the next installment in the Kid Icarus series after like 20 years. Super Mario 3D Land was the next mainline Mario game. New Super Mario Bros. 2, same thing. Mario Kart 7, same thing. Super Smash Bros. For 3DS, same thing. The games on here were treated as important. They were treated as the next games in their respective series. The games Sony pushed on here weren't that. They were the portable versions of those games. And there's a difference. So yeah, overall, I would say the Vita wins overall when it comes to hardware, obviously. But when it comes to games, the 3DS wins. And that's kind of all that really matters. So you can kind of take that for what it is. 3DS wins when it comes to games. PS Vita wins overall in this 3-round punch-out. It's a close call because I think these are both excellent handhelds. But when it comes to the game lineup, I think Vita, you kind of have to dig for the amazing experiences. I'm not saying they aren't there, but when it comes to like, oh, what are the first games you think about when you think of the Vita? It's usually like the AAA stuff that is high quality. It's cool to see running on here, but like, they just don't matter at the end of the day. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares about those types of games on a handheld. You need to put your all into these games. You can't just fart it out to some other random developer. You need to make, like, it needed to be Uncharted 4 or Uncharted 5, whatever on the Vita, not some dumb little spin-off. but the Sony wasn't really willing to take the risk on it. And it would have been weird to see Uncharted 4, the next numbered Uncharted game, exclusive to the Vita. But it's like, Nintendo does that kind of stuff. And because of that, their handhelds succeed. So yeah, it's a tale as old as time. Where the Sony handheld succeeds in terms of hardware, the Nintendo handheld succeeds in the form of games. Tale as old as time. Since 2004.